One would think that as a civilization became more sophisticated, they would also become more enlightened and less brutal. Well, the opposite is true. The most complex states in the ancient world did not reduce the deliberate infliction of suffering. Rather, they systemized it. They gave it procedures and legal frameworks. They gave it officials and record keepers. And perhaps most importantly, they gave it justifications. And once suffering has a justification, it becomes remarkably difficult to stop. 4,000 years ago, scribes in Mesopotamia were recording mutilations in the same tone that a modern accountant might log your yearly tax return. Not because they were uniquely cruel, but because the system had made cruelty administrative. It was all routine, a very unremarkable part of daily life, just the way it is. And so today, we begin a series. It's all about how organized suffering became a permanent feature of human civilization, how it was invented, justified, exported, condemned, and then reinvented under new and more gentle names. It's going to be an 8-part series. Unfortunately, there is a lot of information. We're going all the way from the earliest of times, and we'll go all the way through the depths of human depravity up to the 20th century. So this is a series for the morbidly curious, and if you are of that nature, well, you've certainly come to the right place. Before we begin, let me thank our supporters on Patreon and YouTube memberships, and the occasional donation through the link and merch store visit. It's all in the pinned comment and description, keeping us ad-free and crowd-funded. And thank you to those who took the time to give a like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get right to it. Of course, just quickly, the violence of the human condition existed before written records, but since this is history, not prehistory, we are going to rely mainly on written records and archaeology. So, cross-reference those two off each other. And if we're talking about written records, well, the first thing that pops out is the Code of Ur-Nammu, promulgated by the king of Ur around 2100 BCE, the oldest surviving legal code in human history. And the first thing to observe about it is that it is surprisingly moderate, or at least by the standards of what came after. Where latter codes would mandate death or mutilation for a wide range of offenses, Ur-Nammu's code favored financial penalties in many cases, imposing fines or offenses that would earn corporal punishment under later regimes. This does not mean that Ur-Nammu's Sumer was gentle. It's far from it. And the code still prescribed mutilation for certain crimes, and the broader Mesopotamian legal tradition it belonged to was one in which the systematic infliction of pain was an entirely acceptable instrument of dispersing justice. But the preference for fines, where possible that is, shows a legal philosophy that understood punishment in more functional terms. You see, the goal was to repair the harm done, restore the social order, and compensate the victim, rather than just pure retribution. And then there was the Code of Hammurabi, which you've most likely heard of. This came quite a bit later, promulgated by that Babylonian king Hammurabi around 1754 BCE, and preserved in one of the most complete and most studied ancient legal documents in existence, is where you'll find the calibrated cruelty of Mesopotamian justice in its most famous expression. The code's famous principle, lex talionis, of course we use the Latinized rendering, they wouldn't have used that. It basically means an eye for an eye, that old golden rule. It's routinely misunderstood in modern usage as an injunction to savage retribution, It's not quite that, I understand if you'd look at it like that on a surface level, but that's missing a lot of the nuance. The ancient legal context inverts this reading. The eye for an eye principle was a ceiling on punishment, not a floor. It established that a man who put out another man's eye could not be punished by having both his eyes pulled out, his hand cut off, and his tongue removed. He could only lose one eye. Nothing else, but also nothing less. The main thing was proportionality, the matching of the punishment to the specific harm done. It was balancing the scales. Organizing the whole principle of the system was this proportionality, and with that principle, the infliction of the calibrated physical suffering was an entirely accepted instrument of justice. The code prescribes cutting off the hand of a surgeon whose patient dies under the knife, which, Bronze Age surgery, I think there would be a lot of surgeons with missing hands. It also prescribes cutting off the breast of a wet nurse who substitutes a different infant for the one entrusted to her. It prescribes cutting out the tongue of an adopted son who denies his adoptive parents. Now, each punishment is specific, and of course it's not perfect. Everyone's still trying to get the hang of the law back in those days. But each is designed to mirror the offense in some way, and it reflects a society that had thought very carefully about how pain should be allocated, rather than simply inflicting it at random. Now, like I said, not perfect, but baby steps, I suppose. One more Babylonian institution deserves a bit of attention before we get out of Mesopotamia. The divine ordeal, which occupied an interesting middle ground between torture and judicial procedure. The river ordeal, casting the accused into the river and letting the river god decide, appears explicitly in the Code of Hammurabi as the prescribed procedure for certain categories of accusation, most notably accusations of witchcraft, where the human evidence was, quite inherently ambiguous. The logic of this was transparent. If the gods knew the truth, and the gods always knew, and if the river was an extension of divine will, well then survival indicated innocence and drowning meant you were guilty. Well, the practical effect was that the accused underwent an experience of extreme physical danger and genuine suffering. The cold water, the current, of course the possibility of dying, it all functioned as a kind of non-fatal torture, and the purpose was ostensibly to let the divine reveal what the human investigators could not. After all, the gods are always watching, and surely they are wiser than the law courts. So throw them in the river. The river ordeal's descendants, the various European judicial ordeals of the medieval period, including ordeal by hot water, hot iron, trial by combat, they represent one of the most persistent transmission lines in the history of judicial pain. Connecting the banks of the Euphrates in the 1754 BCE to the church councils of medieval Christendom, in ways that the intervening millennia of legal development did not fully sever. The role of slavery in Mesopotamian justice systems deserves attention here too, because it structured the entire logic of who could be subjected to physical punishment and who could not. In the Code of Hammurabi's framework, free citizens and slaves were subject to entirely different legal regimes. A free man who committed certain offenses might just pay a fine, get away with it pretty well. But if you were a slave, and you committed the same offense, you might be mutilated or killed. So much for lex talionis, right? The enslaved body was, in legal terms, property, first of its owner, and then, in the context of judicial proceedings, of the state. And property does not have the same standing before the law as a person. This legal logic is one of the most persistent and most consequential features of the history of torture. and we'll see it recur in Roman law, in medieval Europe, in the colonial legal systems of the modern era, and in the specific targeting of enslaved Africans in the Americas, but we'll get to that later, of course. We got a lot more to get to before we get to those. The Mesopotamian formulation was the first explicit articulation of this principle. But the principle predates written law, by however long slavery itself predates it. Whether there are people who are owned rather than free, their bodies are available to their owners in ways that free ones are not. And the history of organized suffering runs through that availability. The practical machinery of Babylonian judicial torture is documented in administrative records that show torture as a routine part of the investigation process for serious crimes. When a crime had been committed, and the evidence was sufficient for conviction, the accused could be subjected to physical coercion to extract a confession. The water ordeal, i.e. submitting the accused to the river god's judgment by throwing them in the water, with survival constituting innocence, was a form of divine test that avoided the political problems of direct judicial torture, but at the same time it achieved many of the same effects. But direct coercion was also practiced, and its results, confessions, denunciations, the identification of stolen property, were all treated as fully valid judicial evidence. The confession obtained under physical duress was not considered problematic in any Mesopotamian legal framework we have access to. The suffering was not seen as contaminating the information it produced. The ends justified the means, basically. And this confidence in the validity of coerced confession will be one of the motives of this entire series. Almost every society that has practiced judicial torture has simultaneously believed that pain reliably reveals the truth, despite the obvious fact that people in sufficient pain will say whatever they believe their torturers want to hear just to make it stop. Well, I said we'd get out of Mesopotamia, but we're not going too far. Let's talk about Egypt, because that presents a different relationship with organized suffering than the Mesopotamian tradition. It's not a gentler one. It's just a differently calibrated one. The fundamental premise of Egyptian political theology was that the pharaoh maintained cosmic order, Ma'at, that principle of truth, justice, and balance. This was what they had against the forces of chaos. Punishment was therefore not merely a practical instrument of social control, but a kind of cosmic act. The pharaoh who punished the wicked was performing the same function that the sun god Ra, who defeated the serpent Apep every night, was doing. As above, so below kind of thing. Now, this framework gave Egyptian punishment both a rationale but also a limitation. Pain inflicted in the service of Ma'at was divinely sanctioned and therefore necessary. But pain inflicted beyond the requirements of Ma'at was in and of itself a violation of the cosmic order. Remember, the order of the day is balance, and if, well, the scales are tipped, well, then you've got problems. The system was not gentle. It was capable of extraordinary cruelty, but it operated within a theological framework that provided some conceptual check on escalation, which distinguished it from the pure theatrics of power that characterized the later Assyrian tradition. Now, first up, we've got the bastinado. That's the beating of the soles of the feet. That was the standard judicial punishment in Egypt for a range of offenses, and it's worth pausing on the specific choice of the body part, because it reflects a deliberate calculus. You see, the soles of the feet are among the most sensitive areas of the human body. They're dense with nerve endings and physically accessible to beatings in a way that allows for sustained, controlled suffering without easily causing death. I mean, think about it. It's the furthest away you can get from the vital organs. The bastinado could be calibrated 20 strokes was routine punishment, 100 was severe, and the procedure was often administered in public, before witnesses who could attest to the number of blows and their force. It was painful, humiliating, and recoverable. A person who had received the bastinado could go back to their life after it was all over, which was economically important in a society that depended on the labor of its workforce. I mean, if you're, killing everybody, you don't have many people left to build the pyramids, don't you? The punishment was administered with a split cane or a bundle of rods, and the records suggest that professional floggers were employed to maintain consistent force across a series of blows. This is bureaucratic efficiency in the administration of pain. The same systematic attention that the Egyptians brought to irrigation, taxation, and grain storage was also brought to this controlled infliction of suffering. The most detailed surviving Egyptian records of torture come from the reign of Ramesses IX in the late 12th dynasty, when a series of investigations into the systematic robbing of royal tombs in the Theban necropolis produced a remarkable archive of administrative documents. The tomb robbery papyri, as modern scholars called them, thank you for the straightforward name, record the interrogation of suspects with a specificity that makes them among the most vivid documents in the entire Egyptian record. The interrogators did not simply ask questions. They beat the suspects on their feet and hands. They examined them repeatedly. And when the physical coercion produced admissions, they took the suspects to the crime scenes to demonstrate their guilt by showing where the objects had been hidden or buried. One papyrus records the testimony of a man named Amen-Penufer, who describes being taken to the tomb of a pharaoh and robbing it of gold, silver, and bronze objects. His testimony follows a beating that is mentioned in the document without any sense that it is legally or morally problematic. It was just part of the process. The confession was its valid result. So, mission accomplished. The subsequent judicial proceeding was conducted on the basis that the confession was genuine evidence. The tombs robbed were not minor, by the way. They included the burial places of New Kingdom pharaohs, the most sacred spaces in Egypt, and the punishment for the robbers was death. Typically, they would impale them. The judicial papyri of Ramesses give us a picture of an Egyptian legal system that used pain as routine investigative instruments while maintaining the procedural forms that distinguished it from random violence. Of course, if you want to know more about the situation with Egyptian tomb robbers, we did a video about that a couple of months back. Maybe 2 months back, I think so. Time goes quick. Anyway, check the playlists. Now, forced labor in the mines and quarries of Egypt was another form of organized suffering that occupied a gray area between punishment and extraction. And if you think that forced work is not torture, well, try being a mine worker for a day. I think you might change your mind. The turquoise mines of Sinai, the gold mines of Nubia, and the granite quarries of Aswan. These were places where condemned criminals, prisoners of war, and in some periods simply conscripted workers were laboring in conditions of extreme hardship. First you had the heat, then you had the lack of water, the crushing physical demands of quarrying stone without modern tools, the confinement of the distance from everything familiar. All of these constituted a form of sustained suffering that was understood by the Egyptian state as both punitive but also productive. The criminal worked off their debt to society through their labor. The state received the product of that labor, and the suffering involved was simultaneously the punishment and the work. This fusion of punishment and economic extraction is another pattern that will recur through the history of torture. The bodies of the condemned are made to serve the needs of the state, even as they are made to suffer for its satisfaction. Now let's talk about the Assyrians now, and more specifically the Neo-Assyrian Empire, who took everything in a fundamentally different direction, and one that requires a different framework to understand than either the legal one or the theological one. You see, the Assyrian kings of the 9th through the 7th centuries BCE were not content to use torture as a routine instrument of social control. They transformed it into a sophisticated communication strategy, a medium through which messages of overwhelming power and boundless determination were transmitted to exactly the audiences that needed to receive them. I know it sounds a bit weird, but stay with me. The reliefs carved onto the walls of the Assyrian royal palaces at Nineveh, Nimrud, and Khurshad are among the most extraordinary artifacts in the history of human governance. You have scenes of siege warfare, the aftermath of conquest, punishment of rebels, and the humiliation of defeated kings, all carved in beautiful detail by the most skilled craftsmen they had, displayed in the rooms where foreign ambassadors, vassal kings, and domestic officials gathered in the presence of the Assyrian king. These were not records of shame. They were rather public declarations of what the Assyrians can do, of their capacity. They were designed to be seen and understood by anyone with the power or the ambition to challenge Assyrian dominance. A warning, basically. The specific methods the Assyrian kings employed against rebels and defeated enemies are documented in two parallel sets of sources. The palace reliefs themselves, which show the punishments in pictorial detail, and the royal annals, which describe them in a first-person narrative. The annals of Ashurnasirpal, I almost said Ashurbanipal, that's a different guy. This is the Ashurnasirpal II, by the way, who ruled from 883 to 859, contains some of the most unambiguous statements of intentional cruelty in the ancient record. He describes flaying rebels alive, which is skinning them, and draping their skins over the walls of the cities. He describes impaling captives on stakes, a method that, when done correctly, wouldn't pierce the vital organs and it would keep the victim alive in rather loud and agonizing pain for days. He describes cutting off hands, feet, noses, ears, lips, and leaving the mutilated survivors to serve as living demonstrations of the cost of resistance. Once again, a warning. He describes stacking severed heads into towers and pyramids outside the gates of conquered cities. He describes burning captives alive inside their own homes. And he describes all of this with evident satisfaction, framing each act of cruelty as evidence of the favor of the god Ashur, the national deity of Assyria, whose will was expressed through the king's victories, and whose power was demonstrated by the suffering of those who had opposed him. But the most visually interesting of the Assyrian punishment techniques was flaying, that removal of the skin from a living person. And it deserves particular attention, because both of its practical character and symbolic weight. You see, from a practical standpoint, a skilled flayer could keep the victim alive for an extended period during the procedure, which maximized the terror for any witnesses and the duration of the victim's suffering. I mean, it's a weird skill to learn, but okay. Anyway, the procedure began with incisions around the wrists and the ankles, and then the skin was separated from the underlying tissue and peeled over the course of hours. The pain was, of course, by any physiological measure, among the most extreme that can be inflicted on the human body. Death from shock, blood loss, or infection followed within hours to days. The symbolic logic was equally powerful. To be stripped of one's skin is to be stripped of the boundary between the self and the world, to be made literally inside out, to have the most intimate protection of the body's interior turned into this public spectacle. So the Assyrians decided it was a good idea to display the skins on the walls of cities and on posts driven into the ground, and the image appears in both the reliefs and written sources with a frequency that suggests it was the standard order of the day for the Assyrian toolkit, rather than an exceptional horror. Of course, it's a bloody good way to warn people about behaving themselves. If that's what's coming, I dare say that people would certainly be doing what they're told. The impalement techniques documented in the Assyrian sources varied in their application and intent. The most severe form, impalement through the body on a vertical stake, with the victim lifted into the air and left to die, could be prolonged for extraordinary periods if the stake was carefully positioned to miss the vital organs. The relief panels at Nineveh show rows of impaled figures in various states of dying, some with their arms still raised, what appears to be an attempt to support their own weight on the stake, others already limp. The visual message is pretty important. Resistance to Assyrian authority, ends you up here, on the stake, or with all your skin ripped off. Good. It's pretty horrifying, I know. But, when you clicked on the video, you knew what you were in for, right? The living witnesses, the surviving populations of conquered cities, and the ambassadors of the neighboring powers, the vassal kings who had assembled to deliver their tribute, they all saw these scenes not only in reality, but during the campaigns that reproduced impermanent stone on the walls of the palaces they visited. The Assyrian palace was a media installation, as much as a residence, a visual program calibrated to communicate specific messages about power, invincibility, and the cost of opposition. Ashurbanipal, the last of the great Assyrian kings, who ruled from 668 to around 627, provides the most elaborate first-person account of the logic behind the Assyrian cruelty. His annals describe the aftermath of a rebellion by the city of Susa in Elam, with a specificity that goes beyond the mere military reporting into something closer to art criticism of his own cruelty. He describes cutting out the tongues of those who had spoken against Ashur and himself, tearing out their lips with his own hands, feeding their bodies to dogs and pigs, and filling the streets of the captured city with their corpses. He describes taking captive the Elamite king's head and hanging it in the gardens of Nineveh to, quote, gladden the hearts of himself and his court. The gardens of Nineveh, where Ashurbanipal and his queen are shown reclining and drinking in the famous garden party relief, a scene of refined courtly pleasure, contain in the background the head of the Elamite king hanging in a tree. Luxury and atrocity in the same frame, but framed with the same aesthetic care, treated as equally appropriate expressions of the king's sovereign pleasure. This is the Assyrian logic of power at its most condensed. The beauty and the terrible are both expressions of the same divine mandate, and to the Assyrians, neither required apology or explanation. But next up, we've got the Hittites and the Hebrews. Let's talk about them. Against the backdrop of Assyrian theatrical cruelty, the legal tradition of the Hittite Empire and the early Hebrew texts offer more instructive counterpoints, evidence that the Bronze Age was not monolithic in its approach to organized suffering, and that the specific relationship between a civilization's values and its punishment practices were not simply determined by the era or region, but by the specific choices made by specific institutions about what power was for and how power should be expressed. Now, the Hittite law code shows a distinctive preference for financial compensation over physical punishment in cases where other Bronze Age codes would have mandated mutilation or death. Now, this is not sentimentality. Don't get it wrong. The Hittites were capable of considerable violence when they deemed it appropriate, and their treatment of serious political offenders could be severe. But the routine machinery of Hittite civil law, as preserved in the surviving tablets, operated on the principle that the purpose of punishment was to make the victim whole, rather than to make the offender surrender. And this distinction produced a legal tradition that was considerably less invested in the systematic infliction of pain than its Mesopotamian and Assyrian contemporaries. The reasons for this difference are debated by scholars. Some point to the specific features of the Hittite political theology, others to the specific economic circumstances of a land-rich but labor-scarce empire that could not afford to permanently disable productive workers, and others to the influence of earlier Anatolian legal traditions that predate even Hittite dominance. Whatever the case is, the effect is real. When you read Hittite legal texts alongside the Code of Hammurabi, you're reading from genuinely different legal philosophies, not simply different applications of the same underlying principles. Now, the Hebrew Bible treatment of judicial punishment occupies a similarly complex position in the comparative history of ancient legal thought. The lex talionis principle appears in Hebrew texts, in Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, in a form that is clearly derived from the same Mesopotamian legal tradition that produced the Code of Hammurabi, and the specific penalties prescribed for various offenses overlap considerably with Babylonian practice. But the Hebrew legal tradition introduced elements that were genuinely novel. The insistence that the same law applied to both citizen and resident alien, the prohibition on punishing children for their parents' crimes, and certain protections for the bodies of the condemned that had no clear precedent in surrounding legal traditions. The Deuteronomic provision that a man condemned to flogging could not receive more than 40 strokes, on the grounds that further blows would, quote, humiliate your brother in your sight, articulates a principle of human dignity in the administration of punishment that's quite remarkable for the era. The idea that even the condemned retains some residual claim on respectful treatment that limits how far their suffering can be taken. These protections were frequently honored more in the text than in practice, though, and the actual administration of justice in the ancient Israelite kingdoms and Judah was probably considerably rougher than the ideal legal codes suggest. But it still looks good on paper. The articulation of the principal matters, really. It represents a countercurrent in the ancient world's thinking about pain and power that will eventually feed into legal and moral traditions of much greater consequences. Now, as for the Persian Empire under the Achaemenid dynasty, which at its height in the 5th and 4th centuries BC stretched from the Indus Valley to the Aegean coast of Anatolia, encompassing more territory than the others and more diverse peoples than any previous empire. Well, they developed a relationship with suffering that combined elements of Mesopotamian tradition, specific political Persian theology, and the spectacular political genius of rulers who understood how to make an example serve a strategic purpose. The Persians were not inventors of particular torture techniques, so much as masters of deployment, choosing the right punishment for the right audience at the right moment, with a political calculation that often achieved results that raw military force could not. A lot of this comes from the Behistun inscription. Pretty fascinating. Carved into a cliff face in western Iran around 520 BCE on the orders of Darius I, one of the most important documents in the ancient world for more than one reason. It was the key that unlocked the decipherment of the cuneiform script, being inscribed in 3 languages including Old Persian and Akkadian. But for our purposes, it is most interesting as a statement of the Persian theory of punitive violence. The inscription records Darius's suppression of 19 separate rebellions against his authority in the period immediately following his seizure of the throne from the usurper Gaumata, and it describes the treatment of the rebel leaders in terms of a systematic escalation of humiliation and destruction. The rebel king, Frabati, had his nose, ears, tongue, and one eye cut off. He was then displayed in chains at the gates of the palace so that everyone could see him. And then after that, they impaled him. Now it's the sequence, isn't it? Mutilation, display, and then finally execution. And that's not arbitrary. It enacted a specific narrative of degradation in which the rebel's physical person was progressively reduced to nothing, each stage witnessed by progressively larger audiences until the final elimination was both a spectacle and a relief. The inscription explicitly frames these acts as the will of Ahura Mazda, i.e. the supreme deity of Persian Zoroastrianism. The rebels against Darius were rebels against the cosmic order, and their punishment was the restoration of that order through the total destruction of their bodies that had embodied the rebellion. The accounts of Scaphism, which, well, is probably one of the most horrifying ones. Sometimes it's called the boats, from the Greek word skeph, comes from the Greek historian Ctesias of Cnidus, who served as a physician at the Persian court, and whose account of the Persian customs was preserved through later Greek writers. Now, the technique of Scaphism, or Scaphism, as Ctesias describes it, involved placing the condemned person between two boats fitted together to form a kind of shell, with holes for the head, hands, and feet to protrude. The prisoner was then force-fed milk and honey until they developed severe bowel issues, and the mixture was poured over the exposed portion of the body to attract insects. The insects bred in the resulting filth, progressively consuming the victim's flesh over a period of days to weeks, while the prisoner remained completely alive and conscious. The most famous account of Scaphism involves a Persian soldier named Mithridates, who had killed a Persian nobleman in a way that violated the king's prerogative. Ctesias said he lasted 17 days. Whether Scaphism was practiced routinely or saved as an exceptional punishment for exceptional offenses, we don't know. There really is no way to know. Ctesias is our only direct source, and his work is not universally trusted by ancient historians. But the specificity of his account, the physiological plausibility of the method, and the consistent Persian preference for drawn-out public suffering as a political instrument all suggested that something substantially similar was happening to what he described. They would have practiced it in some way. Then there was the execution of Polycrates of Samos, the Greek tyrant, who had been a Persian ally, lured into a meeting with the Persian satrap Oroetes around 522 BCE, and then killed. This is described by Herodotus in terms that suggest the Persians understood the maximum propaganda value of a prominent victim. Polycrates was impaled, then crucified. Yes, they were doing this quite early. His body displayed in a way that made his former greatness an ironic commentary on the power that had destroyed him. Herodotus describes this as a notable event, in part because Polycrates, had been one of the most powerful rulers in the Aegean world, and his humiliating end served as a demonstration to every Greek city-state that Persian power could reach even the most highest of its potential enemies. No one was safe. I mean, if they can do that to the king, imagine what they're going to do to you. So the choice of method was deliberate. Impalement and crucifixion. It left the body of the victim visible and deteriorating in public. A real spectacle, a prolonged advertisement of the power that had overcome him. The Persians, just like the Assyrians, understood that the message was not complete when the dying was over. The corpse displayed at the right location, for the right amount of time, it continued to get the point across. So running through all of the traditions that we've talked about in this episode, whether that be the mutilations in that calibrated fashion of Mesopotamian law, the bastinado of the Egyptians, the flaying, the impalement of the Assyrians, and the display politics of the Persians, there is a common structural feature, and it's easy to miss, because it is so pervasive that it seems simply like the background of the ancient world. You see, in every one of these traditions, the punishment was public. It wasn't confined to some dungeon. I mean, they didn't really have dungeons back then, so to speak. But it wasn't something that was put away. It was always out in the open. The infliction of pain and the exhibition of its results, they were designed to be witnessed, and the witnessing was understood as part of the punishment's function rather than merely incidental to it. So who was it more about? Was it more about the one being punished, or was it more about the audience? The publicity was not a failure of private technology or an absence of any alternative. You see, the ancient world understood perfectly well that things could be done in secret if the parties involved wanted them to be. But they didn't want them to be. That's the thing. The public character of ancient punishment was always deliberate, because punishment in the ancient world performed functions that required an audience. You had to have that dimension. Otherwise, it's a bit of a waste of time. The suffering of the guilty party was, in most ancient legal frameworks, only one of the several purposes served by punishment. The others included the deterrence of potential future offenders, the demonstration of the state's capacity and will to enforce its norms, this appeasement of divine powers who required justice to be seen to be done, and the reassurance of the community that the violation of its norms had been adequately addressed. You see, all of these functions require witnesses. Gather up the whole community. Not the best weekend activity, but still happens in some parts of the world, believe it or not. A punishment that nobody saw served no purpose. However much the guilty party might suffer, it didn't matter. The body of the punished person was, in this framework, a text written in suffering and displayed for public reading. And the more powerful the state that wrote it, the more elaborate and more legitimate the text needed to be. The Assyrian palace reliefs represent the apotheosis of this logic. We mentioned them before, that carving of torture scenes in the stone walls of the palace. That was the ultimate mediation of the ancient logic of punishment in public. It transformed temporary acts of violence into permanent architectural statements, literally carving them in stone, if you'll forgive the expression. Well, it made them available to audiences who had not been present at the original events, and it framed them within the aesthetic program of the palace in a way that equated the beautiful and the terrible as equally sovereign expressions of royal will. And I suppose you could imagine the Assyrian king showing around the diplomats from different states, showing them the decorations, saying, "Oh, let me explain this one to you. This was another king about 20 or so years ago who did not fulfill his obligations. We're seen right here impaling him. We flayed him first." Just showing you around the house. Decorations, huh? Yeah, it's definitely a statement art piece. Well, but here's the thing. The Assyrian king who commissioned these reliefs was not, at least by the standards of his own civilization, a sadist or a monster. Nor was he abnormal. He was a sophisticated political communicator who understood that the deliberate and graphic representation of this suffering was one of the most powerful instruments available to a ruler who needed to maintain dominance over a vast and diverse empire through persuasion as much as direct force. The reliefs were the ancient world's version of, I don't know, hovering your finger over the nuclear button, this kind of thing. It's a demonstration of a capacity so overwhelming that the rational response of any potential challenger was to think twice and refrain from going forward with those invasion plans. Now, the contrast with modern sensibility is instructive rather than simply self-congratulatory. You see, we live in a world where torture exists, but it's generally practiced in secret, depending on what country you're in, and where the photographs of torture, once they are uncovered, are understood as evidence of something rather barbaric and shameful, where the revelation that a government has tortured is treated as a scandal rather than this demonstration of strength. At least I hope that's the kind of culture you live in. Well, this represents not simply a challenge in what states do. Torture has not disappeared, fortunately, but a fundamental change in how they think about what torture is for and who its audience should be. The ancient world's answer to these questions was pretty unambiguous, that torture was for everybody to see. Its audience would be as large as possible, and its public character was not a side effect, but it was the entire point. Understanding why we moved from that model to the current one, in which torture is officially denied, privately practiced, and publicly condemned, requires following the intellectual tradition of the ancient world as it was absorbed, transformed, and partially rejected by Greece and Rome. Not fully, but partially, where for the first time the question of whether torture was epistemically reliable as a method of obtaining truth was asked seriously and answered with some reservations that it probably was a useless thing. Anyway, we'll talk about that in part 2, but before we get there, let's continue on. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So before we close this ancient Near Eastern chapter of the history and part 1 of the series, let's sit down with 3 specific documented scenes of ancient punishment in enough detail to make them real rather than merely statistical. Abstract discussion of mutilation and impalement risks exactly the kind of clinical detachment that allows us to discuss atrocity without actually confronting the humanness of it all. And if we're going to be honest about it, honest about torture, we kind of have a responsibility to resist that temptation. Yes, we have to be somewhat detached and we can't harp on about it, but we do have to remember that there is a very real human cost underlying the base numbers. Now, one further document from the Assyrian archive earns attention for the specific quality of its moral universe. It's called the Letter to God, a genre of Assyrian royal writing, in which the king reported to the deity Ashur the results of military campaigns, as though he was making an official accounting sheet to a superior. These letters were not public documents in the same sense of the palace reliefs. They were ritual communications addressed to the divine patron of the Assyrian state, and in them, kings described the details of their campaigns with a thoroughness and a particular kind of sincerity that differs from the propaganda of the annals. The letter writer was accounting to someone who already knew the truth. The letters described the slaughter of captives, the burning of cities, the desecration of enemy temples, and the mutilation of the enemy god's cult statues with a matter-of-fact completeness of a stone-cold inventory. The total absence of any apologetics, the sense that these acts required justification beyond the statement that Ashur had commanded them, makes the document some of the most useful evidence for the interior logic of Assyrian imperialism. Ashur was not a deity that required moral justification. He just required victory. The suffering of the enemy was proof of his favor. Now, the first scene comes from the annals of Ashurbanipal II, who in 879 BCE suppressed a revolt in the city of Suru in the region of Bit Halupe. The city had rebelled under the leadership of a man named Ahiyababa, and when Ashur-narsipal, excuse me, I said Ashurbanipal, didn't I? It's Ashur-narsipal II. Correct myself. Well, when Ashur-narsipal recaptured it, he applied his full repertoire. Now, this is his words. We have an account from him. Quote, I captured many troops alive. From some, I cut off their hands and fingers. From others, I cut off their noses, ears, and fingers. Many I put out their eyes. I made one pile of the living, and one of the heads. I hung their heads on the trees around the city. Well, the survivors were then forced to watch the display before being deported. The specific detail of the two piles, the one of the living mutilated and the one of the severed heads, which I don't know which one is more horrifying, well, it's all designed to maximize the psychological impact. The living pile could not see the head pile. Many had their eyes removed, you see, but they could hear the reactions of whoever was watching. The head pile served as a permanent installation until the flesh decayed. The trees with their hanging heads were a medium-term installation, visible from the road approaches to the city. Everything about this scene was calculated for maximum duration of effect, and dare I say it would have worked quite well. The second scene comes from the tomb robbery papyri, and concerns a man named Pekaru, interrogated in the 29th year of Ramesses III, about a robbery of a royal storehouse. The papyrus records, quote, the man was examined by beating on his feet and his hands. He said, I have not stolen anything belonging to the great God. He was examined again. He said, I swear by all the great gods that the reports made against me are false. He was then released for lack of further evidence. Well, this scene, bureaucratic, procedural, almost mundane in its record-keeping, shows the specific quality of the Egyptian judicial torture. It was a routine administration step in the investigation, documented with the same neutral language used to record any other official action, and the failure of the torture to produce a confession was recorded and accepted without apparent frustration. If the system had a logic, it was followed, and when logic didn't produce a result, well, the record reflected that too. The pain Pekaru experienced was real. The system that imposed it treated it as a technical matter. The third scene is the most famous and contested, and that's Ctesias's account of the death of Mithridates in 401 by Scaphism, preserved in the latter compilation of Photius. Mithridates had killed that Persian prince, Cyrus the Younger, at the Battle of Cunaxa, but he did it in a way that deprived the king of the credit for the kill, which was, in political terms, intolerable. The king Artaxerxes sentenced him to Scaphism for this presumption, and by Ctesias's account, on the 17th day, when those assigned to attend him pulled open the upper bone, they found his flesh consumed and swarming with insects, while he himself, still living, corroded away with gangrene and decomposition. The precise details of the account have been debated by physiologists and historians, whether 17 days is plausible, whether the insects would colonize the enclosed spaces described. But the general method is possible, and the political logic is impeccable. A man who had transgressed against royal prerogative was made to die in a manner that maximized both the duration and intensity of the suffering, and in a way that could be reported to others as a warning. Whatever the precise accuracy of the legend, it preserves the Persian logic of punishment with complete fidelity, that suffering should be proportionate not to the crime but to the message that needs to be sent. So looking across the full range of ancient Near Eastern and Egyptian traditions, several features emerge as consistent and structurally important. rather than merely local or incidental. The first is the complete absence of any significant tradition of moral critique of judicial torture within these civilizations. The Mesopotamian legal texts do not contain arguments that torture is unreliable. They hadn't quite figured that out yet. The Egyptian administrative records do not contain expressions of concern about the suffering of the accused. The Assyrian annals don't really do much about it either. The absence of critique is not evidence that ancient people did not feel horror at extreme suffering. The human capacity for empathy is not a recent invention, but it is evidence that the cultural and intellectual resources for translating that empathy into a systematic critique of state-inflicted suffering did not quite exist in these traditions, or did not exist in forms that left documentary traces. Now, the second consistent feature is the instrumental character of the suffering, its orientation toward purposes beyond itself. Ancient judicial torture was not practiced for pleasure of those who inflicted it, or at least was not officially framed in those terms. The private satisfactions of individual torturers are beyond the reach of historical record. But hey, if you take up a job like that, you'd have to be a very specific kind of person. It was practiced to produce confessions, deter future offenses, and demonstrate royal power, to communicate strategic messages to external audiences, to appease divine requirements for justice to be seen, and to manage the bodies of the condemned in ways that served the economic interests of the state. The suffering was a means, not an end, and its various justifications constituted a toolkit that ancient administrators could deploy, depending on which purpose was most relevant in the given context. Now, this instrumental logic is not unique to the ancient world. It will persist in every subsequent tradition and episode of organized torture. But it was in the ancient world that it was first explicitly articulated and built into the administrative machinery of complex states. The third consistent feature is the relationship between torture and visibility. Every tradition we have examined shared the assumption that suffering needed to be seen, and that the audience was constitutive to the punishment rather than merely incidental to it. This is the feature that distinguishes the ancient world most sharply from the modern. The ancient logic of torture was fundamentally a logic of display, just sending a message. When that logic eventually came under pressure, when philosophical traditions developed legal traditions, the result was not the elimination of torture, but just its migration to underground places. Torture that cannot be displayed still happens. It simply happens in different places, for different reasons, with different kind of justifications. The history of those transformations is the history of the next 7 parts of the series, so we won't give it all away. Now, the ancient world's answer to the question of what pain is, what pain was for, was unambiguous, systematic, and expressed in some of the most striking visual and literary records that have survived from human antiquity. The Assyrian king, standing in his palace, surrounded by the reliefs of impaled enemies. The Egyptian scribe recording the results of the bastinado in that tomb robbery investigation, and the Persian satrap recording that multi-stage humiliation of a rebel king for the maximum public impact. They are not aberrations, but products of a sophisticated civilization, operating according to clear, internally consistent logic about the relationship between authority, violence, and order. And this is the same logic that had those people living in cities looking at nomads outside and calling them barbarians and savages. Think about that. Understanding that logic and taking it seriously as a coherent system rather than one as evidence of backwardness is the necessary beginning of any honest history of torture, because the logic did not die with the ancient world. Rather, it was absorbed, modified, challenged, partly suppressed, and variously reinvented by every civilization that followed. Now, up next in the series is Greece and Rome, those two great civilizations that rather dominate the historical discourse of the ancient world. And we'll find out what they did with the inheritance of the ancient Near East is both more philosophically sophisticated and in some respects more immediately familiar than anything that came before. But of course, that's going to have to wait until next time. I hope you enjoyed today's part 1. It's going to be an interesting series. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. We're going to continue on to part 2. Thank you for liking, commenting, and subscribing, and thank you to those keeping us crowdfunded and ad-free with the links in the pinned comment and video description. Good night, and I'll see you in part 2. Hello everyone, and welcome back to A Complete History of Torture. If you enjoyed part 1, I'm glad to see you here in part 2 for more unpleasantries. Before we begin, thank you to those keeping us ad-free, sponsor-free, and crowd-funded. Links are available in the pinned comment and video description. If you can't do that, a like, comment, subscribe goes a long way. Now let's begin. Let's start it off in 399 BCE. In Athens, the world's first democracy, and the birthplace of philosophy, the civilization that had produced Sophocles, Thucydides, and would shortly produce Plato. In the same year, they executed a 70-year-old philosopher named Socrates for impiety and corrupting the youth. The execution was conducted by poison, which was considered to be a relatively humane method. In fact, they got Socrates to do the dirty work himself. The trial that preceded it was conducted according to elaborate procedural rules designed to ensure fairness. The jury that convicted him numbered 500 citizens, but everything about the affair was conducted with the forms and the self-consciousness of a society that prided itself on rational governance and the rule of law. And at every stage of the proceedings, the testimony of the enslaved witnesses involved was extracted by the application of physical pain, because Athenian law held that enslaved people could not tell the truth without a little bit of torture to encourage them. And so, the jury that condemned Socrates for corrupting reason had the products of torture read into the record as a matter of simple routine. This is the central paradox of the classical world's relationship with suffering, and it is a paradox that the classical world itself was sophisticated enough to partly recognize, but not quite resolve. The Greeks and Romans did not simply inherit the ancient Near Eastern tradition of torture as a political spectacle and administer it with new efficiency. They did something considerably more interesting and considerably more consequential for the subsequent history. They embedded torture into the formal logic of their legal systems, subjected it to philosophical analysis, articulated both its rationale and its limitations in explicit theoretical terms, and then expanded its scope steadily over the centuries, while never quite abandoning the framework that was supposed to limit it. The result? A tradition of judicial torture that came equipped with its own critique. A body of arguments about why torture was unreliable, excessive, or philosophically problematic that coexist with the ongoing practice without ever managing to stop it. That combination of practice torture and theoretical unease is the specific legacy of the classical world, and it is the inheritance that medieval and early modern Europe would receive, debate, and ultimately decide what they were going to do with it. But the classical world also added something that the Near East had not developed in the same form: the idea of the spectacle as entertainment. The Roman arena, with its systematic killing of animals, prisoners, criminals, and slaves before tens of thousands of paying customers, it represents a transformation in the social function of public suffering. Now, whereas the Assyrian palace reliefs had displayed torture as propaganda aimed at specific political audiences, the Roman games turned suffering into a product, a form of popular entertainment that the state provided to its citizens as a demonstration of this imperial generosity, the bread and circuses. Understanding the full range of what the classical world did with organized suffering requires holding both of these dimensions simultaneously: the philosophical courtroom and the Colosseum, the Bassanos and the beast hunts, Aristotle's skeptical footnote about the unreliability of torture, and the midday executions where criminals were sent into the arena, unarmed, to be torn apart while the audience sipped their wine and ate their lunch. Let's get into part 2, huh? And we'll start right there at Athens' dirty little secret. The Athenian legal system's dependence on the Bassanos extended to civil as well as criminal proceedings. Property disputes, inheritance cases, commercial contracts, and the full range of matters that came before the Athenian courts could involve the testimony of enslaved household members, and that testimony's admissibility depended on the torture institution. The practical effect was to create a system in which the most intimate witnesses to many transactions were enslaved people who ran Athenian households, managed the affairs, and accompanied their owners on most significant occasions. They were simultaneously the most potentially useful witnesses and the most procedurally expensive ones to deploy. The formal challenge to submit a slave to torture required the cooperation of the opposing party, and it was supposed to elaborate negotiation about the conditions of that examination, but it also raised questions about damage to valuable property if the tortured slave died or was permanently injured. The lawyers of Athens became expert at deploying and deflecting torture challenges in ways that had everything to do with rhetorical strategy and nothing to do with what the actual content of what the tortured slave might say. The institution served the legal system's formal requirements for admissible enslaved testimony, while simultaneously generating a body of forensic technique around those requirements that could be entirely divorced from any genuine inquiry about the truth of the matter at hand. Now, that word, bassanos, it actually means touchstone, the stone used to test the purity of gold by rubbing metal against it and examining the resulting streak. But that was the Athenian legal institution under which testimony from enslaved people could be admitted in court. But the rules were explicit. Enslaved testimony was only valid if extracted under physical coercion, because the law held that only pain could guarantee the truth of a person who lacked the social standing, the honor, to speak truthfully as a matter of personal dignity. The free Athenian citizen had something to lose by lying. He had his reputation, his standing in the community, his claim to the respect of his peers. The enslaved person didn't have any of these things, or was presumed to have none of them, and therefore had nothing that would motivate truth-telling under ordinary circumstance. Pain supplied the motivation that honor could not. That's pretty sad, isn't it? Well, the institutional form of the Bassanos was a formal challenge, the proklasis, in which one litigant offered to surrender his slaves to be tortured by the opposing party, or demanded that the opposing party surrender their slaves for torture by him. The challenge had to be formally stated, formally accepted or refused, and the refusal of a torture challenge was itself taken as evidence of guilt. You see, if you were unwilling to put your slaves under torture, the implication was that you knew what they were going to say under duress, and you feared it. The logic of the ancient world. Well, it is what it is. The torture itself was conducted by professionals in the presence of witnesses who could attest to both the procedure and the results. These professionals were called the Basanistae. The tortured slave's testimony was then available for use in court proceedings, read into the records as a species of evidence whose specific status was guaranteed by the suffering through which it had been procured. What the torture actually involved is not completely documented. The legal speeches that are our primary source focus on the challenge and the result, rather than the physical details. But the general toolkit available included the rack, the strappado, which is basically when they tie your arms behind your back and hoist you up to produce the dislocation of the shoulders. Go on, put your arms behind your back and imagine that they're tied together, and then imagine someone's pulling them up. Yeah, it's that. Not good, huh? Well, then there was the old-fashioned beating with rods. They would burn you. And there was the use of the wheel. The legal speeches of the Attic orators give us our clearest view of how the institution actually functioned in practice, not through descriptions of physical methods, but through the rhetorical games played around the torture challenge. In Demosthenes, in Isaias, in Antiphon, the challenge to submit slaves to torture is deployed as a forensic weapon. Issuing a challenge you know will be refused looks better than accepting a challenge you know will produce damaging results. The Athenian courts were sophisticated enough that offering the Basanos could itself be a calculated bluff, and the rhetoricians' speeches show that both sides understood the game that they were playing. The tortured bodies of enslaved people were, in this framework, pieces of a rhetorical contest, conducted between free male citizens over their heads. The philosophical reflection on the Basanos with the Athenian intellectual tradition is most importantly represented by Aristotle's brief but pointed critique in the Rhetoric. Aristotle lists torture among the forms of non-technical proof, evidence that the speaker does not generate himself but must use as found. He notes with a characteristic analytical precision that the torture evidence is unreliable in both directions. People in pain will say whatever they think will end the pain, and this may be either a true confession or a false one. He further notes that people of strong character can endure torture and refuse to confess to things that they did, while people of weaker character will confess to things they did not do. The observation is entirely correct, and has remained correct for every subsequent society that has used judicial torture. It is also entirely ineffective. The Athenian institution of the Basanos was not abolished on the basis of Aristotle's critique or on the basis of anyone else's. The institution was defended on the grounds that lay outside the domain that the epistemological critique addressed. The question was not whether tortured testimony was reliable, but whether enslaved testimony obtained any other way was legitimate at all. And the answer to that question was determined by the social status of the enslaved, not by the analysis of the accuracy of this coerced confession. Well, let's move away and look at Sparta, because Athens' relationship with judicial torture was fairly ambivalent, to be honest, practiced routinely, critiqued, embedded in a legal system that simultaneously came to value reason and justice, whereas Sparta's relationship was something a little different. It was more honest, in a sense, about what it was doing, and more systematic in its application of suffering as a deliberate instrument of social formation. Where Athens tortured enslaved people in the service of free citizens' legal disputes, Sparta did it to everyone, including its own children, all in the service of a social project whose logic was unambiguous. Spartan citizenship required the capacity to endure suffering, and that capacity could be produced by training, and the training required pain. Now, the agoge, the Spartan educational system, began at age 7, when boys were removed from their families and placed into the collective system of military and civic training that would occupy them until the age of 30. The physical hardships of the agoge were deliberate and graduated. Inadequate food that required boys to supplement their rations by stealing, which was what you were meant to do, but if you were caught, you got beaten. Not for the stealing, but for getting caught. The lesson being competence at evasion rather than honesty. You'd also have to sleep in the cold, on beds of reeds that they had to cut themselves, being assigned to older boys as servants in ways that exposed them to routine physical abuse, and the systematic physical punishment administered by the Arenes, the older youth, who served as trainers and disciplinarians. Pain was the curriculum. The capacity to suffer without displaying weakness was the primary virtue the system aimed to produce, and suffering was therefore inflicted in quantities necessary to develop that capacity to the required standard. Now, the most theatrical expression of this principle was the ritual flogging at the altar of Artemis Orthia, which in its classical form involved boys competing to steal cheeses from the altar while being whipped by an official flogger. The boys who lasted longest without crying won honor. Those who fainted or screamed or shed a tear, they were punished more. The contest was not a punishment for anything. It was rather a competitive demonstration of endurance, a spectacle whose audience included adult Spartans, and in later periods when Sparta became more of a tourist attraction for curious Greeks and Romans, visitors from across the Mediterranean who came specifically to watch the ritual flogging and were apparently provided with a comfortable seat to do so, enjoyed this as kind of a macabre tourist attraction. Lucian mentions the practice with the air of someone describing this sort of tourist destination. Cicero claims to have seen it personally. What was a production of hardened warriors became over the centuries a performance of Spartan identity for external consumption, a case study in how the institutionalization of pain can acquire a theatrical dimension that eventually separates it from its original social purpose. The connection between the Spartan flogging institution and the later development of ritual pain as a form of social initiation is worth noting here because it identifies one of the persistent structural features of organized suffering that the classical world bequeathed to subsequent history, and that is the use of endured pain as a kind of credential. The Spartan boy who survived the altar flogging had demonstrated something: his capacity for endurance, his willingness to subordinate his body's protests to the demand of his community's values. And that demonstration gave him a standing that comfort could not provide. This logic, the pain voluntarily entered, validates the person who endures it, while pain imposed on the unwilling degrades the person who suffers it. That is a distinction that runs through the history of organized suffering in ways that have consistently confused the moral analysis. It will appear in the Christian martyrdom tradition, where the willingness to suffer for one's faith is what makes the suffering redemptive. Excuse me. It will also appear in the initiation rituals of warrior cultures across multiple traditions, and the specific rhetoric of ascetic discipline in medieval monasticism. there's a difference between the pain that you choose. It means something different in this framework from the pain that is done to you, though the physiological experience may be the same. And the people who are defining which category your suffering falls into are rarely the ones doing the suffering themselves. Well, next, before we move on, we have the Crypteia, the secret police institution by which young Spartan men were sent into the Helot territories at night to murder any Helot who seemed too capable, too well fed, or too likely to lead a revolt. That was the darkest institutional expression of the Spartan relationship with organized suffering. The Helots, the enslaved population of Laconia and Messenia, whose agricultural labor sustained the Spartan citizen class, were formally declared at war by Sparta each year, a legal fiction that allowed killing them without incurring the religious pollution of homicide. The Crypteia operationalized this declaration. Young Spartans living rough in the countryside, with only a knife and their wits, killed Helots at their discretion, selecting those whose qualities made them the most threatening to the social order. The Crypteia was simultaneously a practical instrument of social control, a method of terrorizing a subject population whose numbers substantially exceeded those of their masters, and a final examination for the agoge. The young man who had been trained to endure suffering was now deployed to inflict it, completing that circuit that Spartan social philosophy required. Well, let's talk about the Romans. Going a little bit later in time, the Roman legal tradition approached torture with a rigor that reflected their broader genius for transforming practices into procedures, customs into law, and, well, frankly, violence into administration. The Quaestio, literally inquiry or examination, was the formal institution of judicial torture in Roman law, and in the Republican period it operated under a set of restrictions whose logic was analogous to the Athenian basanos. Torture was legally permitted only for enslaved people, and on the grounds that free Roman citizens possessed the dignitas, the personal dignity and social standing that rendered their testimony credible without physical coercion. A free man had his honor to compel truth. The enslaved person only had pain. Just not fair, isn't it? No. The practical administration of the Quaestio was conducted by the carnifex, the executioner/torturer, a figure of considerable social importance and considerable social stigma. The carnifex was a public official whose functions were both necessary and rather grim. Necessary because the state required an agent who could apply physical force in judicial contexts without the proceedings being contaminated by private interest, and polluting because the physical handling of condemned bodies, the administration of suffering, and the execution of the condemned were all understood as forms of contact with death and degradation that required ritual management. The carnifex typically lived outside the city walls, could not enter public baths or certain public spaces, and was excluded from various forms of civic participation. Rome managed the paradox of the indispensable torturer by making him simultaneously necessary and untouchable, a pattern that would persist in various forms throughout the medieval and early modern periods. The Roman toolkit of judicial torture was more explicitly documented than the Athenian, and the primary sources allow a reasonably detailed reconstruction of what was actually happening. The Eculeus, sometimes translated as the little horse or the rack, was a frame that stretched the body by means of ropes attached to the wrists and ankles, creating a progressive dislocation of the shoulder and the hip joints under the victim's own body weight or under additional mechanical tension. The pain produced by this method builds slowly and becomes overwhelming. The shoulders begin to dislocate within minutes of suspension. and the resulting pain in the joints, combined with the compression in the chest that makes breathing difficult, produces a state of desperate physical distress that intensifies without plateau until the victim loses consciousness or the examiner relents. Then there was the flagrum, the Roman scourge, a handle with multiple thongs tipped with lead pellets or bone. This could lacerate the skin to the bone with sufficient application. The burning of hot metal plates against the skin, the crushing of extremities and various forms of suspension that placed the body weight on specific joints in ways accelerated the production of pain, were all documented in Roman legal and literary sources. The specific account of Regulus's torture of Servius Sulpicius Galba's slaves, recorded in Pliny the Younger's letters, by the way, gives us one of the most detailed pictures of the Quaestio in aristocratic Roman domestic practice. Regulus, the advocate and apparent villain of several of Pliny's letters, is described using the formal torture of a dead man's slaves to invalidate a will, applying the Quaestio to enslaved people who had witnessed their owner's final dispositions in order to extract testimony that would support his claims against the estate. Pliny describes with evident disgust, but his disgust is focused on Regulus's moral character and his abusive exploitation of the procedure rather than of the procedure itself. The Quaestio is a legitimate instrument in Pliny's legal universe. Regulus is simply using it for bad ends. The distinction between legitimate use and the abuse of an instrument that is itself accepted as legitimate is one of the most persistent features of Roman attitudes towards judicial torture, and it represents a form of moral engagement with the institution that never quite arrives at questioning whether the institution in and of itself is the real problem. The legal speeches and letters that give us our most detailed picture of the Quaestio in operational form reveal a system that was simultaneously principled and flexible. Principled in its formal insistence on procedural limits, and flexible in the ways that those limits were interpreted and extended. Cicero's speeches contain multiple references to the Quaestio, and his rhetoric around the use of torture evidence follows the same pattern that we observed in the Athenian orators. The torture challenge as a rhetorical move, the results of the Quaestio as evidence, whose reliability Cicero questions vigorously when the results are inconvenient, and endorses enthusiastically when they are useful to him. His speech, Pro Sulla, defending a man accused of involvement in the Catilinarian conspiracy, contains one of the most nakedly instrumental arguments about torture evidence in the ancient record. The torture testimony that exculpates his client is reliable because it was obtained under proper procedure. The torture testimony that implicates his client is unreliable because the torturer was biased. The epistemological critique of torture in Cicero's hands became a flexible forensic weapon rather than a principled objection to the institution. But next up, of course, we've got the signature Roman punishment, and that is crucifixion. Of course, this was reserved for slaves, pirates, rebels, enemies of the state. Romans themselves didn't get it. It was employed across the full geographic extent of the empire, and it designed to have a deliberateness of purpose that becomes more apparent the more carefully you examine both the physiology of the method and the context in which it was applied. The cross was not primarily an execution device, you see. It was more of a display device, kind of like a frame for the portrait. The execution was incidental to the display. What Rome was doing with crucifixion was making a permanent, visible, and slowly deteriorating advertisement of the consequences of certain categories of behavior, positioned along roadsides and at city gates, where the maximum number of people would be required to observe it. The physiological reality of crucifixion has been studied by modern medical researchers, and the findings show both the extreme suffering involved and the specific choices that maximize its duration. The condemned person, typically already severely weakened by flogging with the flagrum, which had the practical effect of opening the back to the bone, by the way, was affixed to the cross either by ropes or nails driven through the wrists, by the way, not the palms, which would not support the body weight. You also have a little nail through the feet. So when you see those depictions of Christ with the nails through the hands, they're all incorrect. They would not have put them through the hands. The hands would have dislocated and ripped off. You've got to put them through the wrists. It's a more sturdy joint. Anyway, the primary cause of death in crucifixion is respiratory failure. The position of the arms, raised and extended, makes breathing increasingly difficult as the chest muscles fatigue. And I am currently putting my arms up to sort of think about that. Well, the condemned person must repeatedly push themselves up on their nailed feet to exhale, and then sag back down to inhale, in a cycle that becomes more agonizing and more strained with each repetition, until the muscles can no longer perform it. Death from this cause could take anywhere from a few hours to a few days, and it depends on the physical condition of the victim. The temperature also plays a part, and whether the legs had been broken. A mercy killing known as crucifixion, which accelerated death by eliminating the ability to push up and breathe. They call it a mercy killing, but, well, doesn't sound too merciful. The exposure, the dehydration, and the shock of the original flogging all contributed to additional vectors of the suffering to the respiratory process. A person dying on a cross was simultaneously suffocating, dehydrating, losing blood from wounds, unable to protect their face from insects and birds, and fully conscious for most of the process. Rome employed crucifixion on a scale that modern accounts rarely convey with the adequate concreteness. After the suppression of Spartacus's slave revolt in 71 BCE, the Roman general Crassus crucified 6,000 captured slaves along the Appian Way. That was the primary road between Rome and Capua, by the way. There was one cross every 30 to 40 meters, for a distance of over 200 kilometers. Gives you an idea of how many they killed. So a traveler on the Appian Way, in the weeks after the suppression, could not have made the journey without passing through this uninterrupted avenue of dying and rotting bodies. The message was clear. It was calibrated for its specific audience, slaves throughout the empire, whose labor sustained the entire Roman economic system, and who, by the way, outnumbered free citizens in some regions by a substantial margin. You see, Spartacus, he had demonstrated the military capability of a mass slave uprising. Crassus was demonstrating what the consequences of that capacity, when not sufficiently suppressed, would look like at a full Roman scale. The 6,000 crosses were not a record of shame. They were a policy statement, written in crucified bodies along the most visible road in Italy. The social logic of reserving crucifixion for the lowest categories of persons, slaves, pirates, criminals of non-citizen status, was part of its communicative function. A Roman citizen could not be crucified. The punishment was incompatible with the dignity that Roman citizenship gave you. This exclusion was not merely a privilege. It was part of a social syntax of the punishment, because you see, crucifixion spoke most clearly when it was inflicted upon those whose bodies were already understood as available to the state in ways that citizen bodies were not. The humiliation built into the method, the nakedness, the public exposure, the physical helplessness, and the inability to drive away the birds and insects, that was the point, rather than the side effect. To be crucified was to be revealed as the kind of person to whom this could be done to, a person without the social standing that would make such treatment an outrage rather than just a procedure. The history of legal torture is, among other things, a history of exceptions. Every society that has formalized judicial torture has simultaneously established limitations on who could be tortured and under what circumstance. And every society that has done so has then discovered that the exceptions are more elastic than the rules. Rome's experience of this dynamic is most thoroughly documented in the ancient world, and the pattern it traces will be reproduced with remarkable fidelity in every subsequent European legal tradition. The foundational principle of Roman torture law, that free citizens could not be subjected to the Quaestio, held reasonably well through the Republican period. But the early empire began generating exceptions that the principle could not contain. The most significant was the exception for the maestas, treason against Rome, for the Roman state, the emperor's person, the most sacred, which Roman law placed in a special category of crime, so severe that the ordinary protections of citizenship were suspended. A citizen accused of treason against the emperor could be tortured, because the injury alleged was so fundamental to the Roman order that the safeguards designed for ordinary criminal proceedings were deemed to be insufficient. This exception, the treason rule, the emergency suspension of these normal protections, will appear again in the inquisitorial procedures of medieval Europe, in the extraordinary tribunals of the modern states, and in the enhanced interrogation debates of the 21st century. The logic is identical across all of these contexts. The crime is so severe, the stakes so high, the normal rules are all of a sudden insufficient. The specific crime and the state, the specific crime and the specific state change. The structure of the argument does not. So under the emperors, the expansion of torture beyond the enslaved accelerated in ways that legal texts documented with, frankly, a little bit of embarrassment. The Roman jurist Ulpian, writing in the early 3rd century CE, acknowledges that torture had been extended to certain categories of free persons, the humiliores, the lower status free population, whose practical claims to dignitas were minimal, even if their legal status as citizens was intact, while theoretically remaining prohibited from the honestiores, the respectable citizen class. The practical distinction between these categories in a legal proceeding was determined by the magistrate's assessment of the accused's social standing, which gave individual judges substantial discretion to decide who was protected and who was not. The formal legal principle that citizens could not be tortured was maintained. The population of persons who actually enjoyed the protection contracted steadily. By the late Empire, the torture of free persons was sufficiently routine that the legal texts addressed it as a normal category, requiring regulation rather than as an exception requiring justification. A step backwards, effectively. The personal testimony of individual victims of imperial torture, rare in the ancient record since the people most likely to be tortured would be the least likely to leave literary traces, survives most fully in the accounts of the Christian Martyrs, whose suffering was documented by their communities as a kind of record of martyrdom and spiritual triumph. These accounts are not unbiased historical sources, though. They were written for these specific theological purposes and are shaped by a genre of conventions of martyrdom in that kind of literature, rather than the imperatives of neutral reporting. But you don't get much neutrality from many ancient sources anyway. But they do preserve a lot of good things embedded in their framework of this hagiography, details of Roman torture methods that are physiologically consistent and contextually plausible. The stretching on the rack, the tearing with the iron claws, the burning with hot irons and torches, and the suffocation by smoke. These are the standard Roman toolkits applied to a new category of victim, and the Christian account's interest in the physical specificity of suffering was not mere morbidity, but rather a theological argument that the body endured these things without apostasy is a true demonstration of the faith that it professed. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about them later, but first let's talk about the arena. The Roman arena occupies a pretty interesting position in the history of suffering, because it represents the transformation of torture from a legal instrument into one of entertainment, a product that the state provided to its citizens as a demonstration of imperial generosity and as a collective experience of sanctioned violence that served social and political functions whose complexity modern scholars are still umming and ahhing about. Now, the games were not simply a matter of bloodthirsty crowds demanding gore. They were a real institution. There was economic, political, and religious factors that really pulled them together. And the social fabric of Roman life really couldn't go without it. It was a form of religious observance, political communication, and a display of military trophies from time to time, even a mechanism for managing the criminal population. The midday executions. Nowadays we have the midday movie. Back then you had the ludi meridiani, the midday execution, perhaps the least glamorous and most nakedly punitive component of the games program, conducted between morning beast hunts and the afternoon gladiatorial combats, while much of the amphitheatre was emptying for lunch. They were the slot in which condemned criminals were killed in ways designed to maximize suffering and public visibility. The condemned were sent into the arena, unarmed, to be killed by armed men, or were exposed to wild animals without weapons, or perhaps they were made to reenact mythological scenes of death. The criminal condemned for playing Orpheus would be killed by a bear. The criminal condemned for playing Daedalus would fall from a height. These kinds of things. Well, the theatrical dimension was not an accident. The mythological overlay gave the execution a cultural context that simultaneously entertained and communicated the magistrate's wit and learning, a sort of grim sense of humor, I suppose. In any case, the suffering was real. It's just that the framing was literary. The dead man's last moments were stage directions. The damnatio ad bestias, condemnation to the beasts, was the arena's most spectacular execution method, and its specific horror lay in the combination of extreme violence with the audience's complete visual access to it. The condemned person was placed in the arena with a variety of large carnivores, all the scary ones too. You had lions, crocodiles, bulls, bears, this kind of thing, sometimes leopards, who had typically been kept hungry to ensure their aggression. They had been starving them, teasing them, singing off cue. You know what I mean. The killing was not quick. Animals did not efficiently kill under the chaotic conditions of an arena, and the victim might survive multiple attacks in a state of increasing injury, blood loss, and shock, visible to the tens of thousands of spectators throughout. The Colosseum in Rome, which could hold approximately 50,000 people, was specifically designed with sightliness that gave every seat a clear view of the same arena floor, ensuring that the maximum number of citizens could participate simultaneously in the spectacle. The engineering of the building was in service of the audience experience. The hydraulic systems that flooded the arena for naval battles, the mechanisms that raised animals and scenery from the basement, and the trapdoors in the corridors, all of these sophisticated technologies, for the time, existed to make the production of suffering more impressive, more varied, and more visual. Of course, then there's the noise and the smell. That deserves a moment of attention, because the modern imagination's picture of the arena derived largely from film, which of course emphasizes the visual, underweighs the sensory dimensions that would have dominated the experience of 50,000 spectators packed together in a structure without modern sanitation or ventilation. The smell of blood, animal dung, and the bowels of the killed was pervasive. Contemporaries mention it. The sound, i.e. the roar of the crowd, the noise of the animals, and the screaming, was physically overwhelming in an enclosed space of that size. The architecture that we admire today as an engineering achievement was simultaneously a machine for concentrating sound and smell and heat, and the visual spectacle of organized death into a single experience, and the collective arousal of 50,000 people simultaneously participating in that experience created a social intensity that no individual could have replicated in private. And I don't know why they want to. The games were, among their other functions, one of the most powerful mechanisms of social bonding available to the Roman state. Shared participation in collective violence creates solidarity of a specific and unusually durable kind, as every society that has organized public executions or spectacles of punishment has discovered. The social function of the gladiatorial games was more complex than that simple picture of sadistic entertainment. The gladiators were predominantly slaves, prisoners of war, or condemned criminals who had been trained at considerable expense in the gladiatorial schools. The cost of training a competent gladiator was also substantial, and the economics of the games favored survival over death in most bouts. The mortal combats that modern popular imagination associates with the arena, they were the exception. Most gladiator bouts ended with the defeat but not the death of one participant, and the decision to kill a defeated gladiator was made by the editor, the official presiding the games, on the basis of the crowd's expressed preference and the quality of the defeated man's performance. This system gave the Roman crowd a genuine decision-making role in the proceedings, a form of democratic participation in state violence that served the political purpose of involving the citizenry in the administrative justice, while simultaneously gratifying the specifically Roman appetite for displays of courage under pressure. The gladiator who fought well and died bravely was honored. The one who begged for mercy was in the Roman morality contemptible. The arena was, among other things, a machine for producing displays of the Roman virtues of courage and endurance, enacted with devastating irony, primarily by the enslaved people and criminals whose social status placed them at the furthest possible remove from citizen virtue. So I said we'd get back to the Christian martyrdoms, and, well, here we are. The Roman persecutions of Christianity, episodic under Nero, more systematic under Decius in 249 and under Valerian in the 250s, and most comprehensively under Diocletian, beginning in 303 CE, produced a body of literature about torture that's unlike anything in the ancient world before it, because it was written from the perspective of the tortured, rather than the torturer, and because it was written with the explicit purpose of making the suffering meaningful, rather than simply recording it. The Acts of the Martyrs, the accounts of Christian deaths under Roman persecution, constitute the first sustained literary tradition in Western history in which the body is subjected to judicial torture and becomes a site of spiritual significance, rather than just a judicial process. The specific tortures described in the accounts are consistent with what we know of Roman methods, which increases their credibility as historical documents, even when their theological framing is transparently promotional. The martyrs of Lyon, described in a letter preserved by Eusebius from approximately 177 CE, were subjected to the standard Roman toolkit, applied with systematic thoroughness. The iron claws that tore the flesh from the bone, the rack, the hot irons, the wild animals in the arena, etc. All the usual suspects. A woman named Blandina, described as physically small and apparently frail, is specifically noted as having survived an extended period of torture that exhausted the torturers. Quote, "They were ashamed and confessed that they were beaten, for they had nothing more that they could do to her." She was eventually killed by a combination of methods after being suspended from a stake in the arena. The theological point of her survival was explicit. Divine grace sustained her body beyond what human flesh could normally endure, making her suffering itself a form of testimony to the truth of her faith. Pain, in this framework, had been transformed from an instrument of judicial investigation into one of divine revelation. The intellectual architecture that martyrdom traditions built around the tortured body would prove to be consequential for the subsequent history of torture in the Christian West, because it created a framework in which suffering could be condemned as an injustice but also celebrated. The martyr's body was both the site of Roman cruelty and one of divine grace. The suffering was both the wrong done to an innocent person and the mechanism by which that person's sanctity was demonstrated. The double valuation of the suffering as a bad and redemptive is not unique to Christianity, but the martyrdom tradition gave it a specifically Christian form, grounded in the central narrative of a religion whose founder had been tortured and executed by the same judicial apparatus that would shape Christian thinking about pain and punishment for the next 2,000 years. A religion founded on the torture and crucifixion of its own God had from its very origin a complex and somewhat contradictory relationship to the infliction of deliberate suffering. The account of Perpetua, a young North African noblewoman who was arrested with several companions in Carthage in 203, during a wave of persecution under Septimius Severus, provides the most intimate surviving first-person record of what Roman judicial processing of Christians actually felt like from the inside. Perpetua kept a diary, and the diary was preserved and extended after her death by an anonymous editor, making it one of the earliest surviving texts in Latin written by a woman, and one of the most detailed personal accounts of Roman imprisonment and pending execution in the entire ancient corpus. What is interesting about Perpetua's account is not the torture, but the procedural ordinariness of her situation. She was processed through the Roman legal system in the normal way, appeared before a magistrate named Hilarianus, who gave her every opportunity to recant, but she refused to do so, and she was condemned to the arena, died in the beast hunt at Carthage. Her father, who appears repeatedly in the narrative pleading with her to save herself, is one of the most humanizing presences we have. An old man who loved his daughter and didn't understand why she was choosing death, whose incomprehension the text records with something that reads like a genuine compassion for his position, even while insisting on the necessity of her choice. The system that killed Perpetua was the same Roman legal and penal system that is documented in the jurists' texts and courtroom speeches. The martyrdom's tradition's achievement was to make that system visible from a perspective that had never been previously required to accommodate. The conversion of Constantine in 312 and the subsequent Christianization of the entire Roman Empire didn't end judicial torture. Stop the crucifixions, though. That's one thing. What it did do was shift the framework within which torture was justified. The Roman legal tradition continued pretty much unchanged. The Quaestio remained a standard feature of judicial procedure. The expansion of torture beyond the enslaved that had occurred under the emperors was not reversed, and the legal texts that governed the administration of pain were copied, preserved, and taught in the legal schools of the late Roman and post-Roman world. What changed, however, was the authority in whose name torture was conducted. It now had a theological as well as a civic dimension, and that The religion that provided that theological dimension had in fact in its own sacred narrative the most famous torture victim in history. The medieval world that would eventually develop the Inquisition and the witch trials, they would inherit both of these things. The Roman legal tradition that had normalized torture, and the Christian one that had survived that torture and built a sophisticated ideology around suffering. Well, the result, as the next part of our series will examine, was something that neither tradition alone could have produced. So the Greek and Roman civilizations that are conventionally treated as the foundations of Western culture left their signature on the history of torture in ways that distinguish their contribution from the ancient Near East tradition that preceded them. The first was the philosophical critique. For the first time in the historical record, within the same intellectual tradition that practiced judicial torture, we find explicit arguments about its unreliability. Aristotle's observation, the tortured people will say whatever ends the torture, is stunningly simple. It's an Occam's razor. But it is remarkable that this was made at all, and that it was preserved in one of the most widely read and most influential texts in the Western philosophical tradition. The observation did not stop the practice, however, but it did establish an intellectual resource that would be available for deployment by every subsequent generation that chose to use it. The second contribution was the legal framework, the articulation of formal rules about who could be tortured, under what circumstance, what oversight, and for what purpose. Rome's legal tradition gave judicial torture a bureaucratical structure, one that transformed torture from an act of raw power into one of administrative processing. Well, this bureaucratization of torture was in its own way a moral improvement on the unregulated cruelty of Assyrian war-making, in the sense that it imposed limits and procedures that did not previously exist. Once again, baby steps. But it was also in its own way a deterioration, in the sense that bureaucratic normalization makes practices more durable and more difficult to challenge. A formally regulated procedure with official personnel and documented rules is harder to abolish than an informal practice, because it has institutional interests invested in its continuation, and not to mention because its formal character makes it seem legitimate in ways that informal cruelty can't really do. But the third and most culturally distinctive contribution was the arena, the transformation of suffering into entertainment. The Roman games were the real democratization of torture as a spectacle, and this transformation had implications that would reverberate through subsequent history. Once the public infliction of suffering became entertainment, the appetite for it could be cultivated, expanded, and commercially developed in ways that had no obvious limit, and that generated their own institutional interests. While the gladiatorial schools, the animal catching enterprises, the arena construction industry, all of these were economic structures whose continued existence depended on the ongoing supply of the suffering as spectacle. The economics of the arena created constituencies with material interests in the perpetuation of institutionalized public pain. So what about Rome? Well, we all know that that fell 476 CE by the conventional date, though the reality of the fall was more gradual, a more complex process than any single date can capture. What does not fall, however, is the legal tradition, and that continues to be copied, taught, applied in the successor kingdoms of the Germanic West and in the surviving Eastern Empire at Byzantium. What does not fall is the Christian Church, which is now the institutional heir of both the Roman legal tradition and the martyrdom tradition that had grown up in opposition to it. And what else doesn't fall? Well, you have the specific paradox that the classical world had constructed and failed to resolve: the coexistence of a principled critique of torture's reliability with the ongoing practice of judicial torture as a normal instrument in legal proceedings. The medieval world will inherit this paradox, and in some respects, it will develop it to greater extremes than the classical world had imagined. Like we said at the start of part 1, you would think that as a civilization begins to grow more advanced, that, well, openness in thought, and with that, less things like torture would come along with it naturally. But that is just not the case. Well, things don't change. The medieval world becomes quite brutal. And this world, which, well, we are a product of, we come from this culture, it will also eventually generate the institutional and theological machinery, i.e. the Inquisition, that represents the most sophisticated attempt in Western history to rationalize the infliction of religious suffering within a coherent legal and theological framework. And of course, once you have a very set-in-stone legal framework, especially accompanied with a theological one, you can pretty much get away with anything. And, well, not to spoil anything, the Inquisition pretty much did get away with anything. But that's not for today. That's for part 3. And you're just going to have to wait until tomorrow if you are watching this on the day of release. And if you're not, I suppose you don't have to wait at all. You can just go straight on to watching it. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me for part 2 of our rather grim series, the complete history of torture. It's been understandably dark so far, so I do appreciate you staying with me. In any case, I will see you in part 3. Like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for everybody for supporting the channel, keeping us crowd-funded and ad and sponsor free. And I will see you tomorrow. Goodbye, and farewell for now. Hello and welcome back to part 3 of A Complete History of Torture. I hope you're enjoying this series so far and following along the playlist. Before we start, a quick thank you to those supporting, keeping us ad and sponsor free. Links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you can't do that, a like, comment, and subscribe will be just fine. Now, let us begin. A quick jump in time before we get back to our chronological approach. It'll all make sense. We are in 876, and Pope Nicholas I is writing a letter to the recently converted Bulgarians, explaining to them, among many other things, exactly what Christian legal procedure looked like when it's practiced correctly, showing them the ropes. After all, the Bulgarians were new to the game. They had just converted from paganism only 10 years earlier, and had written to Rome with a long list of pretty practical questions about what they were supposed to do. They were still trying to get used to this new Christian behavior. You had diet, dress, marriage, warfare, and ultimately questions of justice. Everything was changing, and they didn't want to put a step wrong and anger the papacy. Nicholas's reply to their question about judicial practice is one of the best documents we have in medieval legal history. It's an explicit, principled condemnation of torture that cuts through nearly a century of ecclesiastical equivocation on the subject with the clarity of a man who has actually thought carefully about what he believes. So what exactly did he believe? Well, he wrote, according to the laws, a confession ought to be spontaneous, not extracted by force. End quote. Now that's a pretty simple sentence, but for the time, in 876, that's quite revolutionary. He rejected the use of physical coercion to obtain confessions as contrary to both divine and human law, and he declared that a person who confessed under torture and then recanted was not to be treated as having confessed at all. He stated plainly that it was better to let the guilty go free than to coerce false testimony from the innocent, certainly breaking the trend. The letter represented the highest moral position on judicial torture to appear in any official Western document for the next 600 years. And I'm afraid to tell you that the document, while rather revolutionary, did not cause any revolutions. It was simply ignored. Not deliberately suppressed, but not officially reversed. Not even particularly disputed. It was simply set aside as the actual practice of justice in the Carolingian kingdoms, the Anglo-Saxon realms, the feudal lordships, and the Byzantine Empire continued on its own trajectory, without much reference to what the Bishop of Rome thought about the proper handling of the Bulgarian converts. This is a gap between the principled position and the practiced reality, and it's one of the defining features of early medieval law. It shows something important about the period that we're talking about in this episode, one which the sophisticated Roman legal apparatus had fragmented into local custom, divine judgment, and feudal authority, in which the Church was at the same time the most intellectually advanced institution in the Western world, and one of the most immediately dependent on whatever the local lord or community was willing to enforce. Well, also, the seeds are far more systematic in this apparatus. All of it would follow and be quietly planted in the ruins of the one that had preceded it. So today it's pretty much talking about the roughly 6 centuries between the conventional fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 and the intellectual revolution of the 11th century that began the recovery of Roman law and set the stage for the Inquisition. Of course, we're going to be talking about the Inquisition for pretty much 1.5 episodes, because it's quite a topic to cover. Tomorrow we'll talk about it a bit too. In any case, this is a period that gets less attention in the general history of torture than the dramatic episodes that bracket it. The Roman arena on one side and the medieval witch trial on the other. Partly because the early medieval evidence is a lot thinner and more dispersed, but also because the torture of this period is less institutionally organized and therefore less visible as a unified phenomenon. But this period matters enormously for understanding what came later, because it is in these 6 centuries that a specific combination of theological, legal, and political forces that produced the Inquisition was assembled, piece by piece, without any single authority being fully aware of what the assembled pieces would eventually build. So let's get straight into it. Now, the Germanic peoples who succeeded Rome in the governance of the Western Empire, i.e. the Visigoths in Spain, Ostrogoths in Italy, the Franks in Gaul, the Anglo-Saxons in Britain, they brought with them legal traditions whose foundational logic was substantially different from the Roman legal apparatus that they were partially inheriting, and I mean partially, never a full adoption until later times. Now, where Roman law had been a system of public law in which the state was the primary injured party in criminal proceedings, Germanic law was primarily a system of private law, organized around compensation of the victim's kin for harm done. The central institution was Wergild, literally man price. Gild, gold, gilded. You see how it all linguistically links up. The monetary value assigned to each person's life, however you calculate that, basically on social status, which the killer or the injurer was required to pay the victim's family to settle the dispute and prevent the blood feud that would otherwise follow. You buy yourself out of anything, I suppose. Well, the logic, and there was a logic to it, It was more ecological rather than moral. The function of the legal system was to prevent the destructive cycles of interfamily violence that could depopulate communities and destabilize social order, and the payment of Wergild performed this function by creating a formal mechanism for settling grievances that made ongoing violence unnecessary. The Wergild system had important consequences for the place of physical punishment in early medieval Germanic justice. Where the Roman system had used torture as an investigative tool and a physical punishment as a judicial sentence, the Wergild system had less immediate use for either. The primary question in most Germanic legal disputes was not about what had happened, but who owes what amount of money to who. And the primary remedy was financial rather than physical. Corporal punishment did exist in Germanic law. Enslaved people were subject to beating and mutilation for offenses that would earn free people a simple fine. But for free members of the community, the system's preference was for compensation over suffering. A free man's body was his own, in a way that the Roman legal tradition's treatment of humiliores had were consistently not recognized, and the Germanic legal systems, at least in their pre-Christianized forms, were considerably less enthusiastic than Rome about the idea that the state's judicial process had a claim on that body. The limits of the Wergild system became apparent as the Germanic kingdoms Christianized and centralized across the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries. The compensation logic required that both parties participate in the settlement process, and this worked reasonably well for ordinary family disputes between members of the same community. But it worked less well for crimes without obvious victims or victim families. Think about things like sacrilege, blasphemy, witchcraft, this kind of thing. It worked very badly for the most serious violations of the emerging Christian moral order, which church theologians argued could not be settled by payment, because the injury was to God rather than to man. And it worked increasingly poorly, as royal authority consolidated and kings decided that certain crimes, treason, theft, crimes against the royal peace, as they called them, were injuries to the king's authority, rather than to any private individual. Injuries that demanded the king's punishment of the offender's body rather than the offender's payment to the victim's kin. The theological argument that sin required suffering rather than a payment of one-off to get yourself out of jail, and the political argument that royal majesty required power to mark and break the bodies who violated it, corroborated to produce a steady drift from compensation towards corporal punishment across the Christianized Germanic kingdoms. So certainly a step back. By the 9th and 10th centuries, the Wergild system was still operating in parallel with an expanding repertoire of physical punishment that the earlier tradition had not endorsed. And this brings us to perhaps one of the most misunderstood institutions in the history of justice, the trial by ordeal, partly because the modern imagination finds it simply barbaric, and, well, I don't blame you if you have that opinion. It's a procedure so obviously and stupidly irrational that only ignorance and superstition can explain its persistence, but also because that dismissal obscures the genuine intellectual and social sophistication of what the ordeal was actually doing. There's no one-size-fits-all, I'm afraid. We're going to look at it from both sides. The ordeal was not a failed attempt at empirical fact-finding that lacked the scientific tools to succeed, but it was rather a coherent theological procedure whose purpose was not to discover what happened, that was usually already known or not in dispute, but it was mainly to determine what God willed regarding the matter. in cases where human evidence was insufficient or conflicting, and where the community needed a resolution that all parties would accept. You know, there is these deep theological justifications. And whether or not you agree with those sorts of things, the people at the time were acting with the information that they believed was the most accurate. It all made sense to them, and they dug pretty deep to find excuses to keep the practice going. Now, the ordeal by hot iron was the most widely attested form in Carolingian and Anglo-Saxon Europe, and it sounds as bad as it is. The accused was required to carry a piece of hot iron, the weight specified by the gravity of the charge, typically 1 to 3 pounds, for a distance of 9 feet. The hand was then bandaged and sealed for 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, the bandages were removed in the presence of a priest in the community. The hand was examined. Now, healing, i.e. clean and uninfected flesh, was taken as evidence of innocence. Now, anything else, infection, the healing process not being as quick, that was taken as evidence of guilt. So I hope you're healthy enough to heal up within 3 days, huh? This procedure was preceded by fasting, prayer, and the Mass, administered by a priest who blessed the iron and invoked divine judgment. The entire community witnessed both the carrying and the examination. The priest's role in interpreting the results was substantial. What counted as sufficient healing versus insufficient healing was up to the priest's judgment, and the priest making it was embedded in a community with its own existing knowledge of who was probably guilty and its own strong interest in specific outcomes. Then there was the ordeal by boiling water, immersing the hand or arm into a cauldron of boiling water to retrieve an object, followed by the same logic of divine intervention and priestly interpretation. The ordeal by cold water, widely used for accusations of witchcraft and sorcery, operated on different theological premises. The accused was bound and thrown into water that had been blessed. If they floated, they were guilty. If they sank, they were innocent. The theological reasoning was that water, having been used in baptism and blessed by the Church, would reject a person contaminated by evil. The practical problem was obvious and noted by contemporaries. A person who sank and was not pulled out quickly enough would drown, making innocence a posthumous declaration. But I suppose the idea was they'd go to heaven anyway, so taking the fast lane, I suppose. Now, the korsned, the ordeal by consecrated bread, specifically associated with accusations against priests, required the accused to swallow a piece of consecrated bread, or bread and some cheese in some variations, without choking or vomiting. Since the consecrated host was understood as literally the body of Christ, the assumption was that it would physically refuse to enter the body of the guilty. The psychological pressure of swallowing in this context, combined with the fasting that typically preceded it, apparently made genuine difficulty common enough to generate sufficient ambiguous results for the priests to work with. A specific documented case helps make the ordeal's social logic concrete. The ordeal proceedings at the monastery of St. Martin of Tours in the 9th century, described in the monastery's records, involve a dispute over the ownership of certain lands claimed both by the monastery and by a local nobleman. Now, rather than a trial before a secular court, the matter was resolved by an ordeal of hot iron administered in the monastery church, with the monks serving as the priests' administrators and the community of the surrounding region as witnesses. The nobleman's representative carried the iron, the hand was bound, the priest prayed, and 3 days later, the binding was removed. The record notes that the hand showed clean healing, and the monastery's claim was vindicated. whether the outcome reflects genuine divine judgment, the monk's management of the examination, the physical constitution of the representative, or the prior assessment of the community that the monastery's claim was the stronger one, is not a question that the record raises. It is what it is, as they say. The outcome, however, was legitimate, and it was accepted by all parties. It ended the dispute, without a blood feud, without further violence. And this is the ordeal working as designed, not as a fact-finding procedure by our standards, but as more of a conflict resolution apparatus, whose efficacy depended on its theological framework being genuinely shared by all parties. When that framework stopped being genuinely shared, the institution's authority dissolved with remarkable rapidity. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which I know is a bit ahead of this section, but we should mention it, would forbid clerical participation in the ordeal, and that effectively abolished it by removing the priestly blessing that gave it its theological validity. By 1250, ordeals had largely disappeared from Western European legal practice. The Roman Inquisitorial procedure had replaced them. Out of the frying pan into the fire, I suppose. But the social function of the ordeal as a conflict resolution mechanism becomes clearer when you look at the cases where it was actually deployed. Modern historians examining the documentary record of ordeal proceedings have noted that acquittal rates were remarkably high. In some regional studies, they were about 80%, which seems paradoxical if the purpose was to just convict the guilty. Now, the explanation lies in who the ordeal was typically applied to. In most documented cases, it was offered to accused persons who had already established a community reputation that made the accuser's claims plausible, but not exactly overwhelming. The ordeal was a mechanism for resolving genuine community uncertainty in cases where the evidence was ambiguous and where a decision was needed to prevent the ongoing social conflict. The fact that acquittal rates were high may reflect the tendency of priests to manage the procedure so that it produced the outcomes consistent with their prior assessment of the accused's likely guilt, a form of evidence management that would be called manipulation in a modern courtroom, but in the ordeal's theological framework could be understood as the community's collective discernment of divine will. But let's talk about the Carolingians for a while, because they're kind of a main character in this time period. Charlemagne's attempt to impose legal standardization across the vast Frankish Empire represents one of the most ambitious projects of the early medieval period, and its treatment of judicial procedure shows the specific tensions between the Germanic compensation tradition, the Roman ecclesiastical law, and the practical requirements of governing an empire through a local agency system. And these local agents were, of course, quite difficult to supervise, easy to corrupt. The capitularies are full of injunctions that assume their own violation. They repeatedly prohibit specific abuses, i.e. judges taking bribes, courts imposing unauthorized punishments, etc., in terms that strongly imply that these things were happening constantly. There's a reason why the sign is up. Know what I mean? The gap between the capitulary text and the practice on the ground was, well, in the Carolingian Empire, as in a lot of pre-modern states, probably quite substantial. Charlemagne's position on torture was characteristically ambivalent and practically oriented. He did not abolish the Quaestio, torture for the purpose of extracting confessions and testimony, but he did attempt to regulate the application, restricting it in principle to cases involving enslaved people and serious crimes, and requiring that confessions obtained under torture be confirmed by subsequent voluntary repetition before they could be used as a basis for punishment or even execution. The requirement for confirmed confession was a direct borrowing from the Roman legal principle, where the same provision had existed and been ignored with similar frequency. What Charlemagne's capitularies add to the history of torture is the evidence of a governing authority attempting to manage the practice through administrative procedure rather than either fully endorsing or prohibiting it. A middle position that would characterize most subsequent medieval legal systems, and that had the predictable consequence of neither controlling torture or generating a principled opposition that might have led to its abolition. The specific combinations of mutilation prescribed in the Carolingian capitularies for particular offences show the attempt to create a legible system of bodily inscription in which the punishment named the crime. Well, a thief who had been caught twice and released might on the third offence have his hand cut off. Not the hand that stole necessarily, but a hand. I mean, you got to choose one out of two, right? Marking him permanently as a multi-time offender and subjecting him to a lifetime of need-a-hand jokes. Probably. It's just my personal observation. A man who had committed perjury before a sacred relic might have his tongue cut out, the organ of false speech removed to prevent its further misuse. The combinations imposed for the most serious offences could be extensive. A person convicted of treason against the king might lose their nose, their ears, and their right hand in a single proceeding, each mutilation corresponding to a different dimension of the offence. What is striking about the Carolingian system is its effort to maintain its rationale connecting each specific punishment to the offence it addressed. The system was not arbitrary, but systematic, reflecting a genuine attempt to build a coherent bodily grammar of justice, in which the offender's marked body communicated specific information about their specific crimes. The fact that this information would be legible only to those who knew the code, which was not everyone, of course, limited the system's communicative effectiveness. But the aspiration to systematic bodily inscription of social deviance is itself a significant and quite a vast intellectual project. The Carolingian period also saw the consolidation of public corporal punishment as the standard response to a wide range of offences that Germanic law had previously handled through compensation. Flogging, mutilation of the ears, the nose, the hands, the feet, and blinding were all employed as judicial punishments, often in combinations that reflected both the gravity of the offence and the practical requirement of producing a permanent, visible mark on the offender's body that would identify them for future communities. The branding iron was a particularly versatile Carolingian tool. Different marks signified different crimes, so that a branded person carried their criminal history on their face wherever they went. The system of permanent bodily inscription served the same communicative function as the Assyrian practice of displaying those mutilated rebels, but it operated at a smaller scale, and for a different purpose. The marked body was its own archive, a permanent record that followed the offender through the community, rather than being displayed at a fixed location for a fixed period. While the Western Roman Empire fragmented into the Germanic kingdoms, the Empire of the East, Byzantium, though its inhabitants considered themselves simply Romans, maintained the continuity of Roman legal institutions, administrative practice, and judicial torture, in ways that make it an essential comparator for understanding what the West lost and what the West eventually recovered, at least partially. The Byzantine legal tradition preserved the Roman Quaestio, refined it through successive legal compilations, and applied it within a state apparatus that, despite the enormous political upheavals of the period, maintained a degree of institutional continuity with classical Rome that no Western state could match. The Byzantine Empire's relationship with political punishment developed a specific logic of its own that distinguished it from both the Roman tradition and the contemporary Germanic West. The key innovation was the substitution of mutilation for execution as the preferred response to political rivals and defeated usurpers. A man who had been blinded could not reign, and therefore a rival who had been blinded was neutralized as a political threat, without the theological and political complications of outright murder. The nose slitting, ear removal, the tongue amputation that Byzantine sources describe being applied to deposed emperors, defeated usurpers, and troublesome relatives were forms of permanent disqualification rather than simply punishment. They mark the recipient permanently as unfit for imperial office, while leaving them alive to live out the rest of their time dealing with that kind of stigma, frequently in a monastery, though, contemplating their reduced condition. Well, at least they were in good company with the other slit-nosed people with missing ears, I suppose. The not quite killing logic was simultaneously political pragmatism and a specific interpretation of Christian mercy. You let them live, sure, but you ensure that they could never threaten you again. The cases are numerous, and taken individually they're quite striking. Justinian II, the emperor deposed in 695, had his nose cut off and was exiled to Crimea, acquiring the nickname Rhinotmetos, the slit nose. He escaped from exile, allied himself with the Bulgarians and Cathars, and returned to Constantinople with an army, reconquered his throne, and reigned for a second period from 705 to 711, demonstrating that the nose-slitting had not, in fact, neutralized him as thoroughly as intended. His subsequent reign was characterized by spectacular revenge against those who had mutilated and deposed him. No wonder, you can't really blame him. He had a sequence of paybacks: trampling underfoot, drowning in the Bosphorus, hanging, and they showed his personal satisfaction and his political need to make examples. After all, they made an example of him. What goes around comes around, right? But his second deposition in 711 ended with his execution, his head displayed in Rome and Ravenna, and a clear demonstration that when the not-quite-killing logic failed, the Byzantines were capable of the conclusive version. The Empress Irene blinded her own son Constantine VI in 797 to secure her sole rule. The blinding was performed so severely that he died shortly afterwards, which was perhaps intentional. He then ruled as emperor, not empress, she used the masculine title, for 5 years before she herself was deposed and exiled. The Byzantine court's use of blinding and mutilation as political instruments is documented across centuries with a consistency that reveals it as a genuine institutional practice, rather than a series of one-off atrocities. The specific catalogue of Byzantine imperial mutilations across the 7th through 10th centuries shows both the consistency and the political logic of the limited effectiveness and the not-so-killing strategy. Emperor Leontios, almost said Leonidas, who had deposed Justinian II and cut off his nose, was himself deposed 8 years later by Tiberius III. Leontios had his nose cut off in turn. Once again, you get what you're given. Tiberius III was deposed by the returned Justinian II, who cut off Tiberius's nose and had him executed. Justinian II himself was eventually killed. The pattern suggests that mutilation functioned more as a public statement of political defeat, rather than a reliable mechanism of permanent neutralization. A sufficiently determined or well-supported claimant could return from mutilation and disfigurement and still make credible bids for power, while a claimant who lacked support was neutralized not by the mutilation, but by the political weakness that it expressed. So why nose-slitting? Well, in particular, it was a symbol of political defeat rather than its cause. What actually neutralized a rival was the elimination of his networks and resources, and mutilation without that elimination proved repeatedly insufficient. Well, the Byzantines knew this, and they continued the practice anyway. Old habits die hard, I suppose, which suggests that its symbolic and communicative functions were valued independently of its practical effectiveness. Byzantine judicial torture preserved the Roman framework of the Quaestio with considerable formal fidelity. The legal compilations from Justinian I's massive codification project in the 6th century, the Corpus Juris Civilis, which collected and organized the whole accumulated tradition of Roman law, included detailed provisions about when torture was permitted, against whom, and under what procedural conditions. Justinian's Digest preserved the classical jurist's discussions of torture, application, and its limits, including Ulpian's acknowledgement that torture was unreliable and should be used with caution. These provisions then served as the reference points for subsequent Byzantine legal practice, providing a learned framework within which the application of judicial torture could be discussed, regulated, and, at least in theory, limited. The fact that they were preserved at all, in a form that was eventually recovered and studied by scholars of the 11th century, is one of the most consequential accidents in the history of Western law. The same compilation that would eventually enable the Inquisition also contained the arguments against the reliability of torture that later reformers would deploy against that institution. And now, we wheel back to what we discussed in the introduction, that letter that Pope Nicholas wrote to the Bulgarians in 866. It deserves a bit more attention than it typically receives because its arguments represent a quality of moral reasoning about judicial torture that stands out from everything else that the 9th century produced on the subject. Now, Nicholas was not a soft or sentimental man. His papacy was characterized by aggressive assertion of authority of both the Eastern and Western churches, by confrontations with the Patriarch of Constantinople that helped produce the Great Schism, and by political interventions in the affairs of the Frankish kingdoms that his predecessors had not attempted. But his condemnation of judicial torture was also not the product of a squeamish temperament. It was more about analysis. He saw clear-eyed of what torture actually produced and what justice actually required. The Bulgarians, you see, had asked Nicholas what to do with a prisoner suspected of crimes who refused to confess. Nicholas's answer addressed both the practical and principled dimensions simultaneously. Practically, he noted that confessions extracted under torture were worthless as evidence because the innocent person, unable to bear the pain, would really just say anything, while a truly guilty person, if physically strong enough, might endure the torture and produce a false denial. Both of these outcomes corrupted rather than served justice. The first convicts the innocent, the second acquits the guilty. Nicholas had arrived, by a different route, at precisely the same critique that Aristotle had formulated 700 years earlier, that pain produces whatever statement will end it, not whatever statement is true. Well, the fact that a Christian pope and a pagan philosopher arrived at the same conclusion by different arguments is itself quite significant. The critique of torture's reliability was not the product of a single cultural tradition, but of any serious attempt to think carefully about what coerced confession could actually establish. So Nicholas then addressed the principled dimension. Even if torture reliably produced true confessions, which he doubted, it would still be wrong to use it, because human law derived its authority from divine law, and divine law required testimony be given freely. A confession made under duress was not a moral act of acknowledgement and repentance, but of physical defeat. And basing legal proceedings on physical defeat rather than moral acknowledgement was a confusion of categories that corrupted the entire enterprise of Christian justice. The law should seek the truth, as Nicholas argued, but the truth must be volunteered. It can't be extracted, because what is extracted is not truth but surrender, and surrender tells you about the capacity of a person's body to endure pain, not about their guilt or innocence. This distinction between the body's capitulation and the soul's acknowledgement is a specifically Christian contribution to the moral analysis of torture, one the later Inquisition would have found intellectually available, and chose to ignore anyway. Well, one of the most important developments in the early medieval period for the subsequent history of torture is one that at first appears to have nothing to do with judicial practice at all. The elaboration within monastic culture, and eventually within the broader practice of medieval Christianity, of a sophisticated theology of voluntary physical suffering as this form of spiritual discipline and purification. Not many people put their hands up for torture. The practices of fasting, vigil, hair shirts, self-flagellation that developed the monastic tradition from the 4th century onwards and spread from the monasteries into lay piety with increasing intensity across the early medieval centuries. It all created this framework in which the deliberate infliction of suffering on one's own body was not only permitted, but even actively valued as a form of prayer, penance, and this spiritual progress. The theological architecture of monastic mortification drew on several sources. The Pauline tradition of treating the body as a site of sinful impulse that required disciplined restraint, the martyrdom tradition that had developed the tortured body as a site of triumph, and the general Christian theological emphasis on suffering as a participation in the Passion of Christ. The monk who wore a hair shirt or slept on the cold stone floor wasn't just punishing himself, he was lining his experience with Christ's, making his own body a small-scale recapitulation of the redemptive suffering at the center of the faith. The abbot who ordered a monk to fast for a week was not administering a legal punishment, but rather prescribing a spiritual medicine calibrated to address a specific failure of discipline designed to restore the soul's proper relationship to the body's demands. The language and the logic of the therapeutic pain, i.e. pain as a treatment, suffering as cure, that developed in the monastic context would eventually migrate into the penitential system of the wider church, and from the penitential system into the judicial, in ways whose consequences for the history of torture were quite substantial. The discipline of the monastic chapter is worth examining as an early medieval institution that combined judicial, penitential, and physical dimensions in a specifically Christian form. The Rule of Saint Benedict, the foundational document of Western monasticism composed around 516, provided for a graduated system of correction beginning with verbal remonstrance and proceeding through the exclusion from communal activities to, in serious cases, formal corporal punishment. The abbot's authority to beat a monk who had not been reformed by lesser measures was explicitly justified as a kind of paternal correction, the same authority that a father held over a child or a master over a pupil, this kind of thing. And the pain administered was understood as somewhat medicinal rather than vindictive. The monk who had received corporal punishment and returned to full participation in the community had received his treatment. He wasn't degraded. The suffering was a kind of process he had to go through to get himself together. and its successful administration was demonstrated by the monks' subsequent behavior rather than the severity of the blows. The medicinal model of physical punishment, pain as therapy, correctly administered by legitimate authority in the service of the sufferer's own spiritual welfare, would become one of the primary justifications of the Inquisition's use of torture 2 centuries later. The inquisitor, who tortured a heretic, was in this framework a kind of spiritual physician, administering a painful but necessary treatment. The pain was real, but the purpose was the heretic's salvation, and that was just as real as the bad parts. The authority was legitimate because the church had jurisdiction over the soul. Well, the phenomenon of voluntary public flagellation, which appeared in organized form in the 11th century in Italy, would become a mass movement with the flagellant companies of the 13th and 14th centuries. It represents the point at which the monastic theology of voluntary suffering escaped the monastic enclosure and became a popular religious movement. The laymen and women who marched in procession, beating themselves with knotted cords or metal-tipped whips until blood ran, were performing publicly what the monks had performed in private, a physical enactment of penitential solidarity with Christ, a visible demonstration of the willingness to suffer that the tradition identified as this mark of genuine faith. The flagellant movement would become a little problematic for church authorities, partly because it implied that individuals could access divine grace through their own suffering without clerical meditation, which of course threatens the sacramental system, and partly because the movements sometimes generated heterodox theology about sufficiency or self-inflicted suffering for the remission of sins, which once again threatens the church's monopoly on the means of salvation. I mean, why show up to the confession box when you can just whip yourself over the back a few times, huh? But the theological infrastructure the movement drew on was entirely orthodox. The idea that physical suffering, willingly accepted in the right spirit, participated in and extended the redemptive power of Christ's own passion, was not a heretical position, but certainly a mainstream one, endorsed by the most respected theologians of the period. But let's move a little bit away from the church and a bit further north, the Norse and Viking societies that developed across Scandinavia from the 8th through 11th centuries, and whose raiding, trading, and settlement activities touched virtually every part of the medieval world. But they had their own relationship with pain and suffering. It was simultaneously similar and distinct to the Christian traditions developing simultaneously to their south. The Norse culture placed an exceptionally high value on the capacity to endure pain without complaint, a value expressed in the literary tradition of the sagas, in the legal tradition of the Thing, and in the religious tradition that associated the endurance of suffering with spiritual power. The god Odin's self-crucifixion on the world tree Yggdrasil, 9 days hanging, wounded by a spear without food or drink. To acquire wisdom of the runes, it's a paradigmatic expression of this tradition, suffering willingly undertaken in the pursuit of knowledge and power, an ordeal that transforms the one who endures it. And that's the rule, isn't it? Suffering always transforms the one who endures it. For better or worse, that depends on the person. The Norse legal system, organized around the Thing. Now, this word, don't think of it as the thing, but it's a Norse word. Basically, the regional assembly of free men with the authority to hear disputes, declare laws, assign penalties, etc. They operated on the principles that combined elements of Germanic compensation tradition with a distinctly Nordic emphasis on the social consequences of legal status. The most extreme punishment in Norse law was not mutilation or death, but outlawry, the declaration that a person was outside the law, available to be killed by anyone without legal consequence, excluded from the hospitality and protection that Norwegian society offered to its members. An outlaw could not be sheltered, could not be fed or aided without the person providing assistance becoming subject to that same exclusion. A proper pariah. The full outlaw was, in Norse legal terms, persona non grata, a social non-person, a walking dead man who had not yet fallen. And the specifically Norse form of social death that outlawry imposed was understood as more comprehensive than physical execution, because physical execution merely ended the life, while outlawry destroyed the social existence that gave that life its meaning. And then, of course, there was the blood eagle, the ritual killing method allegedly practiced by Norse warriors against the defeated enemies, in which the victim's back was cut open and their lungs were pulled out through the opening and spread like wings. It appears in several Norse sagas and has generated quite a bit of talk, a motive by the saga's traditional taste for extreme violence. The historical evidence for the actual practice is very thin. Sorry to ruin the fun for you. The saga accounts are literary texts composed in the 12th and 13th centuries describing events of the 9th and 10th, and the physiological possibility of the specific procedure described is contested by modern forensic analysis, and I don't think they're going to be doing that experiment anytime soon. Well, the scholarly consensus currently leans towards treating the blood eagle as a literary construct rather than a documented historical practice, a graphic expression of the Norse cultural logic of revenge and power, rather than a record of actual executions. But what is not disputed is that the saga tradition found the image compelling enough to use it repeatedly, which tells us something about the cultural framework in which Norse conceptions of suffering operated. Extreme deliberate violence against the body of a defeated enemy was not, in this framework, a source of moral anxiety, but one of narrative satisfaction. The consolidation of feudal authority across Western Europe between the 9th and 11th centuries produced a landscape of local justice, whose specific character was shaped by the manorial court, the lord's jurisdiction over the dependent population of his territory, and the specific repertoire of corporal punishments that became standard across the feudal world. The stocks, the pillory, the whipping post, the ducking stool, the branding iron, the ear-cropping knife, and the nose-slitting blade, the basic tools of manorial justice, instruments of punishment that operated at the community scale, involving the full participation of the local population as witnesses, and often as active participants. The pillory, the frame that held the offender's head and hands immobile at the level of public access, was specifically designed to make punishment a community event. The person in the pillory was exposed to whatever the community chose to throw at them, from rotten vegetables at the milder end of the spectrum, to stones and debris at the more violent. And deaths in the pillory from the violence of the crowd were not unknown. There's always someone who goes a little too far. Well, the lord who sentenced a person to the pillory was not merely imposing a punishment, he was inviting the community to participate in its administration, creating a collective experience of enforced community norms that both expressed the community's values and bound it together around those values. The public flogging post had a similar function. The flogging was administered by an official, but the witnessing was obligatory or effectively so for the community, making the punishment a shared event. Now, this public participatory quality of manorial justice is one of the most important features, and it distinguishes it sharply from the bureaucratic privacy of later torture practice. Early medieval punishment was a community act. What was done to the offender was done in front of, and partly by, the people whose norms had been violated. the manorial court's jurisdiction over the bodies of serfs and villeins, the dependent agricultural population on whose labour sustained the feudal economy, gave lords a degree of practical authority over the people who were not always clearly distinguished from the judicial authority claimed by the crown. The beating of serfs for agricultural failures, or just disobedience, the mutilation of those who fled or stole, all of these punishments were ready as a simple domination. The legal theories that distinguished between these categories were quite elaborate, but the practical authority exercised by lords in their manors was extensive enough that the distinctions mattered primarily in disputes between lords, rather than the lives of the people subject to the lord's authority. Of course, the history of torture in the early medieval feudal world is, at the bottom of the social hierarchy, largely a history of power exercised over people that had limited legal protection, a pattern whose structural similarity to the ancient logic of slave status is not coincidental. Well, by the second half of the 11th century, something was beginning to change in the intellectual landscape of Western Europe. It would eventually transform the entire apparatus of justice, punishment, and torture in ways that the scholars could not have anticipated and would not have intended. The Catholic Church, we've made a few changes. The recovery and systematic study of Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis, the great 6th century compilation of Roman law, that is, was becoming at Bologna and in the emerging university culture a matter of professional scholarly attention on a scale it hadn't received in hundreds of years. The glossators, i.e. the legal scholars who began the work of explaining, annotating, and systematizing the texts, were not simply recovering an old tradition, but they were building the intellectual infrastructure for a revolution in European governance. The specific features of the Roman Inquisitorial procedure that the glossators were recovering had enormous consequences for the history of torture. Roman criminal procedure, as preserved in the corpus, operated on the principle that confession was the highest and most definitive form of proof, that a person who had freely confessed to a crime had provided evidence so strong that nothing else was needed. Case closed. And that a case that lacked a confession was inherently weaker than one that had one, however strong the circumstantial evidence might be. Now, this principle created a powerful incentive for any court using inquisitorial procedure to obtain confessions, because confession closed the case in a way that no other evidence could. And the Roman text that established confessions as the queen of proofs also preserved in the same compilation the procedures for extracting confessions when it was not volunteered. The Quaestio, the formal judicial torture with its restrictions and procedural requirements. The Roman legal tradition that the scholars were recovering thus came equipped with both the demand for confession and the machinery for obtaining it. The Corpus Juris Civilis wasn't really a torture manual. It certainly enabled it, but it wasn't an instruction book. It was more of a legal companion that included torture as one element of this much larger system, and just a cog in that big machine, subject to specific restrictions and theoretical limitation. But the recovery of the inquisitorial procedure created the conditions under which judicial torture would become not merely a local practice of invariable form and frequency, but a formally authorized, legally standardized, institutionally organized instrument of the most powerful judicial authority in medieval Europe. Now, that authority was about to identify its greatest challenge and build its most formidable response, because two forces were converging in the second half of the 11th century with a precision that could not have been deliberately choreographed. The legal revolution at Bologna, was reconstructing the Roman apparatus of inquisitorial procedure, and with its with its structural incentive for confession and its formal provision for coerced confession. And coerced is just a gentle word for, dipping people's head under water until they say what you want. Simultaneously, the Gregorian reform, the comprehensive program of church renewal initiated by Pope Gregory VII, was asserting the Church's authority over the full range of spiritual and temporal life, with an aggressiveness that identified doctrinal deviance as an existential threat requiring the full resources of ecclesiastical power to address. The Cathar heresy was spreading through southern France and northern Italy. The Waldensians were asking too many questions about the Church's sacramental monopoly. And the ecclesiastical authorities, they were beginning to understand that the ordinary mechanisms of episcopal correction, the preaching, the excommunication, the informal pressure, were insufficient to contain movements that had deep popular support and robust social networks. So what was needed? Well, the reformers were concluding that they needed a systematic investigative procedure, an inquisition, in the literal Latin sense, an official inquiry that could identify heretics, confront them with their evil ways, and compel their recantation, or enjoy their obstinacy, or confirm their obstinacy rather, and then hand them over for the secular punishment of their crimes. The Roman legal tradition had just such a procedure, equipped with just such machinery for compelling the confessions on which the procedure happened. The marriage of the two was coming, and its offspring would result in part 4 of the series. Well, what that offspring looked like, that's one of the most complex and consequential chapters, not just in the history of organized suffering, but Europe in general. I mean, the Inquisition was not a sudden eruption of cruelty into an otherwise gentle and peaceful medieval world. It was rather the product of 6 centuries of intellectual, legal, and theological development, whose specific components we have been tracking in this episode. The Roman legal machinery for extracting confessions, the Christian theology of suffering, and the institutional authority of a reformed church, asserting its jurisdiction over the full range of human spiritual life, and not to mention the specific epistemological problem posed by heresy, the crime of inner belief that left no external evidence except the heretic's own words. The inquisitors who developed the systematic use of torture in the 13th century, they were not improvising. They were applying an already existing coherent framework to a specific problem, and that framework has been under construction for a very long time. So we arrive at the end of part 3, and effectively, part 3 has been building the foundation upon which the Inquisition will sit. Of course, next time we'll get into the early parts of the Inquisition, talking about the methods that they would use and how things went through. We'll talk about the Cathars. We'll talk about the authorization of torture, Bernard Guay, all of the big characters. Of course, we won't leave out the gory details. Thank you very much for listening, and I will see you in part 4 of the complete history of torture. Ooh. Thank you for listening. Goodbye for now. Hello and welcome back to part 4 of our complete history of torture. I hope you're enjoying following along with the series in the playlist. Thank you to our supporters for keeping us ad-free and crowd-funded. And if you can't support us, then give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, let's begin. Sometime around the year 1307, there was a Dominican friar, His name was Bernard Guy, and he received an appointment that would eventually make him one of the most technically proficient judicial operators in the history of European law. He got a new job. He was made the Inquisitor of Toulouse, one of the most active inquisitorial territories in southern France, a region that had been the heartland of the Cathar heresy for over a century, and that remained, despite decades of inquisitorial activity, a place where heterodox belief could still find a bit of shelter in the memories of old people and the private recesses of households whose public orthodoxy was impeccably maintained. Now Guy would serve as an inquisitor for 17 years, conduct over 900 cases, and eventually he would write a manual, the Practica Inquisitionis Hereticae Pravitatis, the practice of inquisiting heretical depravity. It remains one of the most extraordinary documents of the era. The Practica, as we'll refer to it in short, is many things simultaneously. It's a procedural handbook, a theological treatise, psychological guide, and a catalogue of specific forms that heresy took in his region, each described with the precision of a naturalist classifying species. It is the work of a man who spent 17 years carefully thinking about how to get people to tell him the truth about their beliefs, and who had developed opinions about the most effective methods to get them to do so. Now, Bernard Guy was not a monster. Okay, this is one of the first things that needs to be established in any honest account of the Inquisition, because the temptation to reduce its practitioners to these mustache-twirling villains is very strong, and the consequences for historical understanding are disabling. You see, Guy was an educated man, a careful lawyer, a committed Dominican, who genuinely believed that heresy was a problem that destroyed souls, and that the Inquisition was the institution that was charged with curing that disease, through persuasion where possible, through pressure where necessary, and through the threat of death when everything else has failed. But he also believed, and the Practica reflects this, that the methods available to an inquisitor should be employed with discrimination and restraint, that a confession produced by excessive force was legally and spiritually suspect, and that the inquisitor's task was to obtain the truth rather than satisfy an appetite for suffering. He was, by all the standards available to him, a professional who took his work seriously and tried to do it the best he could. Now, of course, the suffering he caused was substantial. His victims' experience of that suffering was not diminished by his professionalism. Both things can be true simultaneously, and keeping them simultaneously true is what makes the medieval Inquisition genuinely difficult to think about clearly. The Inquisition, as a formal institution, is typically dated from the 1230s, when Pope Gregory IX commissioned the Dominican and Franciscan friars as permanent traveling inquisitors, with standing authority to investigate and prosecute heresy across the territories of Catholic Christendom. But the Inquisition did not emerge fully formed from that very moment. It was the product of a century-long convergence of legal innovation, ecclesiastical anxiety, and the specific crisis of the Cathar heresy in southern France. Understanding what the Inquisition actually was, what its legal basis was, the methods and everything that came before, along with the human consequences, requires following that convergence from its origins in the legal schools of the 12th century to the auto-da-fe ceremonies of the 14th. The recovery of Corpus Juris Civilis, i.e. Justinian's comprehensive 6th century compilation of Roman law, in the Italian legal schools of the late 11th and early 12th centuries, wasn't simply just an academic one-off, but a revolution in the conceptual infrastructure of European governance, as consequential for the subsequent history of law as the printing press would be for the subsequent history of communication. In layman's terms, a very big deal. The Bolognese glossators, Irnerius, Gratian, and their successors, who devoted their careers to annotating, systematizing, and teaching the Roman legal texts, they were doing a lot more than just preserving antiquity. This whole exercise was a construction in a new intellectual framework for thinking about justice, evidence, procedure, and the relationship between the state and the individual subject to its authority. And that framework was the most sophisticated one that anyone had available in the Latin West. Gratian's Decretum, completed around 1140, and the foundational text of medieval canon law, wove Roman legal principles into the fabric of ecclesiastical governance in ways that shaped the subsequent development of church legal proceedings. Well, Gratian was rationalizing the church's existing legal tradition. He was resolving the contradictions between different authorities by applying the analytical tools that the Roman legal tradition provided. And in doing so, he was transforming the church's legal culture from a collection of precedents and decisions into something closer to a systematic jurisprudence. The Decretum was taught in the new universities alongside the Corpus Juris Civilis, and the students who mastered both left the universities equipped with an integrated legal framework that had a bit of ecclesiastical and a bit of secular Roman tradition in ways that would be applied both in ecclesiastical and secular courts. There was a difference, of course. The generation of canon lawyers trained in Gratian's tradition were the people who staffed the Inquisition, were the ones who wrote its manuals and eventually supervised the transfer of inquisitorial methods to secular courts. The Decretum's influence on the history of torture is therefore indirect but substantial. It was the educational medium through which the Roman inquisitorial procedure was transmitted to the institutional practitioners who would deploy it. Now, the specific feature of Roman inquisitorial procedures that would prove most consequential of all was its system of proof. The Roman law had developed an elaborate theory of judicial evidence that assigned different weights to different kinds of proof, and at the apex of this hierarchy sits the confession, the regina probationum, the queen of proofs. A defendant who confessed to a crime had provided the highest possible form of evidence, direct, first-hand, from the party with the most complete knowledge of what happened. No circumstantial evidence, however strong, was considered as definitive as a confession. And for the most serious crimes, those that carried the death penalty, Roman legal theory required either a confession or the testimony of two or more eyewitnesses of unimpeachable credibility. This demanding standard of proof was intended as a protection for the accused. The high bar for conviction was supposed to prevent innocent people from being put to death on circumstantial evidence. Keywords being supposed to. It had the unintended consequences, however, of making confession the practical requirement for conviction in most cases, and it thus created an institutional incentive for the judicial system to obtain confessions whose strength was proportional to the importance of securing convictions. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, convened by Pope Innocent III, is the pivotal point where all of these developments converge. Among its many reforming decrees, the council prohibited clergy from participating in ordeals, the blessing of the instruments, the administration of the procedure, and interpretation of the results, since the ordeal's authority derived from its theological character as an invocation of divine judgment, and since that character depended on clerical participation. The prohibition effectively abolished trial by ordeal in the Western Church, which in practice meant throughout most of continental Europe. The reformers who promoted this decree were motivated by genuine theological concerns. They believed the ordeal represented an improper testing of divine providence, a demand that God intervene on command of the human judicial proceedings that was presumptuous in theological terms. The practical consequence was a crisis. If God no longer rendered judgment through fire and water, how were courts supposed to establish the guilt of defendants who denied their crimes? The Roman Inquisitorial Procedure, with its emphasis on confession and eyewitness testimony, was the answer that newly trained Bolognese jurists had ready to hand. The legal revolution and the reforms in ecclesiastical circles came together at exactly the right moment to produce the specific institutional configuration that made the entire Inquisition possible. Of course, this story begins in its most vivid form with the Cathar heresy, made the Inquisition seem necessary to the 13th century papacy, and one of the most intellectually distinctive and robust heterodox movements that medieval Christianity produced. The Cathars, from the Greek, by the way, katharoi, the pure, though they themselves simply called themselves Christians, or the good men, or the good women, were basically dualists who believed the material world had been created by an evil god, and that the divine good had nothing to do with the matter, flesh or the sacraments of the Catholic Church. Their theology denied the incarnation, the resurrection, the real presence in the Eucharist, the entire sacramental system of the Roman Church. And this wasn't as a reformist critique of the system's abuses, but more of a rejection of the system's metaphysical foundations. They were, from the Church's perspective, not merely errant Catholics, but practitioners of a fundamentally different religion that just happened to use a little sprinkling of Christian language. The Cathar movement had developed, by the late 12th century, a sophisticated organizational structure of its own. A small elite of perfecti, the perfected ones who had received the consolamentum, which was the Cathar ritual of spiritual initiation, and who lived according to extremely rigorous ascetic standards, and a much larger population of credentes, believers, who supported the perfecti, received their blessings, and expected to receive the consolamentum themselves, especially on their deathbed mainly. The perfecti did not eat meat, eggs, or dairy. They did not swear oaths. They did not engage in sexual activity. And they did not accept the authority of any Catholic sacrament or institution. They were by most accounts personally admirable in their conduct. Their austere lifestyle contrasted visibly with the comfortable materialism of many Catholic clergy, and this contrast in and of itself was a powerful piece of Cathar, perhaps we shouldn't use the word propaganda, let's call it marketing. The credentes were required to make no such sacrifices in their daily lives. They simply supported the perfecti. They revered them as conduits of divine grace, and avoided the Catholic sacraments. This two-tier structure made the movement exceptionally durable. The perfecti could be hunted, and the credentes, who might number in the tens of thousands in Languedoc, would simply lie low and wait for the pressure to ease. The Albigensian Crusade of 1209, launched by Pope Innocent III against the Cathar heartland in Languedoc, was the Church's first attempt at a military solution to the heresy problem, and it failed in the specific sense that it matters. Sure, it killed enormous amounts of people, it destroyed considerable property and transferred political control of the region from the Counts of Toulouse to the French crown. But the problem was it did not eliminate Catharism, and it did not eliminate heresy. The perfecti who survived the military campaign just went underground. The credentes, who had never been visible in the first place, continued their private practice. The famous exchange attributed to the papal legate Arnaud Elmery at the sack of Béziers, "Kill them all and God will know his own," may or may not be historically accurate. First appears in sources written decades after the event, but that's not really important. What is important is that it captures the specific tactical problem of a military campaign against a heresy embedded in this general population. You couldn't tell the heretics from the Catholics just by looking at them. They weren't wearing big targets on their heads or special colored hats or anything. What was needed was a procedure that could make heresy visible, identify its practitioners, and deal with them individually and systematically. And that procedure required interrogation, and interrogation of a specific, targeted, legally formalized kind. So, they got to work. Pope Gregory IX's commission of Dominican and Franciscan friars as permanent inquisitors, formalized in a series of papal documents in the early 1230s, represented a significant institutional innovation, the creation of a new category of judicial officer, responsible directly to the Pope rather than to local bishops. And they had jurisdiction over a specific category of offenses: heresy, that superseded ordinary episcopal authority. The choice of the Dominican and Franciscan orders was deliberate. Both were mendicant orders, organized for mobility and preaching, with no fixed local attachments that might compromise their independence from local power structures. Both were also, by the 1230s at least, among the most intellectually sophisticated institutions in Europe, staffed with the products of the new university system that had been trained exactly in the Roman legal tradition that the Inquisitorial procedure required. The friars who became inquisitors were in many cases exactly the kind of educated, sophisticated, legally trained professionals that this complex inquisitorial procedure demanded. The inquisitorial procedure, as it developed across the 13th century, was a bureaucratic machine of considerable sophistication, and its operations are documented in the surviving inquisitorial registers with quite a bit of completeness that allows an unusually detailed reconstruction. Say what you want about the Inquisition, they were good at writing things down. A typical Inquisition in a town or region began with a sermon and a period of grace, typically a week or two, during which anyone who wished to confess to heretical belief or practice and denounce others could so voluntarily, receiving a pretty light penance that would be imposed after the formal proceedings began. This period of grace was not simply a humanitarian gesture. It was kind of an information-gathering operation that produced a list of names and accusations that the inquisitors could then follow up with formal interrogations. The voluntary confessions of the grace period seeded the formal investigation that followed, creating this specific interpersonal dynamic, neighbor denouncing neighbor, family member denouncing family member, and so on, that would characterize inquisitorial proceedings wherever they operated. The formal interrogation began with the summons of the named suspect and a series of questions about their beliefs and associations. The inquisitor's objective was the full story of the subject's heretical career, when they had first encountered the heretical teaching, who had taught them, whom they had met, maybe at Cathar ceremonies or something else, whom they had seen receiving the consolamentum, and what they had themselves believed and for how long. The inquisitor was seeking not just the confession of the individual suspect. They wanted the network. They wanted a complete map of heretical association that could be then used to summon and interrogate every person named. The notary who recorded every exchange was essential. The inquisitorial register was a growing database of names, relationships, behaviors, cross-referenced against itself to identify inconsistencies and verify claims. When a suspect named someone who had already been questioned and their account matched, their credibility of both was enhanced. When it contradicted the existing record, the contradiction became the basis for further interrogation. The procedure was self-amplifying in a way that no previous judicial system had achieved. Each case generated the leads for the next. You can see how this never really ends, surely. The formal papal authorization of torture in the inquisitorial proceedings came in 1252 with Innocent IV's bull Ad Extirpanda for the eradication of heretical depravity. Well, the text is a careful legal document, and its care is specifically located in the conditions it attached to the authorization, rather than any hesitation about the authorization itself. Innocent IV was not uncomfortable with the idea of torturing heretics. His bill was issued against the background of a tradition that had already seen secular courts using torture routinely for serious crimes, and the extension of that practice to the ecclesiastical investigation of heresy was, in his framework, a straightforward application of the best available investigative procedure to the most important investigative challenge the Church faced. What the bull specified with precision was who could be tortured: suspects who refused to confess after exhaustive interrogation; what the torture could not do: you couldn't cause death, permanent mutilation, or the shedding of blood; and whose authority was required for its application: the civil magistrate, since the clergy were technically prohibited from involvement in blood proceedings. A legal fiction that was managed by having the inquisitor hand the suspect over to the secular authority for the actual administration of torture, with the inquisitor present throughout, of course. The conditions specified in Ad Extirpanda shaped the specific methods that inquisitorial torture employed, with a directness that is sometimes understated. You see, the prohibition on permanent mutilation eliminated the Carolingian repertoire of ear cropping, nose slitting, and hand amputation. So in a weird way, it was a step forward. Making progress, I guess. Kind of. At least in some ways. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, I suppose. The prohibition on the shedding of blood also eliminated the flagrum and its lead-tipped variant. The prohibition on causing death theoretically eliminated any method whose reliable effects included mortality. But what remained? Well, and legal scholars and inquisitors who worked within these constraints proved highly inventive about what did remain, was a toolkit of methods that inflicted devastating pain, while technically leaving the body's structural integrity intact. The strappato was the signature inquisitorial method, and that deserves its detailed description. We talked about it a bit in the previous parts. It wasn't an invention of the Inquisition. Basically, your wrists would be bound behind your back. A rope was then attached to the bound wrists and run over a pulley fixed to the ceiling. The suspect was hoisted off the ground by the rope, so that their entire body weight was suspended from their arms bound behind their back. Of course, the arms are not meant to go that way, so everything dislocates at the shoulder joints, and this position produced an immediate and severe pain with extreme compression on the chest that makes breathing labored and painful. If the suspect was then allowed to drop and stopped suddenly before their feet touched the ground, the drop variant of the strappato, it's called, the jerk on the arms at the moment of arrest produced additional force through the shoulder joints, causing further dislocation and sometimes fracture. Of course, the procedure is extremely painful. It could be sustained indefinitely, and did not, strictly speaking, cause permanent mutilation or the shedding of blood, though it could cause permanent joint damage and occasional death through cardiac shock. What the strappado felt like to those who experienced it is actually documented, unusually in accounts by written survivors, people who went through inquisitorial torture and lived to describe it, sometimes because they were eventually reconciled to the church, or sometimes because the proceedings were eventually abandoned for lack of evidence. One such account, from a man named Giovanni Pico della Mirandola's trial records in the late 14th century Italy, describes the physical experience with a specificity that the formal inquisitorial registers, focused on procedural and confessional things, don't really provide. The immediate and total pain of suspension, the way the mind contracted to nothing but the wish for the pain to end, the inability to think clearly about what to confess or not to confess, because the cognitive resources deliberate deception requires were not available under any extreme physical duress like this. Now, this last detail, the cognitive impairment produced by severe pain, is one of the most important pieces of evidence against the reliability of tortured confession, because it explains why people under torture confess to things that are not true. The specific executive functions required to monitor one's own testimony for consistency, to weigh the consequences of different disclosures and maintain a coherent strategy of partial admission and partial concealment. They are precisely the functions that most severely disrupted by acute pain. The sophisticated heretic, who had developed an elaborate strategy for deflecting inquisitorial questioning, found that strategy inaccessible after 30 minutes on the strappado. And the inquisitors, who had designed the procedure, understood all this, even if they did not articulate it in neurological terms. And then there was the rack. Everyone knows about the rack, that frame that stretches the body out. It was employed in a few inquisitorial contexts, though its specific use varied by region and period. Water torture, too, the toca, later known as waterboarding in its modern form, involved forcing water down the throat of a suspect whose head was held back, producing the sensation of drowning without actually drowning. At least, usually, there were a few incidents. Then there was sleep deprivation and extreme confinement. They were employed as preliminary measures that didn't technically constitute torture under canonical definitions, but that served to break down the physical and psychological resilience of suspects before they began the real tormenting. The inquisitorial prison, a dark, cold, uncomfortable cell where the suspect might be held for weeks or months before their case was resolved, was itself a tool, and the records make clear that the inquisitors viewed it as such. The prospect of indefinite confinement, the isolation from family and community, and the uncertainty about what was coming next, they were all different kinds of forms of psychological pressures that did not appear in the formal theology of torture's permissibility, but shaped the practical dynamic of every inquisitorial proceeding. The legal fiction that governed the relationship between tortured confessions and legal validity deserves careful attention, because it is one of the most revealing features of the entire system. The Roman legal tradition, as recovered by the Bolognese scholars, held that a confession obtained under torture was technically invalid as legal proof. The whole point of the Roman torture law was to produce a free confession, and a confession extracted by force was not free. So the solution devised by the inquisitorial practice was elegant in its circularity. The suspect was tortured until they confessed, and then, usually the following day, they were brought before the inquisitor in the absence of immediate physical coercion, and asked whether they freely and voluntarily confirmed the confession they had made. If they confirmed it, the confession became legally valid, because it had been confirmed without torture this time. But if they recanted, insisting they had confessed only to end the pain, they were just returned to the torture chamber, and the whole process started again. Sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, huh? The fiction of the free confirmation was maintained with procedural seriousness. The registers record the formula, in case after case, without any apparent irony about what freely and spontaneously meant, in a context where refusal to confirm meant having to go back on the strappado. Well, next let's talk about the manual, Inquisitionis Hereticae Gravitatis, by Bernard Guay, completed around 1323. It's the fullest surviving expression of mature inquisitorial procedure, and reading it carefully reveals a mind genuinely engaged with the practical and intellectual changes of the subject. The Practica, which we'll sort of use as a bit of a shorter version, is organized into 5 parts. An account on the major heretical movements that Guay had encountered: the Cathars, Waldensian pseudo-apostles, Beguines, and Jews accused of causing Christian apostasy. A comprehensive collection of the legal formulas used in inquisitorial proceedings, a guide to the interrogation of suspects from each heretical group, a guide to the sentences and penances that inquisitors could impose, and a collection of papal documents that authorized and governed the Inquisition's work. The combination of theological, legal, and practical material in a single volume reflects the specific nature of the inquisitor's role. Not really a theologian, not quite a lawyer or a judge in the conventional sense, but something that was all of these simultaneously, making decisions that required competence in multiple domains. You really had to know your stuff. The interrogation sections of the Practica are particularly interesting because they show Guay's specific concern with the problem of the sophisticated suspect, the heretic who knew enough about inquisitorial procedure to evade it, who could answer questions in ways that technically satisfied the formal requirements, while revealing nothing about their actual beliefs. Guay describes at length the specific rhetorical strategies that experienced Cathars deployed under questioning: the use of equivocation, answering the question literally while meaning something different; the technique of answering a question with a question; the tactic of claiming ignorance of technical terms, whose meaning they actually knew perfectly well. For each of these strategies, Guay provides counter-strategies, forms of question that precluded the standard evasion, approaches that made the equivocation itself visible as evidence of guilty knowledge. The Practica's interrogation sections read like a manual of intellectual combat between a trained inquisitor and a trained heretic, and the specific techniques that Guay describes suggest an adversarial dynamic of considerable sophistication, and that's for both sides. His approach to torture in the Practica shows the mature inquisitorial tradition's ambivalence about its reliability. He acknowledges explicitly that torture can produce false confessions, and that some suspects will confess to anything to end the pain, and that the resulting testimony requires evaluation against the existing record to identify inconsistencies that suggest fabrication. He recommends a measured approach: exhaust psychological and procedural pressure before resorting to physical coercion, be attentive to the quality and detail in confessions, and do not torture suspects who are physically incapable to withstand it. There is pragmatic quality to his approach that is more consistent with effective investigation than with sadism. He was trying to build accurate records of heretical networks, and he understood that a suspect tortured into incoherent confession was not going to be very useful, surely less useful to that project than a suspect persuaded into something coherent. The torture was a tool, and like any tool, It was more effective when used skillfully than when applied indiscriminately. Nicolaus Emeric's Directorium Inquisitorum, written in 1376 and updated in subsequent editions, represents the next generation of Inquisitorial Manual and shows both the maturation of the institution and the specific challenges it faced in the late 14th century. Emeric was Inquisitor of Aragon for several decades, a more combative personality than Guy, and his manual has a harder edge that reflects both personal temperament and the institutional consolidation of inquisitorial practice. While Guy was primarily concerned with the accurate identification of heretics from the specific heretical movements he knew, Emeric was more concerned with the general theory of the procedure of the Inquisition, with establishing what an inquisitor could and could not do, what evidence was admissible, and how the inquisitor should manage the various forms of suspect who came before him. His discussion of torture is more explicit than Guy's about the psychological techniques available to an inquisitor to induce confession without immediate physical coercion, pretending that the case against the suspect is stronger than it actually is, telling the suspect their accomplices have already confessed and named them, offering reduced sentences in exchanges for cooperation, confronting the suspect with witnesses whose testimony contradicts their denials. Emeric was, in effect, describing what modern interrogation manuals call deception-based interrogation, the use of false information to create the impression that resistance is futile, and his willingness to endorse these techniques alongside physical coercion shows an understanding that the goal was confession, by whatever means most efficiently produced it. Of course, this brings us rather conveniently to the auto de fe, from the Portuguese act of faith, the ceremony in which the Inquisition sentences were publicly proclaimed, and in some cases executed, the Inquisition's most public-facing institution, the point at which the bureaucratic and theological machinery of interrogation, trial, and judgment became visible to the broader community, and in a form calculated to communicate the specific message about the nature of heresy, the power of the Church, and the mercy available to those who repented. The ceremony combined ecclesiastical spectacle, civic participation, and judicial execution. Sometimes it would vary by time, place, and occasion, but its core elements were pretty consistent. A procession of the condemned through the streets of the host city, a public ceremony in which the sentences were read out, and the convicted were given a final opportunity to recant, the assignment of penances, imprisonment, and other non-fatal sentences to those who had confessed and recanted, and the relaxation of those who remained obstinate or had relapsed into heresy to the secular authority for the execution of the capital sentence. Of course, this word relaxation is used in a different form here. A specific documented auto de fe helps make the institution concrete. The ceremony held at Carcassonne on April 5th, 1325, at which Bernard Guay actually presided, involved the sentencing of approximately 114 persons, a number drawn from nearly 2 decades of inquisitorial proceedings in the region. Most received penances, pilgrimages to specific shrines, the wearing of the yellow cross for a specific period. You might get a fine, this kind of thing. But 30 of them were sentenced to life imprisonment, a penalty that Guay's registers show was frequently commuted after some years to the wearing of the cross for those who demonstrated sincere penitence. But 4 were, quote, relaxed to the circular arm, condemned heretics who had either refused to recant or had relapsed after earlier reconciliation, handed over to the civil authorities for burning. The ceremony was preceded by a procession through the city, while the condemned wearing the identifying garments prescribed by the inquisitorial tradition, and followed by a sermon in which the Inquisitor explained the theological significance of what was going to be done. The burning of the fort took place in a specific location outside the city walls, with the civic authorities responsible for the construction of the pyre and conduct of the execution. The crowd was expected to attend, and the records suggest that large numbers did. Probably didn't have anything else better to do, I suppose. I mean, not much to do in those days. May as well attend the execution. Now, one of the four, a woman named Guillemette Tournier, who had been reconciled earlier and had subsequently relapsed, wept continuously throughout the ceremony and up to the moment of her death. The inquisitorial record notes this with a kind of clinical sadness. The tears were not understood as repentance because repentance would have been required as verbal profession, and she didn't offer it. She was just led up there and burned alive. Unrepentant, assumably, going down to even more fire and torment. Well, the Church's insistence that it never executed anyone, that it merely relaxed the condemned to the secular arm, which then burned them, was a legal fiction whose theological and procedural purposes were served with complete seriousness by the institutional actors involved. The distinction between the Church's condemnation and the secular authorities' execution was not purely cynical. It reflected a genuine canonical prohibition on clerical involvement in blood proceedings that dated back to the early medieval period, and it maintained a clear formal distinction between ecclesiastical and secular authority, even in the highly fused institutional context of the medieval Christian polity. But its practical effect was to ensure that the condemned died, while allowing the institution responsible for their condemnation to maintain the fiction that it didn't have any blood on its hands. The secular magistrate, who received the relaxed heretic and built the pyre, was doing the Church's work with the Church's approval, and everybody present understood this. They just didn't really have the guts to say much. The ceremony of the auto de fe served multiple distinct audiences with multiple distinct messages. For the local community, it was a demonstration of ecclesiastical authority and a confirmation that the inquisitorial process had successfully identified and dealt with the heretical contamination in their midst. For those who had confessed and received penances, it was a moment of public reconciliation with the Church. The returned heretic demonstrating submission and receiving the community's collective witness for their reintegration. For those being burned, it was not a good day, but it was seen as a final opportunity for the repentance that would, in the Church's theology, save their souls even if their bodies were destroyed. A heretic who repented at the last moment received strangulation before the pyre was lit, dying more quickly, and in the theological assurance of dying reconciled with the Church. Basically, I'd tell them, we're just going to strangle you now, don't worry. You'll be in heaven in 30 seconds. Everything's going to be all right. An obstinate heretic who refused repentance to the last was burned alive, a death that contemporary descriptions consistently emphasize as prolonged, painful, and public. However, a little bit of science would tell you would be more so asphyxiated. You see, as that heat comes up, it would be harder and harder to breathe. The oxygen burns around you, and well, all that heat going straight into your lungs. I don't know how long you'd really last with that. I mean, no one's putting their hand up for the experiment, I understand this, but anyway, you know what I mean. The crowd at an auto de fe was not simply watching a judicial proceeding, but they were participating in a ritual of purification. They bore witness to the Church's power to identify and eliminate spiritual diseases from the social body, and receiving the implicit message that any similar disease in themselves or their neighbors was both visible to the inquisitorial authority and ultimately subject to the same treatment. The spread of inquisitorial procedure from ecclesiastical courts to secular criminal justice is one of the most consequential developments in law, and its mechanisms were both direct and indirect. Now, in terms of direct, the secular rulers of France, England, the Italian city-states, and the German principalities were observing the Church's adoption of a new and more powerful investigative procedure at exactly the moment when the same Roman legal scholarship that had generated the inquisitorial procedure was reshaping the intellectual framework of secular jurisprudence. Indirectly, the personal overlap between ecclesiastical and secular legal systems, the clerically trained lawyers who staff both the royal chanceries and episcopal courts, and the university-educated jurists who advised both princes and prelates, transmitted inquisitorial technique across the institutional boundary, with the ease of knowledge moving through a shared professional community. France provides the clearest and most consequential example of secular adoption of the inquisitorial model. The Capetian monarchy's expansion of royal justice across the 13th century, which involved a systematic displacement of feudal and ecclesiastical jurisdiction by the royal courts operating on the expanded claims of the French crown, drew heavily on the Roman inquisitorial procedure, as formalized in the Church canon law. The French royal ordinances regulating criminal procedure from the 1250s onward showed direct borrowing from inquisitorial models. The provision for judicial torture in serious criminal cases, the requirement for a confession as a condition of capital punishment, and the procedural rules governing the administration of torture, the evaluation of the tortured confessions. By the end of the 13th century, French secular criminal courts were using judicial torture as routine as the inquisitorial tribunals, for a range of crimes too: treason, murder, theft. That had nothing to do with heresy, by the way. You don't have to be a heretic to steal a loaf of bread or something. Well, the Church had provided the legal framework, so the Crown had just adopted it in a more blanket sense. Now, the consequence of this adoption for ordinary criminal defendants was profound and largely negative. The people caught up in secular criminal justice rather than inquisitorial religious investigation weren't much better off. Where the old accusatorial procedure had required the accuser to bear the risks of a failed prosecution and had given the accused considerable procedural protection, the new procedure transferred initiative to the judge, reduced the accused's ability to challenge the case against them, and introduced the systematic incentive to produce confession that the Roman evidentiary framework demanded. A defendant who denied their guilt in the face of strong circumstantial evidence would, in a court using inquisitorial procedures, face judicial torture as a routine step in the investigation, not as an exceptional measure reserved for those cases of extreme gravity, just a standard response to a defendant who won't admit to what they've done, whose denial created this impasse. The jurists who adopted this system believed that they were improving on the ordeal, replacing a procedure that left the outcome to chance with a procedure that applied rational method to the problem of proof. And they were correct that inquisitorial procedure was more rational than the ordeal, at least in the narrow sense that it sought evidence through interrogation rather than through divine intervention. Once again, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, because they did not adequately reckon with the specific irrationality introduced by the reliance on confession as the highest proof in a system that had used torture to obtain confession. The English case is instructive, precisely because it developed differently. The English common law tradition, which had developed relatively independent of the Roman legal revival, retained accusatorial procedure in most criminal cases, and used the jury rather than the confession as the primary mechanism of proof determination. Torture was used in England for state security cases under royal prerogative rather than common law authority, but it was never formally incorporated into ordinary criminal procedures, at least not the way it was on the continent. The result was that England avoided the specific pathology of the continental system, where the requirement for confession combined the authorization of torture, created a machinery that produced confessions regardless of guilt. The English jury system had its own pathologies. Juries can be intimidated, bought, manipulated, threatened, but it did not systematically incentivize the torture of defendants as a routine step in an investigation. This divergence between the English and continental approaches to criminal evidence and judicial torture would have great consequences for the subsequent history of torture's abolition. The reform movement of the 17th and 18th centuries would rely heavily on English legal traditions as the alternative model to the continental practice. The medieval Inquisition's actual scale is subject where the historical literature has undergone a significant revision from both directions over the past century. The earlier historiography, shaped partly by Protestant polemics against Catholicism and partly by the dramatic accounts of specific notorious episodes, it all tends towards a exaggeration. The later revisionist scholarship, reacting against that exaggeration and working carefully through the surviving registers, has in some cases produced estimates that seem to err in the opposite direction. What the surviving evidence actually supports is a picture of significant regional variation, fluctuating intensity, and a death toll that was considerably lower than the most dramatic accounts suggest, but considerably higher than the most defensive apologists will admit. It's always somewhere in the middle, isn't it? Well, the surviving inquisitorial registers from Languedoc, the best documented region for the medieval Inquisition, show Bernard Guay conducting 930 cases between 1308 and 1322, of which approximately 42 ended in the death sentence, i.e. burning, and a much larger number resulted in terms of imprisonment, wearing the distinctive yellow cross that marked a condemned and reconciled heretic, and other penances. The death rate in Guay's proceedings was around 4.5%, which is pretty low by the standards of what the popular account suggests, but representing nevertheless 4 decades of surveillance, interrogation, imprisonment, and suffering in a region where the surviving Cathars were not only just aging, but isolated, driven into hiding by 2 generations of inquisitorial pressure. The Inquisition scale in Languedoc was less the mass killing of a large open population than the systematic hunting down of a movement that was already in its terminal decline. And it was the Inquisition's persistent pressure, sustained across generations, that was driving that decline. The human cost of that pressure, the years in the inquisitorial prison, the wearing of the yellow cross, destruction of families, denunciation and prosecution, and the communities fractured by the imperative to cooperate with investigators, was not primarily measured in executions, but in the cumulative damage of ongoing institutional surveillance to the social fabric of those affected communities. The most famous document in the Inquisition's record for sheer horror is probably the register of Jacques Fournier, the Bishop of Famieres, who conducted a thorough inquisitorial investigation of the village of Montelot and the surrounding region in the early 14th century. The register, subsequently published by historian Emmanuel Leroy-Ladurie in his celebrated book Montelot, is one of the most extraordinary documents of the subject, a detailed reconstruction of village life in the Pyrenean foothills, based on the testimony of virtually every adult in the village, about beliefs, practices, relationships, private conversations of their neighbors, all the little details. The testimony was extracted through inquisitorial questioning, frequently under the threat of torture, and in the context of imprisonment, and it is therefore not unmediated evidence about medieval village life, but its sheer density of personal detail, the quarrels and love affairs and religious anxieties, all those little things, It gives an intimacy that no other medieval source really approaches. But what it also shows with clarity is the specific texture of what the Inquisition did to a community, the way it required every person to become simultaneously an informant on their neighbors and a suspect in the eyes of their neighbors, the destruction of the trust that small communities require to function, the long shadow that the investigations cast over daily life even in years when no inquisitor was physically present. Fournier's Register is a monument to both the Inquisition's thoroughness and its human cost. The cost paid not just by those burned or imprisoned, but by the entire community, whose internal relations were restructured by the imperative to survive a process whose fundamental dynamic was the conversation of neighbors into witnesses against each other. The village of Montelou was not a particularly exceptional place. It was a small Pyrenean community. It just happened to retain some Cathar belief longer than most. The Inquisition made it, for a period, a place where trust had been systematically replaced by surveillance, and where the knowledge that anything said to anyone might eventually appear in some inquisitor's register. And that certainly shapes every conversation you have, right? The Inquisition's most durable legacy was not the specific crimes it investigated, nor the methods used, but it was the procedural model that it established. It was the template of the professional, trained, and institutionally embedded investigator with standing authority to question everyone systematically, extract his confessions, and process the results through that bureaucratic mechanism. And this template was available from the 13th century onward to any institution that chose to borrow it. And it was borrowed repeatedly by secular courts adopting inquisitorial procedure for ordinary criminal cases, by the Spanish Inquisition established in 1478 that would apply it with new intensity to new categories of suspect, and eventually by the secular state torture regimes of the early modern period, whose methods were direct descendants from the old traditions that the medieval Inquisition had developed. The specific contribution of the manuals to this legacy deserves a bit of emphasis, because it represents a genuine intellectual achievement, whose consequences were mixed. Bernard Guay, Nicolas Aymeric, and their successors, they created a body of written, systematic, and transmissible knowledge about how to really conduct an interrogation, how to overcome suspect resistance, how to distinguish genuine confession, and how to build a coherent evidentiary picture from the fragmentary and often conflicting testimony of multiple people. This knowledge in itself was not knowledge about how to torture effectively. The manuals are remarkably restrained in their treatment of physical coercion, and the best inquisitors clearly understood that torture was a crude and unreliable instrument compared to the psychological and procedural techniques that they had developed. What the manuals represented was the professionalization of interrogation as a discipline, the transformation of getting people to tell you things that they did not want to tell you, from an art practiced by experienced individuals into a science that could be taught, learned, and institutionally transmitted. So, by the 1380s, when Aymeric was completing the final version of his Directorium, the Cathar heresy was functionally extinct. The last known perfectus, was burned in 1321. The credentes had converted, died, or maintained their residual Catharism in a purely private form that was no longer going to be organizationally connected to anything. There was definitely Cathars still out there, but they were so small that it was not even a threat. The movement that had convinced the papacy that a permanent, specialized investigative institution was necessary was pretty much eliminated. But the institution survived its original justification, because institutions almost always do. The machinery the church had built to fight the Cathars. Well, that was available for whatever the next threat required. And the next threat was already there on the horizon. The Spanish kingdom's anxiety about the sincerity of the massive Jewish and Muslim conversions to Christianity, and the social and legal pressures of the late 14th century, the growing obsession across European courts and in national circles with a form of heresy that was understood as a direct pact with the devil. A crime so serious that it suspended the normal protections almost entirely. And so the Inquisition was about to receive new tools, a new form, and a new target. But that's in part 5. We'll talk about that next time. Thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you're enjoying the series. Quick reminder to give it a like, comment, and subscribe. And if you're interested in supporting our crowdfunded channel, you'll find the links in the pinned comment and video description. Thank you very much, and I will see you in part 5. Goodbye for now. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 5 of the history of torture. I hope you've enjoyed following along. There's a link to the playlist in the pinned comment if you've missed the previous ones. And thank you very much for those keeping everything ad and sponsor free by the support links in the pinned comment. Okay, all that being said, like, comment, and subscribe. Let's go. Let's start on the 1st of November, 1478, where Pope Sixtus IV issued the papal bull Exigit Sincere Devotionis. This authorized Ferdinand II of Aragon and Isabella I of Castile to establish an inquisition in their kingdoms. The bull was the result of sustained lobbying by Spanish monarchs who had spent years pressing Rome for a form of inquisitorial authority that they could control rather than submit to. You see, what they wanted, and what Sixtus granted with some reluctance and later came to regret, was a departure from the established model of the Papal Inquisition, an institution that answered not to Rome, but to the crown, whose personnel were royal appointments rather than papal commissions, and whose jurisdiction extended to whatever categories of suspect the monarchs chose to direct it toward. The Spanish Inquisition that emerged from this bull was the most powerful and systematic torture apparatus that had existed in European history, more methodically organized than the Papal Inquisition, more firmly embedded in state authority, and more thoroughly documented in its surviving records. Well, the consequences of this organizational difference, i.e. the crown's control rather than the direct control of Rome, are key to understanding what made the Spanish Inquisition distinct from what came before it, which we discussed in the previous part 4, and why its legacy in the history of torture requires a separate analysis rather than a simple subsumption into the story of the medieval Inquisition. The Spanish apparatus used the same legal framework, the same methods and reliance on confession as the queen of proofs, and the same authorization of torture that the medieval Inquisition had developed. But it added a little something, and that was the specific instrument of state power. The systematic resources of the Iberian monarchies, the geographical reach of the Castilian and Aragonese crowns, and the political project of forging a unified Spanish nation out of diverse kingdoms and communities, and eventually the colonial extension of Iberian sovereignty to the Americas, Africa, and Asia. The Inquisition followed the empire wherever it went, and the empire provided the Inquisition with the largest platform that judicial torture had ever yet occupied. So that's pretty much what this part is going to be about. But of course, running alongside the story of this institutional development is a second narrative, well, whose trajectory is pretty distinct, but whose intersection with the first would produce some of the most horrifying episodes in history, the emergence of the witch panic. We're going to talk about that too. The witch hunts that would accelerate through the 16th and 17th centuries drew on the legal framework that the Inquisition had established, but their dynamics were important in respects different from the heresy prosecution. They were faster, more local, and more socially driven, and considerably more lethal, if we look at it on a case-by-case basis, than the methodical bureaucratic machine of Guy and Emmerich, their designs. So that's the two topics of today: the Spanish Inquisition and the general situation with witch hunts, just to give you a little hint of where we're heading. So let's start in detail with the Spanish Inquisition. Let's get into that topic. The specific target that motivated Ferdinand and Isabella's creation of the Inquisition was the Converso population. This was basically tens of thousands of Jews who had converted to Christianity, many under severe social and legal pressure in the massive persecution waves of 1391 and the subsequent decades. And the problem was, yes, they had converted on paper, but their sincerity was widely doubted by their old Christian neighbors. I mean, they kind of had the gun to their head, right? Or the sword to their throat, whichever one. The Converso problem was both a theological and a social one. Now, in theological terms, a Jew who had been baptized was a Christian. He was entitled to all the rights and protections of the Christian community, but if they secretly continued to practice Judaism, they were apostates, and that's a far more serious offense than being an unconverted Jew, which was merely the persistence of error rather than the deliberate betrayal of a faith formally accepted. Socially, the Conversos had used their conversion to penetrate institutions previously closed to Jews. They had entered the royal court, the church hierarchy, professional classes and wealthy merchant networks, and the municipal governments of Castile and Aragon in numbers that generated resentment among old Christians who had not anticipated that conversion would unlock quite so many doors quite as quickly. The Inquisition was the mechanism for identifying those conversos who were still secretly Jewish, crypto-Jews, as the literature calls them, or marranos in the pejorative contemporary term, and once they'd find them, well, they would punish them. So think about it in realistic terms. If you have certain guild positions that were always filled up by your local community, your local people, and all of a sudden the doors are open to these new people. On the agreement, of course, they convert to Christianity. Well, a year after that, the floodgates have opened, and all of a sudden all the good jobs are being snapped up. So you'd be thinking, we can't have them taking all the good jobs, I suppose. Maybe there was a bit of that in it. I don't know. Now, whether the majority of conversos were in fact secretly practicing Judaism, or whether the accusations of Judaizing reflected a combination of genuine cases, community resentment, and the incentive that the inquisitorial procedure created for accusation, that is a contested question, and I suppose it's never really going to be solved. It's not like the crypto-Jews were leaving diaries and that were written evidence about them secretly practicing. The evidence from the inquisitorial records themselves is a little complicated by the basic problem that confessions extracted under torture, or at least the threat of torture, are not reliable evidence about actual behavior. We know this now, but they didn't know it then, and that the specific behavioral evidence the inquisitors treated as proof of Judaizing, i.e. lighting candles on Friday evening, refusing pork, observing certain dietary restrictions, and reciting Jewish prayers, which is frankly a dead giveaway, could reflect a genuine practice, cultural habit retained without religious intent. Sure, but it could be quite simple behavior attributed to the suspect by hostile witnesses seeking to settle personal scores. There's plenty of that going on. The Spanish Inquisition's records are among the most extensive in the history of European judicial proceedings, and their very extensiveness has allowed historians to track the specific patterns of accusation and confession in ways that reveal both the system's systematic biases and the general cultural complexity of the Converso population whose fate it was determining. So here's a specific case from the early Seville tribunals that helps make the abstract machinery concrete. The case of Diego de Susan, a wealthy Converso merchant of Seville, whose trial records survive in fragmentary form. It shows the specific social dynamics of early Spanish inquisitorial proceedings, so it's pretty important to mention. Susan, if you're listening. De Susan, rather, Diego de Susan, had reportedly been part of a group of prominent conversos who, according to the prosecution, were planning armed resistance to the establishment of the Inquisition in Seville. Now that is a charge that combined apostasy with treason together at last, right? In the specific way that made Converso cases political as well as religiously charged. Under interrogation, de Susan confessed to having continued Jewish practices and named other members of his circle. Those named were arrested, and in some cases they also confessed. So they burned poor old Diego in Seville, February of 1481, at one of the earliest autos de fe of the new institution. His daughter, who was reportedly a celebrated beauty nicknamed La Susonna, is the subject of a story that she had been warned about the conspirators' opponents of the planned resistance out of love for a Christian nobleman. She had warned the conspirators' opponents, and that she spent the rest of her life in shame at her betrayal. It's probably legendary, but, oral tradition, that kind of thing. So it's worth mentioning. The truth of it's not really that important. It just shows what its persistence in the tradition reveals, and that is the specifically intimate social environment of Seville's Converso community, in which inquisitorial denunciation and family betrayal were not abstractions but events that happened between specific people who had known each other their entire lives and all of a sudden turn on each other. Now that's a shame, don't you think? Well, it's always who you least expect. The appointment of Thomas de Torquemada as Inquisitor General in 1483 marked the consolidation of the Spanish Inquisition into the systematic institution it would remain for the next 3.5 centuries. Torquemada was Isabella's former confessor, a Dominican friar of unquestionable personal austerity and organizational ability, but also the instructions he issued in 1484 and subsequent years would codify the procedures of the Inquisition in a form more precise and more practically oriented than anything the medieval manuals had produced. The instructions specified the procedures for denunciation and arrest, the format of preliminary interrogation, the conditions under which torture could be applied, the sequence of torture sessions, and the documentation required at each stage. Just a manual, really. Ugh. Imagine reading that for your work training, huh? Well, where the medieval inquisitorial manuals had been largely descriptive and advisory, Torquemada's instructions were prescriptive and mandatory, a bureaucratic rulebook rather than a practitioner's guide. The effect was to transform the Spanish Inquisition into something more like a modern bureaucratic agency than any previous judicial institution, a system whose operations were governed with written rules, subject to review, generating standardized documentation at each step and operating with a consistency across 21 regional tribunals that gave the institution's victims a pretty predictable, if horrifying, experience, regardless of which tribunal they appeared before. Either way, it was not going to be good for you. So what exactly was going on? Because I know you want to get to the details, you want to get to the gory bits. Don't act like you're not here for it. Come on. I know why you clicked the video. Well, their methods, i.e. the Inquisition's methods, were derived directly from the medieval inquisitorial tradition. But they were codified and sequenced in ways that gave them a more explicitly systematic character, I suppose. There were the three canonical methods, the garrucha, the toca, and the potro. Were not simple tools to be applied at the inquisitor's discretion, but rather elements of a regulated escalatory sequence within specified time limits, rest intervals, and the theoretical requirement that a physician be present to monitor the suspect's physical condition and advise when things were going a little bit too far, at least beyond what was judicially permissible. The physician's presence in the torture chamber was one of the more revealing features of the Spanish approach. It showed the institutionalization of the medieval requirement that torture not cause death or permanent damage, translated into a medieval supervision that gave the process a clinical character and made it a little bit more humane, believe it or not, at least in formal terms, but in practice, still quite unsettling. Well, let's talk about the garrucha. That was the Spanish version of the strapado, which we discussed in the previous episode. Essentially identical to the medieval inquisitorial method described last time, with the suspect's hands bound behind their back and hoisted off the ground by a rope attached to the wrists, and subjected to the progressive dislocation of the shoulder joints that followed from sustained suspension at this angle. The Spanish tribunal's records specify weight, typically between 15 and 30 pounds of iron attached to the feet during suspension, which increased the force on the shoulder joints and accelerated both the pain and physical damage. The drop variant, in which the suspended body was allowed to fall and arrested suddenly before the feet touched the ground, was applied to add additional shock force through the joints. The records of the garrucha's application note the time suspended, the presence or absence of the drop, the number of drops applied, and the suspect's verbal responses at each stage, whether that be screaming, crying, begging to confess, confirming previous confessions, requesting cessation, losing consciousness, whatever it was. The notary recorded it all with a kind of, I imagine, a cold indifference, but hey, I wasn't there. Next up was the toca, the water torture. It's the Spanish Inquisition's most distinctive contribution to the history of torture methods, if that's the kind of legacy they were after. And its resemblance to the 21st century practice known as waterboarding is not coincidental. This method has been essentially continuous across that 700-year gap, transmitted through the military, intelligence, and colonial torture traditions that connect the Inquisition's practice to the present. The suspect was bound to a tilting board, their head lowered below the level of their feet. A strip of cloth, the toca itself, was placed over the nose and mouth. Water was poured onto the cloth, slowly and continuously. The effect was to produce the sensation of drowning. Water saturated the cloth and was forced into the nose and mouth with each breath, triggering the gag reflex, producing the feeling of suffocation and generating a panicked and desperate struggle to breathe that the bound person made impossible to achieve. The experience was not drowning. You see, the airway was not blocked, and the skilled application could sustain the procedure for extended periods without causing actual asphyxiation. And that was the whole point. It was meant to be physiologically indistinguishable from drowning to the person undergoing it. The count of jarfuls or jarras was kept. A jarra was the standard vessel of water whose application required approximately the time it takes to pour a jug slowly. and the records note 3 jaras, 5, 8, with the suspect's responses at each interval. The maximum number of jaras applied in any single session recorded in the surviving Spanish Inquisition records is 11. And you gotta feel sorry for the person who got that treatment. The records of the Toco's application in the surviving Spanish case files provide some of the most specific documentation of the torture's actual conduct in the early modern period, precisely because the Spanish system required such thorough documentation. A case from the Toledo Tribunal in 1503, involving a woman named Catalina de Zamora, accused of Judaizing, basically practicing Judaism in secret, records the application of the toga in the following terms. The suspect was placed on the frame and inclined. The cloth was applied. The first jara was poured. The suspect called on God and the Virgin and begged for mercy, offered to tell the truth. She was given time to speak. She said she had nothing to confess beyond what she had already admitted. The second jara was poured. She screamed and said she would die. She was told she would not die, and that if she died, the responsibility was her own for refusing to confess the truth. The third jara was poured. She said she would confess everything. She was helped to sit up, and she confessed to having observed Jewish dietary prohibitions in her household, naming her husband and 2 servants as aware of the practice. The session was then concluded, and the confession was recorded. The following day she was asked to confirm her confession freely in the absence of torture. She confirmed it. The case was closed. What the record does not preserve is what happened to her husband and the 2 servants, though the answer is not difficult to use your imagination, right? Aren't you glad we don't have to deal with this sort of stuff anymore? Well, depending on what country you're in and what you've done. Who knows what they're doing in places we can't see, right? That's the scary part. Anyway. Next we have the potro. That was the rack in its Spanish form. A frame to which the suspect was tied with garrots, cords that could be progressively tightened to cut into the flesh and limbs and torso. The suspect was bound to the frame with multiple cords across the arms, thighs, calves, and feet, and each cord was tightened with a metal rod until it cut into the flesh. The tightening was gradual and could be continued to the point where cords cut through to the bone, though the records suggest that most sessions were concluded well before this point. The pain produced by the potro was cumulative in building. Each increment of cord tightening added to the previous increments, and the inability to move while the cords were being tightened added a specific quality of helplessness to the experience, the strappado, which at least allowed the possibility of a verbal protest and negotiation, did not. The potro was particularly used against older or physically weaker suspects, for whom the garrucha was considered medically too much of a risk, an application that reveals the physician's role most clearly. The Inquisition was managing the risk of death in its torture subjects, not as a moral concern, but as a procedural one. Since the suspect who died under torture had provided an incomplete confession and could not be formally sentenced, then we can't have that, can't we? Moving on. The Limpieza de Sangre, statutes that spread through the Spanish institutional life across the 15th and 16th centuries, which means purity of blood, by the way, Limpieza de Sangre, represent one of the most important and disturbing developments in the history of persecution. And that is this: the transformation of religious persecution into something that shared the essential features with racial persecution, in which ancestry rather than belief became the primary criterion of suspicion. The statutes, first adopted by the Cathedral of Toledo in 1449 and subsequently extended to the universities, military orders, and higher reaches of the Church, and eventually most of the major institutions of Spanish life, included from membership or office anyone who had Jewish or Muslim ancestry being banned. Not anyone who practiced Judaism or Islam, not anyone suspected of it, but anyone with impure blood, regardless of the sincerity of their Christianity, or regardless of how many generations had passed since the conversion. The implication for the Spanish Inquisition was pretty profound. The formal jurisdiction remained religious. It prosecuted heresy and apostasy, not ancestry. But the Limpieza statutes created an institutional context in which the investigation of a converso's religious practices was simultaneously a verdict on their genealogical identity. The accused converso, who confessed to practicing Judaizing, was confirming not only their own heresy, but the accuracy of the suspicion that their blood had always made them untrustworthy. The accused converso who denied Judaizing and was tortured until they confessed was providing evidence for the same conclusion. The Limpieza ideology gave the Inquisition's procedures a racialized valence that transformed the theology of conversion into a practical irrelevance, i.e. the Catholic doctrine that baptism genuinely changed the soul's status before God, and that a Jewish convert was a full Christian when they did that. Well, that didn't really matter anymore. The soul might be cleansed by baptism, but the blood, well, the blood was the real evidence. Kind of an original sin argument, I suppose. The effect on the converso community was the creation of social and legal situations without any satisfactory exit. It didn't matter if you were a good boy and converted, If your great-grandfather didn't, well, you were in trouble. Unconverted Jews were, of course, subject to discrimination and periodic violence, but were not within the Inquisition's jurisdiction. You see, the Inquisition didn't have authority over people who had never been Christian. They were trying to seek out heretics, not unbelievers. Converted Jews who practiced Christianity sincerely were subject to the Limpieza statutes, regardless of their sincerity, and subject to the Inquisition's suspicion, regardless of their actual practice. Converted Jews who had retained elements of Judaism were in the most immediate danger. The expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, i.e. the edict issued by Ferdinand and Isabella in the same year as Columbus's voyage, requiring every Jew who refused baptism to leave the kingdom, removed the category of unconverted Jew from Spain. But it did nothing to resolve the status of the converso population, who remained a perpetual object of suspicion under this new purity of blood ideology. Some of those expelled converted at the border rather than face permanent exile, immediately entering the Limpieza-tainted conversos category that they'd been trying so desperately to avoid. The logic of the system produced suffering, regardless of the choices available to the people caught within it. In more layman's terms, you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Next up we have the auto de fe, the act of faith. Now the Spanish auto de fe differed from its medieval Inquisition predecessor in scale, organization, and theatrical ambition in ways that showed the difference between a papal institution operating in a specific region and a royal institution with the resources of major European monarchies behind it. The largest Spanish auto de fe events were ones of civic and national significance. You had royalty show up. They were scheduled around major religious festivals, publicized in advance across regions, and capable of drawing tens of thousands of spectators. The first major one in Seville, held in February of 1481, involved the burning of 6 people and the reconciliation of many more. Subsequent ceremonies grew in scale until the great auto de fe of Valladolid in May of 1559, which was attended by the regent Juana of Austria and the young Prince Philip, and involved the burning of 14 Protestants, a deliberate statement about the Spanish crown's response to the Reformation's threat. And by the way, look up Valladolid, Spain. It is such a beautiful town. But that's besides the point. By the 16th century, the auto de fe had become one of the defining public rituals in Spanish national identity. It was just the thing that you do. The physical staging of the ceremony was elaborate and quite deliberate. The condemned processed through the streets wearing the San Benito, the sackcloth penitential garment specific to the Inquisition, yellow with a red diagonal cross for those being reconciled, black with flames and devils painted on it for those condemned to death. It sounds like my wardrobe. All my shirts are black with flames and devils on them. You would also have reversed flames for those being burned in effigy in their absence. The procession was organized hierarchically, with the least serious offenders at the front and the condemned to death at the rear. Inquisitors, civic officials, clergy, and the condemned guards all had specific positions in the order of march. The ceremony itself, held in the public square or a large church, involved the reading of each case, the nature of the charges, the course of proceedings, and the sentence. Now, this process could take hours for a large auto de fe, and has served as a public catalogue for heretical offences and inquisitorial responses. Each person's story was told in abbreviated form to the assembled crowd. This person was found to have lit candles on Friday evening, perhaps, or this person had denied the real presence in the Eucharist. Another person might have been convicted of making a pact with the devil. The public reading was both a deterrent and demonstration of the Inquisition's comprehensive knowledge of its community's spiritual condition, kind of like a grim Santa Claus. He sees everything. Well, the burnings that concluded the auto de fe took place outside the city at a location called the Quemadero, the burning place, or Quemadero, excuse me. And the distinction between the two types of burning available to the condemned deserves a bit of attention. A condemned heretic who had repented at the last moment, who professed genuine contrition and reaffirmed the faith in the moments before the execution, received the garrote, strangulation, before the pyre was lit. Death by suffocation rather than in a fire, a mercy that the Church offered to those who died reconciled with God. A condemned heretic who remained obstinate, who refused repentance or had been convicted of relapse after prior reconciliation, well, they got burned alive. The fire was built around the standing condemned person, typically attached to a stake elevated above the fuel, and the death was a slow one. Burns to the lower body could be severe and painful before the heat killed, but if you were lucky, you might asphyxiate because all the oxygen burned up around you, and you might breathe in such smoke that maybe you'd go into shock as well, this kind of thing. Death from fire usually comes from the inhalation of smoke and superheated air rather than the burns itself, you see, which takes approximately 15 to 20 minutes from ignition in a well-built pyre, longer in one that burns unevenly. The crowd was there throughout. The accounts consistently emphasized the noise, the screaming, or more terrifyingly in some accounts, the silence of those who had passed into shock before the fire had reached them. The theological groundwork for the witch trials, however, as we move on from the Inquisition, was laid not in a legal text, but rather in a papal bull, Summis Desiderantes Effectibus, issued by Pope Innocent the 8th, that's right, in December of 1484. It was a response to a petition by the Dominican Inquisitor Heinrich Kramer, complaining he had been obstructed in his witch-hunting activities in the German territories by local bishops and secular authorities who disputed his jurisdiction, which is a rather kind way of putting it. Really, he was extremely embarrassed. At least I think so. He showed up to a town and started pointing fingers and being all fire and brimstone, and, well, the locals just weren't having it. He said, "Get out of our town, we ain't burning anybody." So he went and basically did the papal equivalent of marching himself off to the principal's office and making a big fuss of things. "Do you know who my dad is?" Anyway, that's how I imagine it. Innocent's bull resolved the dispute, and he resolved it in Kramer's favor. It affirmed that witchcraft was a genuine heresy, and that it was occurring at an alarming rate in Germany and the surrounding territories, that the Inquisitors had proper jurisdiction over its prosecution. The bull mentioned specifically the crimes attributed to witches, the copulation with incubi and succubi, that is, demons in sexual form, the male and female forms respectively, the blighting of corpses and livestock, the causing of disease and death in human beings, and the destruction of conception and childbirth. These were all real, the Pope declared. They weren't superstition or delusion, nor the misidentification of natural misfortune as a supernatural agency, but actual crimes committed by actual agents of the devil. So, a decision was made that they better investigate this with the full apparatus available to them. 2 years later, in 1487, Kramer came out with his book, the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, a text whose influence on the subsequent history of witch persecution makes it one of the most consequential legal and theological documents of the late medieval period. However, intellectually and disreputable it was by the standards of contemporary scholarly opinion. You can read it if you like. It's quite interesting, let's put it that way. But we will say now that the Malleus was co-authored in the title with the Dominican scholar Jacob Sprenger. Though modern scholarship genuinely attributes most of the actual text to Kramer, Sprenger appears to have been added partly for credibility, and partly because his association with the Cologne Dominican province gave the text an institutional backing that Kramer's increasingly controversial career in witch hunting could not really supply on its own. The Cologne Faculty of Theology, whose approval appeared on some early editions of the Malleus, has been shown by subsequent investigation to have been denied rather than granted that approval. The imprimatur was fraudulent, a fact that did not prevent the book from going through 14 editions to the German-speaking territories before 1520. I suppose back then it was a little bit harder to catch these things. So the Malleus is a document of 3 parts, whose combined effects was to establish a comprehensive legal and theological framework for persecuting witches. The first part argued for the reality and prevalence of witchcraft, saying there was a genuine heresy, addressing and refuting objections that witchcraft might be a delusion, or that belief in it itself might be heretical. The position of the Canon Episcopi, a 9th century canonical text that had treated belief in nocturnal spirit flights as sinful delusion, was taken into account too. Now the second part described these specific crimes of witches in detail that went considerably beyond what any prior theological text had attempted. The mechanics of the sexual pact with the devil, the methods by which the witches caused harm to people and property, the specific forms of their assemblies, i.e. the Sabbath, and the means by which they transformed themselves and others. It's all pretty complicated. The third part provided the procedural guide for actual prosecution. How do you do the job? How do you conduct the arrest, identify the suspects, interrogate them? How or when to apply torture, how to evaluate confessions, and if it gets to the point, how to pass sentence. It was in the third part that the Malleus did its most direct legal harm, because it was in the third part that the procedural framework for transforming community suspicion into judicial confession was laid out with clarity of a practitioner that had conducted witch trials and understood from experience what obstacles to conviction were and how exactly they were going to overcome them. The Malleus argument for why women were disproportionately the subjects of persecution is one of the most explicit statements of, I suppose we can call it, institutionalized misogyny in the European legal tradition. And its explicitness is valuable precisely because it makes visible an assumption that more politely expressed legal and theological texts kept implicit. Kramer argued that women were more susceptible to demonic seduction than men because of their inherited intellectual weakness, their insatiable sexual appetite, an appetite that the devil could exploit through the offering of his sexual attentions in a way that the more rational male could resist, and their weaker faith, a weakness that he had attributed to the etymology of the Latin femina, which he derived from fe, faith, and minus, less, making women literally lesser faith by definition. Of course, this all could have been solved if he had have just gone and gotten a girlfriend, but hey, suppose we can't all do that. I'm still single. It's hard out here, guys, it really is. Well, this argument was not original to Kramer, though. It drew on a long tradition of old theological writings, so he was sort of just refining the idea of continuing a very distasteful trend. But what the Malleus added was the specific connection between these theological arguments about female weakness and the legal procedures of witch prosecution, because women were more susceptible to the demonic pact. Women were more likely to be witches, and therefore procedures designed to detect witchcraft would more often find it in women rather than men. Now, not all the time, no. There was plenty of men who got dragged before the trials. It wasn't completely skewed, but it was skewed. We can't really deny that. But we can't just say it was a completely women-only phenomenon. Anyway, it is a bit of a circular logic. And this circular logic, i.e. the procedures designed for detecting witches among the population, combined with a prior belief that women were more likely to be witches, would reliably produce a female-dominated conviction statistic, which would then confirm the prior belief, was pretty much invisible to its authors and largely invisible to the subsequent practitioners. It was, of course, not invincible to the women who were getting burned alive, but we don't really have many of their stories, don't we? And here's the thing, too. I've said it many times, especially when we talk about topics like this. If you're looking behind every door for a devil, you're bound to find one. If you're looking so hard to find fault, if you're looking so hard to find a stain or an imperfection, you're going to find it somewhere. Now, this is not just about witch hunting for any witch hunters out there who are listening, which, if you are, hello. But think about it in other contexts. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about the early witch trials. The witch trials of the Valais region in modern Switzerland, conducted between 1428 and 47, they're among the earliest documented examples of the specific pattern that would characterize the major panics of the subsequent century. It pretty much goes like this: a process in which initial accusations led through torture to confessions that named accomplices, whose arrests and subsequent torture produced more accomplices, whose arrests and subsequent, you get the point. It was a self-amplifying cascade that could consume entire communities before the process exhausted itself. The Valais trials resulted in over 200 executions, and that's a remarkable number for any single persecutory episode before the major panics of the 16th and 17th centuries. But the important thing was they established a template whose specific features would be reproduced with disturbing consistency across different legal jurisdictions, cultural contexts, and centuries. The mechanics of the cascade deserve explanation because they are the key to understanding why witch trials could grow so rapidly from small beginnings to all-consuming persecutions. The procedure was straightforward in its logic. A person accused of witchcraft was arrested, questioned, and tortured until they confessed. The confession in the inquisitorial tradition was required to be detailed. The accused was asked not just to admit that they were a witch, but to describe specifically what they had done, when they had done it, why they had done it, and who had been present with them, because they would always assume accomplices. The who had been present was the mechanism. A detailed confession of witchcraft included the names of other witches seen at the Sabbath, the names of those who had recruited the confessant into the witches' conspiracy, the names of those the confessant had recruited themselves. These names were the leads for the next arrests, and the next arrests produced the next confessions, which produced the next names, and so on and so forth. You see how this all runs away on itself. The cascade was structurally identical to the self-amplifying dynamic of the medieval Inquisition's heresy investigations, but it operated more rapidly because of the crimes alleged. You had the nocturnal assemblies, the demon worship, the causing of concrete harm to specific neighbors. It all had a local and immediate character that generated a community-level anxiety at much higher pitch than the relatively abstract theological disputes about Cathar belief. Remember we talked about that? You remember. Well, the Arras witch trials of 1459 to 1460 in northern France show the cascade pattern in a more urban context, and with a notably well-documented record. The trials began with the arrest of a woman named Deniselle Grenier, a prostitute, who under torture confessed to attending the Sabbath and named several other participants. Among those she named were a painter, a poet, and several members of the local bourgeois, people whose social status was somewhat higher than the typical profile of witch accusation in later periods, which tended to target the socially marginal. Well, the accused, of course, were quickly arrested, tortured, and they produced their own confessions, each naming further participants. The cascade stopped when several of the more prominent victims were able to mount an effective defense through social connections and legal resources, and when the Duke of Burgundy intervened to release some of those imprisoned. The Parliament of Paris eventually cleared the names of those executed after their deaths, but of course, not before the people had been burned. 12 of them, by the way. Oh, and this is one of the earliest judicial recognitions of the illegitimacy of a completed witch prosecution, so, once again, baby steps towards normality. The social heterogeneity of the Arras victims, and the fact that several were men of relatively high status, that is a reminder that the gendered pattern of witch prosecution is not always absolute. We mentioned this before, but really have to draw the thing home. Men who had the misfortune to be named in cascade confessions were just as vulnerable as the women were, and the social composition of any given witch prosecution was shaped as much by the specific social tensions of the local community as by theological prejudices about female vulnerability. The specific physical experience of a witch trial arrest and interrogation, reconstructed from the detailed surviving records, needs a bit of confrontation, in the same terms in which we've examined other forms of torture in this series. The accused was typically arrested suddenly, no warning, transported to the facility where their interrogation would take place, a local prison or a dungeon inquisitorial jail perhaps. The first phase of interrogation was usually without physical coercion. Questions about the accused's religious practices, their relationships, their movements on specific dates, their knowledge of particular people. The accused, who denied being a witch, was then presented with the accusations against them, often specifics about events that witnesses had claimed to observe, and they were asked to respond to the accusations. Now, if the denial was maintained, the interrogator moved to the next phase. The accused was stripped and searched for the witch's mark, the extra nipple, the insensate patch of skin, an unusual blemish, believed to be the spot where the devil marked his servant, and which could be identified by pricking the skin with a needle to find a spot that did not bleed or feel pain. Of course, the entire process was invasive and degrading. The pricking of the entire body's surface with a sharp instrument looking for an insensitive spot was itself a form of torture. And if a spot was found, and experienced witch prickers learned to apply psychological pressure during the search in ways that made subjects lose track of where they had been pricked and not been pricked, it was considered strong evidence. The formal torture then followed the sequence described in the manuals. The witch and the heretic shared a specific legal status that was fundamental to knowing why the judicial torture applied to their prosecution was more extreme, more readily applied and less constrained by the normal procedural protections than torture in ordinary criminal cases. Both were understood as practitioners of Crimen Exceptum, an exceptional crime, whose very nature justified the suspension of the ordinary rules governing judicial procedure. Basically, desperate times, desperate measures kind of thing. The logic was straightforward and extremely dangerous. Ordinary criminal protective procedures provided safeguards because ordinary criminals were, after all, members of the community, whose rights and procedures was designed to protect. But witches and heretics, well, they were something else entirely. They were secret emissaries of the against the entire Christian social order. They were agents of the devil. And, well, once you side up with the devil, you don't have any rights, don't you? The ordinary procedures of accusation, evidence, and proof were inadequate. The extraordinary nature of the crime justified, or rather required, extraordinary measures to detect it. The Crimen Exceptum doctrine had specific procedural consequences that made witch and heresy prosecutions far more lethal than ordinary criminal proceedings. Normal evidentiary standards required 2 unimpeachable witnesses or free confessions. The Crimen Exceptum doctrine allowed a conviction on weaker evidence in cases where the extraordinary difficulty of obtaining testimony about secret crimes was recognized. Basically, if you accuse someone of something so bad, like they've been having juicy hookups with demons, on Tuesday nights or something like that, you would think, well, they're of course not going to admit to that. No matter what we do, they're not admitting to that sort of thing. The devil's in their ear. So let's just throw them on the fire anyway. Normal torture provisions required specific forms of evidence pointing to guilt before torture could be applied. The Crimen Exceptum doctrine allowed torture on the basis of lesser indications, including denunciation by torture-extracted confessions that would have not been admissible in ordinary proceedings. Normal protections against torture applied to social status, age, pregnancy, physical incapacity. The Crimen Exceptum allowed suspension of these protections because the stakes were too high, pardon the pun, to let procedural niceties protect the agents of the devil. Each of these extensions was individually justified by specific arguments about the exceptional nature of the crime. The cumulative effect was to strip the accused witch or heretic of virtually every procedural protection that the tradition had developed. So basically, bad luck if you get accused. You're going down one way or another. The intersection of the Crimen Exceptum doctrine with the secular court's jurisdiction over witchcraft produced a specific institutional configuration that was in some respects more dangerous than the purely ecclesiastical Inquisition. Secular courts had fewer procedural constraints, at least fewer than the Inquisition. The ecclesiastical tradition, however, imperfectly, maintained rules about the number of torture sessions, the requirements for physical supervision, prohibition on methods that cause death, permanent damage, etc. Of course, they didn't really take into account the psychological damage, but, a few hundred years too early for that. Secular courts that adopted the Crimen Exceptum doctrine for witchcraft prosecution were often less constrained than this. Local magistrates who found no formal legal training, operating under intense community pressure to produce results, and with limited institutional oversight over the proceedings, they could apply torture with a freedom and ferocity that the professional inquisitors would not have endorsed. The great witch panics of the 16th and 17th centuries would be driven primarily by secular courts, rather than the Inquisition power in its proper form. And that is a fact that complicates the simple narrative of the Inquisition as the primary engine of early modern judicial cruelty, and that emphasizes instead the specific danger of distributing exceptional torture authority to institutions that lack the professional culture of restraint that the Inquisition paradoxically has developed. Well, the Portuguese Inquisition, established in 1536, following decades of pressure from the Portuguese crown and resistance from Rome, which was concerned about crown-controlled models like the one that the Spanish had pioneered, and fair enough. They extended the Iberian inquisitorial system to a global context that the Spanish Inquisition had not yet fully reached. Portugal's imperial position, with colonial territories in Brazil, Africa, and the Estado de India, extending from Goa on the Indian coast to Macau, meant that the inquisitorial apparatus followed the trading empire, establishing tribunals at Goa in 1561, the Americas through Lima and Mexico City tribunals in the 1570s, and through the visiting inquisitions that operated in Brazil without a permanent tribunal until the 19th century. The extension of the Inquisition to colonial territories raised the specific question of how inquisitorial procedure applied to populations, indigenous Americans, African enslaved people, and mixed heritage colonial communities who had been baptized as a matter of colonial policy rather than severe conversion, and whose relationship to Catholic orthodoxy was inevitably shaped by the circumstance of their incorporation into the colonial religious order. Well, the Goa Inquisition, operating on the Indian subcontinent from 1561 until its final suppression in 1812, but they were glad they got rid of that one, is the most extensively documented example of the Iberian Inquisition model applied to a non-European colonial context. And its history shows both the adaptability and the specific brutality of a system when applied without any real constraints. The Goa Inquisition's targets were primarily the new Christians of Goa, and its records show a pattern familiar from the Iberian tribunals. It's the same thing: denunciation, arrest, torture, confession, naming the accomplices, and the cascade of prosecutions. The auto-da-fés of Goa were conducted with the same ceremony of those of Seville or Lisbon, with the same processions, the same readings of sentences, and the crescendo of the burnings, the main event. The French physician Charles Delon, who was arrested by the Inquisition in 1673 in Goa and eventually released after serving time in its prisons, left a detailed account of the institution's operations that was widely read in Europe and contributed significantly to the Enlightenment critique of the procedures. Villon's account of the physical conditions of Goa, the Goa Inquisition's prison, the psychological experience of extended confinement without knowledge of the charges against him, and the procedural mechanics of his trial and eventual release. It's one of the most important first-person documents in the history of torture's literature, and certainly quite a riveting read. The broader colonial context of the Iberian Inquisitions raises questions about the relationship between inquisitorial torture and colonial violence, ones that go beyond the scope of this episode, but should be acknowledged anyway. The same decades that saw the Spanish Inquisition perfecting its methods in Seville and Valladolid saw Spanish colonial administrators applying various forms of coerced labor, physical punishment, and judicial torture to indigenous American populations in ways that drew on inquisitorial tradition, but were not governed by its procedural constraints. The distinction between the Inquisition's relatively regulated system of judicial torture and the colonial violence visited on indigenous populations was partly one of the institutional jurisdiction and partly one of specific dehumanization the colonial ideology applied to anyone who's not like them, I suppose. Well, the Converso suspected of Judaizing was at least formally a Christian subject, whose rights the Inquisition's procedures theoretically protected. The indigenous Andean farmer, compelled to labor in the silver mines of Potosi, was operating in a different universe entirely. The colonial world the Iberian inquisitors inhabited was saturated with organized suffering that the Inquisition's procedural rules were not designed to address, and they did not address them. Well, by the middle of the 16th century, the Iberian Inquisitions had settled into something like institutional maturity. The Spanish Inquisition had been operating for 70 years. It had processed, as we're going to use those words, tens of thousands of cases, had refined its procedures, and had moved through the Converso problem of the early decades toward a broader jurisdictional reach that included Lutheranism, blasphemy, bigamy, and the full range of crimes against orthodoxy and morality that a Catholic state with a robust judicial apparatus could claim jurisdiction over. Now, meanwhile, the witch panic had been building slowly in German territories, in France and the Swiss cantons since the 1430s, producing periodic intense local persecutions, not yet achieving the full scale or the sustained momentum of the great waves that would follow. But of course we'll get to them later. Now, the paradox of the Spanish Inquisition's record of witchcraft is often overlooked. You see, the Spanish Inquisition, the most powerful and resourceful institution in Europe, was considerably more skeptical about witchcraft accusations than the secular courts of Germany, France, Switzerland, and that would, we would see them drive most of the great witch panics. Inquisitors trained in the professional tradition of the manuals, and they were better positioned often to recognize the unreliability of cascade confessions than local secular magistrates operating under community pressure. Well, the Spanish Inquisition's relatively restrained approach to witchcraft accusations, now I say relatively in the sense it killed far fewer people than the other secular courts in the German territories, is not a tribute to its humanity. Don't see it that way. It's more about its professionalism. A professional inquisitor knew that a woman who confessed under torture to flying to a Sabbath or having sex with the devil was probably telling the inquisitor what she thought he wanted to hear, whatever would end the pain. So, they kind of knew that. The secular magistrate, without his training or under intense pressure from the community, was less equipped to maintain that sort of skepticism. Then there was the Reformation, of course. That began formally with Luther's posting of the 95 Theses in 1517. shattering the institutional unity of Christianity in ways whose consequences for the history of torture were quite paradoxical. You see, on one level, the Reformation eliminated the most important single argument for the Inquisition's specific form of torture, and that's this. If the Church no longer had a unified authority structure to defend, the specific authority by which the Inquisition claimed to torture heretics was divided and contested. But on another level, the Reformation dramatically intensified the social anxiety about religious deviance, the fear of the secret enemy within the community, the conviction that orthodoxy was under existential threat, all the conditions that made the cascade dynamic of witch persecution so explosive. By 1550, Europe was armed with the full procedural apparatus of the Inquisition and entering the most intense period of religious conflict in its history. The worst was yet to come. The 2 centuries that followed, the great witch panics of German territories, English torture chambers under the Stuarts, the 30 Years' War, the Scottish witch trials, the Catholic-Protestant polemical war, and all the other good ones. They constitute the apex of organized judicial suffering in Western history, a period in which every available legal and theological framework for extracting pain had been assembled, and none of the intellectual tools for dismantling them were yet available. But that's going to be in part 6. So thank you very much for joining me today. Hope you are enjoying this, or suffering through this history of torture. We have, it's an 8-part series, so we got 3 more parts to go now. So I will see you in part 6. Thank you for joining me, and good night for now. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 6 of the history of torture. Hope you've been enjoying it so far. If you have, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. And if you're interested in keeping us crowdfunded and ad-free, links are in the pinned comment and description. Let's start with a letter. Dear child, innocent have I come into the prison. Innocent have I been tortured. Innocent I must die. For whoever comes into the witch prison must become a witch, or be tortured until he invents something out of nothing. Those were the words of Johannes Junius, the Burgomaster of Bamberg, who in 1631, on June the 19th, sat in his cell in the Druden house, awaiting his fate. He'd been tortured, he confessed to witchcraft, and he'd named accomplices. He was going to be burned, and he wanted his daughter to know what happened. Well, he was burned, indeed, on August 6, 1631. His daughter received that letter that we just read. It survives to this very day. The specific details that Junius provides in the letter about the mechanics of his torture and the specific pressures that broke him down are worth quoting closely, because they constitute one of the clearest available first-person accounts of how the cascade dynamic actually worked. After describing his initial refusal to confess, despite 3 torture sessions, he writes that his torturer told him that he must supply new accomplices, even if he had no new real ones, that he must name simply somebody. He had to know something. And that the naming of the accomplices was simply a requirement of the process, and it was going to happen regardless of whether names were real. He was then left in the torture chamber overnight. He resolved that he was just going to die. So he prayed. In the morning he confessed. He knew that there was no way out of this. He provided the names of acquaintances whom he had no reason to believe were witches, choosing people who were already dead or who he hoped were elsewhere and beyond the reach of the tribunal. His daughter Veronica had appeared in an earlier session's records as named by another prisoner. He had managed, he told her, to have her name removed from the formal record, without explaining how. Whether by bribery or by careful answering, or by the specific mercy of an individual inquisitor, she was not arrested. She received the letter. He was dead within weeks. Today we are going to talk about the period that covers roughly 1550 to 1700, the most intense concentration of institutionalized judicial cruelty in European history. The witch trials of Germany, France, Scotland, New England, the religious persecutions of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, the systematic violence of the French Wars of Religion and the 30 Years' War, the public executions of the early modern state with their choreography of suffering. All these converged in these 150 years into a volume of organized, deliberate pain that the world at the time, just a little bit after the medieval period, for all its famous inquisitorial apparatus, had not approached until they'd reached 1550. Sure, it was bad before 1550, but things often get worse before they get better. So let's begin with the Reformation, Counter-Reformation, and all the things in between. The Reformation shattering of Western Christian unity in the 16th century had consequences for the history of torture that were predictable and paradoxical. Now, the predictable part was the multiplication of the categories of religious enemy. Once Protestant and Catholic states existed in proximity, each with its own institutional enforcement apparatus and its own theology of correct belief, the list of persons who could be tortured on religious grounds expanded to include not just heretics this time, but enemies of whichever church happened to hold power in the region at any given moment. A Lutheran in Catholic Bavaria, a Catholic in Elizabethan England, an Anabaptist in, well, anywhere. All were subject to judicial proceedings that used torture as a investigative and confessional tool, applied in the name of whichever theological orthodoxy the local authority was defending at the time. But there was a paradox. That was that the Reformation, which had attacked the institutional corruption of the Roman Church partly on the grounds that its coercive practices were incompatible with a faith that should be freely given, produced Protestant ecclesiastical and secular institutions that used judicial torture with at least as much frequency and at least as much theological confidence as the institutions they had replaced. Luther's own position on judicial torture was essentially continuous with the Catholic legal tradition he inherited. Torture was legitimate. You had to use it in an investigation, but it had its own rules, and it was always appropriate for serious crimes. Calvin's Geneva used torture in the investigation of heresy, treason, and other serious offences. The English crown under Henry VIII's break with Rome continued the use of torture for state security purposes, with a vigour that owed nothing to Catholic or Protestant theology and everything to specific anxieties of a dynasty whose grip on power was recent, contested, and surrounded by enemies on all sides. The institutional apparatus of coercive interrogation crossed the Reformation's theological divide without much modification at all, because it was embedded in the Roman legal tradition rather than in specifically Catholic theology. And the Roman legal tradition was the common inheritance of every European jurisdiction, regardless of any religious allegiance they had. Now, we mentioned before the Anabaptists. Basically, they were the radical wing of the Reformation. They rejected infant baptism. They insisted on adult rebaptism as the only valid Christian initiation. They also refused to swear oaths, and in some communities, they embraced pacifism and communal property. They were perhaps the most persistently and systematically tortured religious group of the 16th century, persecuted both by Catholic authorities who considered them heretics, by Lutheran authorities who considered them radicals, and Calvinist authorities who considered them a threat to the godly social order. The specific crime of Anabaptism, that is the rebaptism of adults, was treated as a capital offense by the Imperial Edict of Speyer of 1529, and the enforcement of this edict across the German territories and Swiss cantons produced several thousand executions over the following decades, most of them preceded by judicial torture, aimed at identifying the network through which Anabaptist belief and practice had spread. The Anabaptist martyrologies, i.e. the community accounts of persecution and execution compiled by any of the survivors, few and far between of course, are documents of considerable literary power, but also historical importance. But inevitably they are shaped by their own propagandistic purpose. They present the tortured and executed always as innocent martyrs, whose sufferings confirmed that the Anabaptists were the true faith, at least if you ask the Anabaptists. The same dynamic we observed in the Christian martyrdom accounts of the Roman period was reproducing itself in the confessional landscape of the 16th century. The tortured body became a theological statement. The suffering was the evidence. Well, it's hard not to feel sorry for somebody who's just been tortured to death. But here's the thing. When you do that, look at what happened with Jan Hus over in the more eastern parts. When you create martyrs, you just create more heretics. Because just like how Christ died on the cross and all the other disciples went through their own hellish ordeals, it just makes the people who follow them a lot more radical. It confirms everything that they're talking about. So it never really scares them to death if they truly believe in what they're saying, only if they have a little bit of doubt and they think that the game is not quite worth the candle. That's when you extinguish these movements. Anyway, moving on, we're going to talk about the French Wars of Religion, which is exactly what it sounds like. It does what it says on the label, I suppose. So, the French Wars of Religion, spanning from 1562 until the Edict of Nantes in 1598, produced a situation in which judicial torture was applied to political and religious opponents in patterns that shifted with each change in the balance of power, creating a record of institutionalized cruelty that was simultaneously Catholic, Protestant, royal, and aristocratic, systematic and spontaneous. A little bit of everything, variety being the spice of life, as we all know. The wars killed perhaps 3 million people. Now, that wasn't all through battle, of course many of them did go that way, but there was the famine, the diseases, the massacres, sort of the tail-end effects, what happens when you have a war. And really, this transformed the French legal system's relationship to torture in ways that would persist well beyond the religious settlement. The big event was the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, August 24th, 1572. Well, this was important because the killing was mob violence. It wasn't a legal procedure, but its aftermath is really relevant. The judicial proceedings that followed in some regions against survivors, i.e. the torture of Huguenot prisoners, who are Protestants, taken in the violence to extract information about networks and hiding places, and subsequent uses of the massacre as a precedent and justification for future repression. They all represent the specific way in which extrajudicial mass violence and judicial torture interpenetrate in a society at war with itself. The Paris massacre was followed by similar killings in Lyon, Rouen, and other cities, and in each case, the relationship between the organized killing and formal judicial apparatus was intimate. The massacre legitimized the arrest and interrogation, and the interrogation produced confessions and denunciations that legitimized further arrest and interrogation, and, as we always say, so on and so forth. It just kept snowballing on itself. The boundary between the riot and the tribunal was pretty blurry, in ways that made the legal limits on torture, such as they were at the time, effectively meaningless in the crisis period. The specific torture methods of French judicial procedure in the 16th century were the standard continental repertoire. You had the strappado, the rack, water torture. But two specifically French variants deserve attention. First, you had the brodequin, a device in which the legs were placed between boards and wedges. Between boards and wedges were driven in progressively, crushing the flesh and eventually shattering the bones. It was the most distinctive French contribution to the early modern torture toolkit. The procedure was applied with the legs immobilized between parallel boards of wood, with additional boards added onto the outside and wedges driven between them with a mallet. The number of wedges was counted and recorded. 4 wedges for ordinary torture, 8 for a little bit more extraordinary. The pain was immediate and escalating. The bone fractures that resulted from sufficient application required weeks of recovery, even in those who were eventually released, and permanent physical damage, shattered joints, nerve injury. Well, that was substantial. Next they had the estrapade, which was the French version of the strappado, but they applied it from a height that allowed a longer drop. It was also quite characteristic, with the records noting the specific number of drops applied and weights added to the feet, in cases where the unaided strappado was deemed to be not painful enough. Well, let's move on. The witch trials that consumed Bamberg and Würzburg simultaneously in the years from 1626 to 1631 were the absolute apex of the European witch persecution. And I'm not just talking about in the numbers of people killed, though that is staggering, but it's more about the organization, the systematization, and the sheer comprehensiveness of the destruction that the two prince-bishops achieved. These were not panics in the colloquial sense. It wasn't just this irrational mob violence. It was all about organized judicial proceedings. Then, of course, it was conducted by trained legal personnel. They had extensive documentation. They operated within the framework of the Crimen Exceptum that we spoke about in the previous part, and the Inquisitorial Procedure, of course, that we've been following throughout the series. They were the system working as intended, at its full institutional capacity. The real horror is not that something went wrong, is that everything went exactly as planned. Now that's scary. So, Johann George II Fuchs von Dornheim, the Prince Bishop of Bamberg, who presided over the persecution, was a man who took the witch problem very seriously, serious enough to invest significant institutional resources into addressing it. In comes the Druden House, the witch prison he had specifically built, a purpose-designed detention and interrogation facility with its own torture chamber, cells capable of holding dozens of prisoners simultaneously, and administrative infrastructure for processing large numbers of cases efficiently. And also, of course, a breakfast buffet for those who would stay there. I'm just joking. Seeing if you're paying attention is all. There was no buffet. Well, anyway, the existence of the Druden House itself is significant. It shows the institutionalization of witch persecution to the point where ordinary civic infrastructure was deemed inadequate and a dedicated facility was required. So between 1626 and 31, the Bamberg trials resulted in the execution of approximately 300 to 350 people. The common figure of 600 represents a higher estimate, and, well, we generally raise a few eyebrows at the higher estimates, though the lower figures are themselves sufficient to indicate the scale of the destruction. The victims included members of every social stratum. You had the councillors, the burgomasters, the canons of the cathedral chapter, merchants, wives of civic officials, eventually the Prince Bishop's own vice-chancellor, the jurist Dr. Hahn, who had made the mistake of expressing doubt about the proceedings, and then himself got accused, tortured into confession, and burned. I bet he won't make that mistake twice. The Würzburg trials, conducted simultaneously under Prince Bishop Philip Adolf von Ehrenberg, were in some respects even more extreme in their disregard for social status and age categories that normally provided some protection against inquisitorial prosecution. The Würzburg records documented executions of children. Boys and girls as young as 9 and 10 years old had been accused, tried, and burned. The bishop's own nephew even got executed. Students from the university, too, priests, believe it or not, the vice-chancellor, a poor blind girl got it too. This is all about this cascade dynamic that we've been tracing since the Valais trials of the 15th century. It was operating here at maximum velocity. Each confession produced names, each name produced an arrest, and each arrest produced a torture session, ending up with more names. The persecution fed in on itself, with no internal mechanism capable of stopping it. The Johannes Junius letter that we talked about in the opening is the most intimate surviving document of the Bamberg persecution, but the administrative records of both tribunals provide a statistical picture that is equally damning. The Würzburg execution list, a document that survives and has been translated and analyzed, records the victims in numbered entries, each noting the social status of the condemned and the specific date of execution. Entry 29 on the list is, quote, a little maiden, 9 or 10 years old. Entry 31, a young girl, 12 years old. Entry 33, the young son of a prince's cook, 12 years old. And the list goes on for over 250 entries. Now, reading in sequence, the canons, the innkeepers' wives, students, children, it gives you this cumulative effect that no abstract description of the scale of the persecution can really match. And this is what the system built to detect and destroy witchcraft actually did. Given sufficient institutional resources and a prince bishop willing to apply them with zero restraint. Recipe for disaster. Certainly. The early modern period saw the development and refinement of the torture toolkit to a degree of elaboration that shows both institutional resources and, well, the creativity that systematic institutional torture tends to produce when people have got the time, the resources, and room for experimentation. The medieval Inquisition's toolkit had been shaped by the constraints of the ad extirpanda conditions. No death, no permanent mutilation, and no blood. Doesn't mean it's not going to bloody hurt, though. Of course, they came up with the elegant brutality of the toca and strappado to get around these rules. The early modern secular courts that drove the witch trials had fewer formal procedural constraints and more institutional resources. The result was a wider and more varied toolkit that included both refinements of medieval methods and genuinely novel instruments. The thumbscrew was a simple device whose effectiveness lay in its concentration of force on the body's densest concentration of nerve endings. Well, almost at least. The mechanism was straightforward. The thumb or finger was placed between two parallel plates of metal connected by a screw thread, and the plates were brought together by turning the screw. The crushing of the thumb joint under controlled mechanical pressure produced excruciating pain, with very precise control over the force applied. The torturer could turn the screw by increments, stopping and asking questions between each of them, with the implicit message that the next turn was always just a slight flick of the wrist away. The thumb screw produced immediate results in many subjects, precisely because the anticipation of the next increment of pressure was very effective in a psychological sense, more than the actual pressure itself. The device left relatively clean documentary traces. The records note the application of the thumb screw, the number of turns applied, and the responses at each stage. Very precise, bureaucratic. It makes them useful for a historical reconstruction, but deeply unpleasant to think that someone just coldly wrote this all down. Next we have the Spanish boot, also known as the leg screw. It was a more elaborate version of the same basic principle, but applied from the leg from the knee to the ankle. Metal plates were fitted around the leg and tightened by screws or wedges. The progressive compression of the calf and shin muscles, the tendons, and eventually the bone itself, produced pain that built more slowly than the thumb screw, but reached greater intensity and caused more serious physical damage. The accounts of the Spanish boot in operation describe the muscle tissue rupturing and bleeding internally, the leg swelling dramatically within the constraining material, and the bone eventually fracturing if application was continued. The permanent damage to those who survived the Spanish boot was, needless to say, quite severe. Many were left with permanent gait impairment, nerve damage, or a joint dysfunction. The device was used widely in the German witch trials and appears in the records of the Scottish witch trials of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, with a frequency that suggests it was standard equipment for the Scottish torturer rather than an exceptional measure. Next we have the heated chair, which once again does what it says on the label. It's an iron chair that could be heated from below while the subject was strapped to it. It appears in some accounts of early modern torture, and it has the same logic as the hot iron ordeal of the early medieval period, applied as an interrogative rather than a divine test. The pricking stool, or the witch's chair, a seat covered in spikes, appears in some Scottish records. Sleep deprivation, achieved through continuous noise, bright light, or the simple requirement that guards disturb the prisoner at regular intervals throughout the night, was widely employed as a preliminary measure before formal torture, on the accurate understanding that extended sleep deprivation produces a state of cognitive impairment and emotionally fragile states that makes resistance to interrogative pressure substantially harder. The records of the Scottish witch trials are particularly detailed about sleep deprivation's application. The waking of a witch suspect was a formalized procedure whose duration, typically 3 to 5 days, and method being walked by relays of guards who kept the subject moving and conscious, were specified in some jurisdictions. After 5 days without sleep, a healthy person is experiencing hallucination and has difficulty to distinguish fantasy from reality. They also lack the cognitive resources to maintain any deliberate, strategic response to interrogation. They're just too tired to do it. The brain does not have the function. The sleep-deprived witch suspect, who began to describe their attendance at a Sabbath, may have been drawing on experiences generated by their own sleep-deprived brain, as much as deliberate fabrication. But the early modern period also saw the professionalization of the executioner, the Scharfrichter in German, the bourreau in French, the hangman in English, to a degree that made the office a recognizable hereditary trade, and one with specific skills, social status, and responsibilities. The executioner's role in early modern justice combined several functions that we might now consider distinct: the administration of judicial torture during interrogation, the conduct of corporal punishment, i.e. flogging, branding, ear cropping, mutilation, and the conduct of capital executions by the various methods prescribed by the law. The same person who operated the strappato in the torture chamber also swung the sword at the scaffold, built the pyre for burnings, and administered the wheel for breaking. The breadth of technical skill required was substantial, and the families that passed the craft across generations accumulated both knowledge and social position that their official stigma belied. Well, the social position of the executioner in early modern society was a specific and elaborate form of marginalization that served important institutional functions. The executioner was simultaneously indispensable to the legal system, but also excluded from the normal social intercourse of the community. He could not enter certain shops or public spaces without ritual contamination, and could not always be buried in consecrated ground either. He was also required to live at the edge of town near the gallows, rather than among the general population, and subjected to prohibitions that prevented him having normal socialization with other craftsmen and citizens. His children also faced difficulty in guild membership and civic participation. He was, in the precise sense of the term, a liminal figure, living at the boundary between the ordered world of civic life and the disordered world of violence and death, performing the boundary-crossing acts that the community required but could not acknowledge performing itself. The institutionalization of this stigma was the community's mechanism for managing the psychological and moral problem that the executioner represented, i.e., the acknowledgement that organized violence was necessary to social order required the simultaneous distancing of that acknowledgement from the respectable citizens who actually benefited from it. The executioner did what needed to be done, and he was contaminated by doing it. Bit of a catch-22, I suppose. He freed the community from the need to confront what was being done in its name. The craft skills the executioner needed were genuinely specialized and required sustained training and experience to perform competently. A beheading by the sword, the executioner's most visible and technically demanding task, required precise knowledge of anatomy, considerable physical strength and coordination, and the ability to perform under extreme psychological pressure before a large crowd with a single opportunity for success. A failed beheading, i.e. a blow that struck the neck obliquely, failed to complete the separation or missed the target, was a professional disaster that could expose the executioner to crowd violence and destroy his reputation. The executioners who became famous for their skill — a clean single-blow beheading was the mark of a genuine master, by the way — were regarded with a complicated mixture of contempt and respect that shows the ambivalence of the executioner's social position more generally. The German Scharfrichter, who had mastered the two-handed sword used for decapitation in German territories, commanded a professional reputation extending across jurisdictions, and cultivated with the pride of any skilled craftsman in the quality of his work. The pride was grotesque, at least to our modern sensibility. It was entirely intelligible within the framework of a society that understood the executioner's craft as a necessary and skilled public function. Well, the public execution of the early modern period was quite carefully designed and managed. A performance whose script, staging, and audience management showed decades of practice. and whose purposes extended far beyond the simple elimination of the condemned. The scaffold was the state's most powerful medium of political communication, the moment at which sovereign power revealed itself most broadly, when the distance between the authority that had condemned and the body being destroyed was collapsed into a single public act, whose audience was the entire community. The symbolic vocabulary of the execution was elaborate and precise. The method of death, position of the body, and treatment of the corpse after, even the condemned person's final speech and demeanor, the presence or absence of clergy, all of these little elements of a text written in flesh and blood, and everyone showed up to watch. The English punishment of hanging, drawing, and quartering, reserved for men convicted of high treason, that was the most elaborate and deliberately extreme execution methods in the English repertoire, and its specific design reveals the political logic of early modern execution with quite a bit of clarity. The condemned was hanged by the neck until nearly dead, not until dead. No, they stopped before then because the subsequent operations required a living subject, and then they were cut down, as in the rope was cut, while they were still conscious. The genitals were then cut off and burned before the condemned man's eyes. The abdomen was opened and the intestines were drawn out, eviscerated, also burned. The heart was removed. Then the body was beheaded and quartered, cut into 4 sections, and the pieces were distributed for display at locations chosen by authorities. The head on London Bridge, perhaps, the quarters above the gates of different cities, each piece serving as a permanent installation and a reminder of what happens when you cross the government. The condemned experience of this procedure, from the moment of cutting down through the evisceration, could last several minutes, during which consciousness was maintained, and the accounts of the procedure consistently describe the condemned man crying out, praying, or in some cases, maintaining silence, with an effort that was itself noted by the audience as evidence of their exceptional courage or exceptional guilt. Depends who you ask. The audience was at a full hanging, drawing, and quartering, was expected to be large, and it was, always. Next there was the breaking on the wheel, practiced widely in France and Germany. It operated on a different axis, no pun intended, the executioner's communicative logic. Where the English method emphasized the comprehensive dismemberment of a traitor's body as a statement about the totality of treason, the wheel emphasized duration and visibility. The condemned was bound to a large wagon wheel mounted horizontally on a post. The executioner then broke the bones of the body systematically with a heavy iron wheel or a hammer, working from the extremities inwards, the legs first, then the arms and the torso. The condemned person, for whom no mercy was intended, might have every major long bone in the body broken before a coup de grace was administered or withheld. Now the coup de grace, which was a blow to the chest or throat that ended life, was a mercy that the judge could specify or withhold. Without it, the broken person might live on the wheel for hours. I mean, think about it, they're not really striking any internal organs, right? Just breaking your legs and arms, and you can't really die from a broken leg or an arm. Charles-Henri Sanson, the French chief executioner, left descriptions of breaking on the wheel from his practice in the 18th century that provide a pretty detailed surviving account of what was really going on. The audience for the wheel, as for all early modern public executions, was huge, and the records consistently note whether the crowd was sympathetic, hostile, or silent. The audience's emotional response was itself a political datum, whose significance the authorities read very carefully. The burning alive of heretics and witches, the punishment reserved for the obstinate, relapsed, those condemned by the authorities for the worst spiritual offenses, combined the maximum possible physical suffering with a specific theological symbolism. Fire as purification, as an element of divine judgment, and a punishment that destroyed the body, and whose completeness expressed the total rejection of the condemned by the community of the faithful. Accounts from the time of burnings are consistent in describing the prolonged nature of death, the stages through the body which the body passed, responses from the crowd, etc. The condemned who maintained their confession and expressed sincere contrition might receive the mercy of strangulation before the pyre was lit. The obstinate who refused to the end, rather burned alive. The accounts do not sanitize what this meant. The screaming, the attempts to lean away from the flames, the progressive destruction of the body from the feet upward. It's all there, in quite a bit of cold detail. And what they do is frame these experiences in a language that made them comprehensible to a contemporary audience in a way that required specific effort of historical imagination to reconstruct from our own temporal position. Well, let's move on from that. We find ourselves on March the 2nd, 1757, when a domestic servant named Robert Francois Damiens was publicly tortured and executed in the Place de Grève in Paris for the attempted assassination of Louis XV. Damiens had wounded the king with a penknife. The wound was minor. The king was never seriously in danger. But the crime of attempted regicide in 18th century France was categorically different from ordinary murder. It was an attack on the sacred person of the monarch, a violation of the divine order that the king's body embodied, and the law specified a punishment calibrated to the scale of that. The penalty was the same that had been applied to Ravaillac, the assassin of Henry IV in 1610. Torture, extraordinarily, followed by dismemberment while alive, followed by burning. The proceedings against Damiens are the most documented public torture event in European history, or at least among them, recorded in detail by multiple eyewitnesses, including the philosopher Denis Diderot, whose account circulated privately, and the journalist Bouton, whose report was later published. The torture of inquiry, the preliminary torture intended to extract confessions about accomplices, was conducted in private over several sessions, and is less well documented. The public execution on March 28th was witnessed by thousands and described in sources ranging from official records to personal correspondence. The procedure specified that the flesh of Damiens' right hand, the hand that held the knife, was to be burned with sulphur, and then the chest, the arms, the thighs, and the calves were to be torn with red-hot pincers. Then molten lead, boiling oil, burning resin, wax, and sulphur were to be poured into the wounds, and then the body was to be drawn and quartered by horses, and then it was to be burned. What the witnesses describe is both the procedure unfolding and its failure to unfold as planned. The flesh burning and the pincers were applied as specified. The descriptions of the screaming are consistent across sources. But when the time came for the quartering by the horses, the procedure proved to be a little bit more difficult. 6 horses were attached to the limbs and set to pull in different directions, but the body refused to separate. The tendon, muscle, and joint connections of a living body are extraordinarily resistant to traction. The horses pulled for over an hour without achieving the intended separation. Additional cuts were made to the joints and tendons to assist the process. But still, it just wouldn't happen. Eventually, the executioner and his assistants completely did the dismemberment by hand, with the horses having achieved a bit of separation, but not the clean quartering that the law wanted. Damiens was reportedly still alive during much of this process. He died during the quartering. The execution of Damion is the hinge event in the intellectual history of this period's treatment of torture, because it came, almost immediately, the central exhibit in the philosopher's prosecution of the old regime's legal system. Michel Foucault's Discipline and Punish in 1975, the most influential academic analysis of this period's treatment of punishment, opens with a detailed account of the Damion execution. The contrast between the spectacle of sovereign violence and the prison timetable that opens the next chapter is the book's central argument in visual form. Foucault's analysis is pretty powerful, but needs a bit of clarification. The Damion execution was already, in 1757, an anachronism rather than the typical example of contemporary judicial practice. The philosophers who made it famous were doing so precisely because it was exceptional. It exemplified a system they were trying to argue was unjust. The routine operation of French criminal justice in 1757 was quite a bit less dramatic than the Place de Grève on March 28th. But the routine was also embedded in a system whose legal authorization for judicial torture was complete, and whose reform was, of course, very much overdue. Now, speaking of reform, the intellectual tradition of opposition to torture had roots, as we have seen, in Aristotle's epistemological critique on Pope Nicholas's principled condemnation. Throughout the medieval period and into the early modern, this tradition has been a minor current in legal culture, overwhelmingly committed to torture as a legitimate instrument of investigation. Old habits die hard, is what I'm trying to say. What changed in the 16th and early 17th centuries was not the existence of the critique, but its intensity, its public dissemination, its connections to the specific horror of witch trials, and all of this provided critics of judicial torture with a set of cases so extreme that the argument became for the first time pretty much unavoidable. Johann Weyer, a German physician who published On the Illusions of Demons in 1563, the first significant figure in the intellectual tradition specifically opposing witch persecution, and his argument is characteristic of the physician's approach to a problem that theologians and lawyers had been defining in all of their own terms. Weyer argued that the women accused of witchcraft were actually mentally ill. They were suffering from what he described as melancholy and delusions, conditions on whose symptoms he described with a clinical attention informed by his medical practice. They were not witches, because there were no witches. The experience they described, all the Sabbaths, the flight, and literally having sex with the devil, were symptoms of mental illness, not descriptions of real events. The devil had no power to compel women to sign pacts with him, because the devil's power was subject to divine limitation, and God would not permit the devil to just walk on into someone's town and do that. I mean, we have free will and all that sort of thing, but there's only so far that goes. Weyer's book was condemned by the Catholic Church, attacked by Protestants too, and added to the Index of Forbidden Books, which is somewhat of a badge of honor, I assume. It was also widely read, reprinted multiple times, and cited by every subsequent critic of witch persecution as a foundational text. Weyer was not entirely consistent, though. He did accept the reality of demonic influence, and even the legitimacy of some witch prosecutions. But his insistence on the mental illness framework as an alternative to the witchcraft framework introduced a medical counterclaim to the legal and theological consensus that subsequent decades would develop. Then there was Friedrich Spee von Langenfeld, a Jesuit priest who served as a confessor to condemned witches in the Rhineland in the early 1620s, and who witnessed at close range the machinery of the Würzburg and Bamberg trials. He published his Cautio Criminalis, a caution in criminal cases, in 1631. The same year, by the way, that Johannes Junius was writing his letter to his daughter from the Bamberg Druden house. Spee's work is a more practically devastating critique of witch persecution than Weir's, because it came from someone who had been inside the system and could describe from direct experience exactly how it worked, and ultimately why it produced the results. His argument was pretty straightforward, and a lot of people had to recognize that it was quite irrefutable. Everyone who was put to torture confessed. Now, isn't that funny? Every single one of them. And it is kind of an elephant in the room, isn't it? I mean, a 100% conviction rate, right? It seems a little too good to be true. And it wasn't just that. It was also the fact that everyone who confessed also named their accomplices. Another 100% stat that seems too good to be true. Therefore, the production of confessions and accomplice networks proved nothing about the actual distribution of real witchcraft in the population. It only proved one thing, and that was that torture was working as torture always works, producing whatever statements the torturer required. It's not about the right answer or the wrong answer, because the right answer is simply something that is pleasing to the one who is answering it, who is asking it rather. It's, I don't know, they don't go in with questions, or at least they go in with questions already knowing the answers, or knowing the answers they want to hear. Like we've said before, with these things, there's simply no way of getting out of it. You're done for. Spee did not argue that witchcraft was impossible, though. It's not impossible, I guess. He argued that the evidence produced by the witch trial procedure was fundamentally worthless, because the same procedure applied to an entirely innocent population would always produce the exact same results. And it always did. He had the numbers to prove it. Of course, they kept records. His publisher was so afraid of the consequences of actually bringing out the book that he decided it was best to do it anonymously. Spee's authorship was an open secret, but was not publicly acknowledged during his lifetime. In any case, he died of plague in 1635. He had contracted it while ministering to the wounded during the 30 Years' War. He was 44 years old when he died. But he wasn't the only one. Michael de Montaigne's engagement with torture in his work Essays, published in successive versions from 1580 onward, represents a different register of critique. You see, when it comes to de Montaigne, it's not the physician's clinical analysis or the confessor's procedural first-hand account. No, Montaigne has this kind of philosophical moral imagination applied to the specific question of what it means to inflict deliberate suffering on another human being. Sort of taking the old angle that was kind of the Socratic angle, I suppose. The angle of Aristotle that we've spoken about. Montaigne was skeptical of torture's epistemological value, in terms that Aristotle had been skeptical too. You see, he observed that pain would cause people to confess to anything, and he was right. But he was also distinctly morally troubled by the experience of causing pain, by the specific quality of what happens to the person who inflicts it, as well as to the person who receives it. His essay, On Cruelty, is one of the earliest extended reflections in the European literary tradition on what cruelty does to its practitioner, on the way that habitual infliction of suffering damages the moral capacity of the person inflicting it. This turn in the argument from the epistemological unreliability of tortured testimony to the moral harm of the practice on those who practice it, would become one of the central themes of the Enlightenment critique of torture that the next episode will talk about. Montaigne had arrived at it a century before the philosophers made it famous. What a trailblazer. The English case during this period is instructive as a counterpoint that refuses to be entirely comforting. England had a common law tradition that nominally prohibited judicial torture, and the English witch trials, concentrated most intensely in the East Anglian panic of 1645-47, relied primarily on sleep deprivation, swimming, that is, dipping someone in and out of water, and the extended search for the devil's mark rather than strappado and the rack. I mean, it doesn't make it completely innocent, but at least it's a little better. Hopkins and his associate, we're talking about Matthew Hopkins, the Witchfinder General, his associate John Stern, operated through informal social pressure and manipulation as much as through formal torture, exploiting community fear and isolation to produce confessions without the formal apparatus of the continental procedure. The result? Approximately 300 executions in 2 years, a rate that matched or exceeded the worst German panics in its local concentration, achieved without the institutional infrastructure that the German cases required. The implications a bit uncomfortable. The continental torture apparatus was sufficient, but not necessarily necessary to produce mass witch killing. The social dynamics of accusation, isolation, and collective fear could do the heavy lifting more than the cruder tools. But Hopkins was eventually challenged. The Norfolk minister John Gall published his Critique in 1646, and the parliamentary army began investigating Matthew Hopkins. But he died in 1647 of tuberculosis, before anybody could really bring any formal proceedings against him. The East Anglian panic collapsed in the absence of his driving energy, the captain of the ship being gone. The trials didn't end because of the intellectual critics persuading the authorities, though. The critics were largely ignored, often persecuted, in some cases added to the list of the condemned. The trials ended primarily because they consumed enough prominent and socially connected victims that the people with the power to stop them found themselves at personal risk. And this is the specific mechanism that the Johannes Junius case illustrates, when the Bamberg trials began reaching into the top of the civic and ecclesiastical hierarchy, when the vice-chancellor confessed to witchcraft under torture, when the cathedral canons were being executed and the prince-bishop's own administration was being devoured. The cascade finally produced a crisis. It could not be managed within the framework of normal procedure. The Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand II, intervened, and the trials stopped. The mechanism of stopping was not intellectually persuasive, but the self-preservation of the powerful. They didn't really care that the normal people were getting killed, I suppose. Well, a similar dynamic played out across the major witch panics of the period. The Salem trials of 1692 ended when the accusations reached the wife of the governor of Massachusetts, at which points the proceedings were suddenly recognized as unreliable. The major German panics ended when the cascade consumed enough stakeholders to generate the kind of high-level intervention that the deaths of peasants and marginalized women would never have done. The intellectual critique, it was read, circulated, and provided a bit of fuel, but its immediate practical effect was negligible. In any case, by the end of the 17th century, the great witch panics were largely over in Western and Central Europe, though they would continue in the Scottish borderlands, in the American colonies, and in parts of the Eastern and Northern European areas for some decades more. The 30 Years' War had ended in 1648 with the Peace of Westphalia, and the exhaustion of religious warfare too, i.e., 3 decades of devastation, had produced a widespread desire for a different framework of coexistence. The legal systems of the major European states were being reformed, in directions shaped partly by the recovery of Roman law and partly in their own philosophies, beginning to gain ground in legal obligation and human reason rather than divine command. The philosophies of the French Enlightenment were not yet at full volume, but the intellectual preconditions for their attack on judicial torture were being assembled in the late 17th century with a thoroughness that would make the 18th century's reform movement as unstoppable as it was. Of course, that's all in the next part. What we can say from the period of 1550 to 1700 is that it left behind a simultaneously catastrophic human record and, I suppose, something of an intellectual legacy. It's only apparent in retrospect, but the catastrophic record is computable in approximate terms. Historians estimate that perhaps 40 to 60,000 people were killed in trials between 1450 and 1750, with the most intense concentration in the period covered in what we've spoke about in this episode today. That the religious persecutions of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation produced hundreds of thousands of judicial proceedings in which torture was routinely employed, and that the public executions of the early modern state, conducted weekly in every major European city, represented an extraordinary volume of deliberately inflicted public suffering. It constituted a social fact whose normalization was itself one of the more disturbing features of the period. But the intellectual legacy is a tradition of critique. It accumulated across these decades, and it provided the Enlightenment philosophers with the conceptual tools that documented evidence they needed to make the case for abolition. The case had been building for 200 years by the time that Beccaria published it. The age of cruelty was coming to an end, but very, very slowly, and its death throes were their own kind of horror. But we will get to that next time. Well, I hope you've enjoyed our time here together today. Once again, our part 6. And we got 2 more parts to go. There'll be plenty more torture to go around, I'm afraid. And things don't really just come to an end at 1700. Anyway, thank you very much for joining me, and I will see you in part 7. Good night for now, and farewell. Hello and welcome back to part 7 of our history of torture. If you've enjoyed following along, give us a like, comment, and subscribe. And if you want to keep the channel ad and sponsor free, links are in the pinned comment and description. Let's continue on from where we were last time, heading into the period of 1680 to 1800, this so-called Enlightenment, which makes a few good steps towards progress, pretty big ones, especially coming out of the period we covered last time. We generally think of the Enlightenment as, well, enlightened, and I suppose in many ways it was. But that doesn't mean they weren't hanging people, beheading people, and everything in between. For example, as late as 1782, a 50-year-old maidservant named Anna Goldie was beheaded in the Swiss canton of Glarus. She was convicted of poisoning the child of her employer with what the court called magic arts. But here's the thing, she was not officially tried for witchcraft. Swiss authorities had become a little embarrassed by the association with the earlier prosecution that the charge was formulated as poisoning instead. But the substance of the proceedings, including her confession to applying powder to the child's food on the devil's instructions, was extracted under what records euphemistically describe as exceptional measures. Now, use your imagination. She is widely regarded as the last person legally executed for witchcraft in Western Europe, And so, while this period had its unpleasantries, it also had the ending of trends which were quite welcome. The Swiss politician Heinrich Hössli, writing decades later, called the case a judicial murder, and he catalogued the specific procedural irregularities that produced the conviction. There were a few things that were not quite up to the standard of the day, but they happened anyway. By 1782, judicial torture had been abolished in most of the European states. The Enlightenment had declared torture irrational, immoral, and incompatible with civilized governance, and the legal systems of Europe had agreed formally, officially, and with considerable rhetorical ceremony to do the same and kind of put torture on the back burner, at least within Europe. That was cold comfort for Anne Goldie. She died anyway. So let's not skip too far ahead, as we want to talk about the end of our topic of last time. Now, if you remember, which I'm sure you do, we were talking about witch hunts and the tail end of the Inquisition. The Anne Goldie case is pretty instructive, an illustration of the specific quality of the transition period from the intellectual consensus against witch prosecution. It had not fully penetrated the local practice of justice quite yet, but once again, baby steps. Now, what about Glarus? You might not have heard of it. I don't blame you. It's a smaller place, not really a backwater, at least not in 1782. It was a Swiss canton, with access to the same educated culture that had produced the Enlightenment critique. The people who prosecuted Goldie were aware that witch prosecutions had become unpopular, embarrassing even, cringe perhaps. Well, the charge was formulated as poisoning rather than witchcraft, precisely to avoid that label. They didn't want the rest of Europe sort of whispering, saying that the Swiss were taking a step backwards in time. But the substance of what they did, that was functionally identical to what most credulous medieval witch hunters would have done, with a thin coat of modern respectability, I suppose. The gap between the formal and intellectual position and the local institutional practice was the space in which Goldie died. The poor girl just fell through the cracks. The formal end of witchcraft trials in Western Europe was a process, and its specific mechanisms show what the broader abolition of judicial torture would look like. Not a dramatic intellectual breakthrough, but rather a slow shift in the beliefs and political patterns of people with institutional power, those who would decide whether prosecutions would proceed. Of course, public opinion is another story entirely. We don't really have many writings from the general public. I mean, perhaps they were afraid to speak out against such things, and well, that opens an entirely different can of worms about how early the dinner table conversation critique would have been. But then again, they weren't the people with power to stop it. Now, in England, the last execution for witchcraft was 1682. In Scotland, 1727, 59 years later, in a country that had conducted some of the most intensive persecutions of the 17th century. Well, the final execution involved an elderly woman named Janet Horne, whose daughter had reportedly been deformed, which was taken as evidence of demonic influence. Of course, we're talking a bit of a Eurocentric approach here. Go over to Africa, and you'll find executions for witchcraft, blasphemy, things like that in the Middle East too. They're still going on to this current day, believe it or not. Well, in colonial Massachusetts, the Salem trials of 1692 produced 19 hangings, and one pressing to death before the governor of Massachusetts intervened. The specific mechanism of intervention being once more the self-interest of the powerful. You see, it only stopped when the governor's wife had been named as a witch. and this changed the political calculus of the proceedings with a speed that decades of ordinary women's suffering had not really achieved. The last legal execution for witchcraft in continental Europe was Anna Goldie in 1782, but the preceding decades had seen progressive thinnings of witch prosecutions, as elite belief in the literal reality of the Sabbath, demonic pacts, and people flying around on broomsticks at night, that were the substance of the witch accusations, shifted away from credulous acceptance toward more skepticism. The shift was not uniform, of course. Popular belief in witchcraft, in the capacity of certain individuals to cause harm through supernatural means, and the reality of maleficium, this black magic, specific magical harm to persons, crops, and livestock, well, that persisted in rural communities well into the 19th century and beyond. Now, rural communities, of course, always being the last holdouts of old superstition, but that's not so bad, because they're also the last holdouts of old traditions, and not all old traditions are as bad as witch hunting. Look at our folklore videos, The city slickers. Well, they don't really keep those traditions alive. You gotta go out to the countryside for it. Anyway, the judge, who no longer believed that the Sabbath was real, wasn't going to treat a tortured confession describing attendance at the Sabbath as credible evidence, more of an eye roll or a raising of the eyebrow. And without credible evidence, that whole cascade dynamic that we discussed in the previous episode could not really begin. The intellectual critique that Ware and Spee had made available was adopted not primarily because it was persuasive as philosophy, but really because it aligned with changing beliefs of the educated class. And it was their members, their ranks, who were doing the judging. The scientific revolution contributed to this shift in ways that are often overstated in retrospect, but were genuinely significant in their direction. The Newtonian universe of regular, predictable natural law, operating without divine intervention in particular cases, was not conceptually compatible with this legal system premised on the idea that God himself intervened to reveal witches through the swimming test, or that the devil physically appeared in the German countryside to get a club of servants by the thousands. The decline of providentialist thinking, which in the most simplest terms basically means that the belief that God actively managed this day-to-day operations of the natural world, kind of like setting a schedule. He'd also reward the righteous and punish the wicked through specific natural events. This belief among educated Europeans made the core theological assumption of both the ordeal and the witch trial intellectually uncomfortable, in ways that had not been uncomfortable when Aristotelian natural philosophy provided a different kind of framework to think about it, going all the way back to episode 1 of that one. But it was also the fact that the world was increasingly being explained through mechanism rather than divine will, and a justice system that relied on divine intervention to produce its verdicts was increasingly difficult to defend against critics who asked exactly what the details were. Now, Christian Thomasius, a German natural law philosopher and jurist, published his dissertation On Torture, De Tortura, in 1705, making him one of the earliest sustained legal voices for the abolition of judicial torture in the modern European tradition. Thomasius's argument combined the epistemological critique that Spee and Ware had already developed with a natural law framework that gave the critique a specific legal rather than merely pragmatic character. And that's really important, because laws can be referred to, laws can actually stop things, whereas the appeals to philosophy and reason rarely have any standing when compared to those more pen and paper kind of roadblocks. His key move was to argue that torture was not merely unreliable, though it obviously was unreliable, but fundamentally incompatible with the principle of natural law that he argued should govern a rational legal system. Natural law, in the tradition that Thomasius was working within, held that certain rights and dignities were inherent in the human person by virtue of their humanity, not by their legal status, or their social class or religious identity. Certainly a bold idea, that's for sure. A legal system that used the deliberate infliction of pain to produce evidence was violating the natural dignity of the person subjected to it, and this violation was unjust, regardless of its practical effectiveness. The argument was important, of course, because it shifted the ground of the debate. Where Spee had argued that torture didn't work, Thomasius was saying that even if it did work, it was wrong anyway. But it doesn't. Now, Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, published later in 1748, is the most widely read and broadly influential of the legal philosophical works that attacked judicial torture as a mark of despotic governance. Montesquieu's argument was comparative and sociological rather than purely philosophical. He analyzed different forms of government and their associated legal systems, arguing that torture was characteristic of despotisms, i.e., governments whose power rested on fear rather than law, and incompatible with free governments whose authority rested on the rule of law and the respect for the rights of citizens. The connection between judicial torture and political despotism was both a descriptive claim and a normative one. So descriptive in terms of you can look at where torture is most extensively used, and you'll find it in the most despotic governments. 2 plus 2 is 4 kind of thing. And normative in the way that a government that tortures its citizens can't claim to be governing them according to law. Well, for the reformers who were simultaneously attacking torture and attacking the arbitrary power of the old regime, Montesquieu's formulation was enormously useful. It connected the legal reform argument to the broader political reform argument, suggesting that the abolition of torture was not merely a humanitarian measure, but a precondition of genuine political freedom. Basically, it was the checkmate move. At least they thought so. Oh, can't give it all away, can't we? So, the specific contribution of Montesquieu's framework that would prove most durable was the connection between torture and the character of the government that practiced it. Now, going back to Aristotle, he had argued that torture did not work. Nicholas I had argued that it was wrong. Spee had argued that it was both wrong and didn't work. Montesquieu added a third dimension. A government that tortures reveals something about its own nature, independent of any particular case or particular victim. The torturer state is a state that has prioritized its own need for certain outcomes over its subject's right to treatment according to law. And this prioritization is incompatible with the self-understanding of a legitimate government. This argument would be reproduced, in various forms, in every subsequent generation's engagement with the subject of torture, including the human rights framework of the 20th century. The specific phrasing changes. The underlying claim that state torture is a form of self-revelation by the state that practices it never changes. Well, next up, we've got one of the main characters of the philosophical movement, Voltaire. Sure you've heard of him. His contribution to the abolition of torture was also a little bit different from the legalistic philosophers. Where Thomasius and Montesquieu had built general arguments, Voltaire built campaigns around specific cases of judicial injustice that were capable of generating public outrage in ways that abstract philosophical arguments could not. Now, his method was the journalist method, rather than the philosophers. What I mean by that is, this is how it goes. Find the specific, humanely compelling, emotionally graspable story, and tell it with maximum rhetorical effectiveness. Use the emotional engagement it generates to drive the intellectual point home. And that was enormously effective, because you think about it, you know, general philosophy, when we go into really deep things and all that, it doesn't hit as hard as emotion. Emotion always gets people on your side. It's a little warmer, you know. Anyway, the Calas affair began in 1761 with the death of Marc Antoine Calas, a young man found hanged in his father's shop in Toulouse. The father, Jean Calas, was a Protestant merchant in a predominantly Catholic city, and the rumor that spread immediately was that he had killed his son to prevent his conversion to Catholicism. Jean Calas was arrested, subject to the questionable preliminary torture applied before sentencing to extract information about accomplices. It's called the question préparatoire, Well, he was also subjected to the question préalable, the more severe torture applied immediately before the execution to extract final confessions. And then he was broken on the wheel, which, as we spoke about in the last episodes, where they tie you to a wheel and just smash your joints up and break every bone in your body. You don't really die from this, you just get turned into a bag of wet oatmeal. Pardon the phrasing, it's the only way I can describe it. Well, he maintained his innocence throughout, of course, which was itself subject to competing interpretations. The judges who had convicted him took his continued denial as evidence of hardened guilt. But Voltaire, who took up the case 2 years after the execution, took it as evidence of genuine innocence. Well, Voltaire's investigation, his letters, pamphlets, cultivation of contacts in Paris and at court, and relentless public attention eventually succeeded in having the conviction posthumously reversed in 1765, 3 years after Jean Calas had been tortured to death in the worst possible way. The reversal was both a legal vindication and a political demonstration. You see, this time, a private citizen, armed with argument and publicity, had successfully challenged the judicial system's conclusion, obtained the engagement of the royal council, and produced a formal exoneration of a man that the legal system had killed. The Calas family received financial compensation from the crown, which, fair enough, but what price do you put on what happened? It better have been a hell of a lot of money, I can tell you that much, but nothing brings back your uncle, right? Anyway, John Calas himself would receive none of it because he was dead, but his widow and children were restored to civic standing and probably never had to worry about money again for the rest of their lives, so in practical terms, they weren't going to be destitute from losing their breadwinner. But there's a broader lesson, one that the philosophies drew from the case, rather. It was more important than the specific outcome, i.e. the judicial system's pretension to infallibility had been exposed as a pretension, its most solemn procedures revealed as capable of producing a monstrous error such as this, and the intellectual class's capacity to challenge and reverse those procedures demonstrated that in the most public way possible. Think about it. If they could have messed up with John Calas, or Jean Calas, well, good Lord, it surely wasn't the first time. I don't have to tell you that, there was plenty of innocent people who got put on the rack or hanged or beheaded and all the rest and burned. But to the people at the time, you You'd imagine it was quite the talk of the town. I mean, it doesn't really build trust. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, you have to remember that the Calas affair was not a watershed moment. It's not like everyone was so disgusted that the gavel went down and torture was abolished. Very far from it. Torture's still not abolished. But what it did was make the defense of the judicial system that had produced the Calas outcome politically untenable for any French official who claimed to respect reason and civilization. If you were on the side of the torturers, well, you were seen as a bit of a barbarian. It changed the audience, not just the argument. The whole affair became an emblem of the old regime's cruelty in Voltaire's hands, and its specific combination of religious prejudice, procedural failure, and physical horror gave the abstract critique of judicial torture a concrete human face that it never really had before. And then there was the Sirven affair, the Chevalier de la Barre case, and other cases, causes rather, that Voltaire championed in the 1760s and 70s. It extended the same method to different aspects of the French judicial system's capacity for cruelty. The Chevalier de la Barre, a 19-year-old nobleman executed in 1766 for sacrilege. He'd mutilated a crucifix and sang irreverent songs, apparently. He had his tongue cut out and his right hand cut off before being beheaded and burned, with a copy of Voltaire's philosophical dictionary thrown onto the pyre with his body as a symbolic additional indictment. The specific cruelty of the punishment being applied to a teenager, by the way, for a crime against religion rather than person, was Voltaire's most powerful exhibit against the claim that French judicial procedure was compatible with any form of civilized governance. His outrage at the case was genuine, and no wonder you would be outraged, and his campaign on its behalf was sustained over years. Of course, the case contributed substantially to the eventual successful pressure for legal reform that produced Louis XVI's abolition of the preparatory torture in 1780. You just have to climb over that giant pile of dead bodies, the mangled and mutilated, to get to that. Baby steps, right? But then there was one book that really changed the law. César Beccaria's On Crimes and Punishments, published anonymously in 1764, and within 2 years translated into French, German, Spanish, English, and multiple other languages. It's the most influential single text in the history of criminal law reform. A short book, barely 100 pages in most editions, written with clarity and rhetorical efficiency, of a man who had thought hard about a specific practical problem and had identified the precise points at which the existing system failed. Beccaria was 26 when he published it, a Milanese nobleman from a family of modest means who had become part of the reformist intellectual circle around the brothers Pietro and Alessandro Veri, and the book bears the marks of its origin in discussion and debate. It's tight, pointed, argumentative, organized around a series of specific claims about what a rational criminal justice system would look like, and how the existing systems of Europe completely failed to meet that standard. The argument against torture in On Crimes and Punishments occupies a pretty brief section of the book, but it is the section that attracted the most immediate attention, and that had the most direct legislative impact. Beccaria's case has several distinct components that should be separated to appreciate the force of the argument. The epistemological component rehearses the Aristotelian point in sharper form, and that is that torture, designed to identify the guilty, but the test it applies, i.e., can you endure this pain and maintain your denial, it has no relationship to guilt or innocence. The guilty person who is physically robust and mentally resolute will pass the test simply by enduring it. Well, an innocent person who is physically weak or psychologically overwhelmed will fail it just by confessing. The test therefore identifies the physically strong and condemns the physically weak. It doesn't matter if they're guilty or innocent, which is a completely irrational instrument for identifying anything other than physical endurance. The utilitarian component adds another dimension. What matters for the deterrence is not the severity of the punishment, but its certainty. A brutal punishment, and that is rarely and unpredictably applied, deters less effectively than a moderate punishment applied consistently and swiftly. The entire apparatus of judicial torture, which existed to produce the confessions necessary for conviction in a system that requires confession as the highest proof, was therefore not only unjust, but actually counterproductive in its own stated utilitarian terms. It produced a system where conviction was uncertain, and punishment, when it came, was severe, the least effective possible combination for deterrence. The specific political context of On Crimes and Punishment deserves acknowledgement because the book's impact depended not just on arguments but on timing. By 1764, the Enlightenment's critique of the old regime's legal systems had been building for 2 decades. The Calas affair, had just demonstrated that individual miscarriages of justice could generate national attention, and the reform-minded absolutionist monarchs of Central Europe were looking for intellectual frameworks to justify legal modernization that would strengthen royal authority at the expense of local jurisdictions and guild-like legal traditions that rather fragmented their governance. Beccaria gave these monarchs exactly what they needed: a coherent, modern-sounding framework for a legal reform that could be implemented from above, justified the centralization of criminal procedure in royal courts, and that did so in the terms of universal human reason rather than in a particular national tradition. The monarchs who cited Beccaria were not just being generous in their acknowledgement of intellectual debt. There was this adoption of philosophical vocabulary that served their specific political project of administrative centralization, and Beccaria's critique of torture was useful to them, partly because eliminating torture eliminated a local practice that varied by jurisdiction in ways that were incompatible with the standardized, nationally uniform legal systems excuse me, that the centralized monarchies required. The dignity component of Beccaria's argument was the one that most directly reflected the Enlightenment's specific philosophical contribution, rather than just the critique that had been available since antiquity. Torture treated the accused person's body as an instrument of evidence extraction, as a machine that, when applied with sufficient force, would produce a desired output. This treatment was incompatible with the recognition of the accused person as a subject with rights, including the right to presumption of innocence until conviction, the right to a trial that attested innocence rather than pain tolerance, and the right to not be required to incriminate themselves through the destruction of their own body. Now, the last point, the right against compelled self-incrimination, would become one of the foundational principles of modern criminal procedure. Beccaria articulated this principle, and he had a persuasiveness that made it to every subsequent legal reformer who needed it quite easy to understand. The reception of Beccaria's work is perhaps one of the most remarkable things about it. Catherine the Great of Russia incorporated Beccaria's ideas into her instruction, the Nakaz, that she issued in 1767 as the framework for a proposed legal reform of Russia. including explicit citations and near verbatim passages about the irrationality of torture and the importance of proportional punishment. The nakaz was more reform program than enacted law, I guess, and Catherine's actual legal practice was considerably more brutal than her intellectual correspondence would suggest. But the adoption of Beccaria's framework by the most powerful autocrat in Europe showed the breadth of the text's reach. The encyclopedists cited him. Frederick the Great of Prussia, who had already abolished torture in 1740, which will return to this, wrote quite appreciatively of the book. The Habsburg reformers in Vienna and Tuscany drew on his arguments. Jefferson even owned a copy and quoted it. Within 20 years of publication, On Crimes and Punishments had changed the terms of the debate about criminal justice across the Western world in ways that made formal abolition of torture a mainstream political passion rather than a radical proposal. Now, the actual legal abolitions of judicial torture across Europe in the 18th century were unevenly distributed in time, geography, and completeness. And we need to talk about them carefully, because it shows the gap between the rhetoric, the commitment to Enlightenment principles, and the practical political calculations. The earliest major abolition was Frederick the Great of Prussia's restriction on torture in 1740, shortly after his accession, and its full abolition for ordinary crimes in the same year, with exceptions for treason and certain extraordinary cases that were themselves progressively narrowed over subsequent decades. Frederick's abolition was driven as much by the specific circumstances of the Prussian legal culture, where torture had been generating documented miscarriages of justice that were frankly embarrassing to the administration, as by philosophical commitment too, though Frederick was also a genuine reader of the philosophies and a personal acquaintance of Voltaire, whose influence on Prussian legal thinking was quite real. And then there was Sweden. They abolished judicial torture in 1734, before the major French philosophical assault on the institution had even begun. The Swedish abolition reflects the specific character of Swedish legal culture, where the Protestant traditions emphasize on the conscience and its direct accountability before God, had produced a long-standing skepticism about the coercion of confession that found practical expression in legal reform somewhat earlier than on the continent. Saxony abolished torture in 1770, Austria in 1776, as part of a broader program of legal and administrative modernization that the Code of Empress Maria Theresa represented. France, under Louis XVI, abolished the preliminary torture in 1780, the question préparatoire, applied before sentencing to extract information about accomplices. And then in 1788, the year before the Revolution, they would abolish the entire old legal system. Tuscany, under the Grand Duke Leopold I, who was Maria Theresa's son, enacted in 1786 what was widely recognized as the most radical penal reform in Europe, the simultaneous abolition of torture, the death penalty, and mutilation punishments that had supplemented both in a code explicitly inspired by Beccaria. Really is the main character in this story, isn't he, Beccaria? We owe a lot to him. Well, the mechanics of abolition reward close attention, because they reveal how the formal legal change related to actual practice. The abolition of torture was typically a legislative act, a royal decree, codification of new criminal procedures, one whose implementation depended on the same judicial personnel that had been practicing torture under the previous regime, using the same facilities, in the same courts, with the institutional culture being the same. A decree that torture was abolished didn't immediately change the behavior of every single magistrate in the local court, though. it rather just changed the formal legal authority for torture, which had the practical effect of removing the judicial record while doing less to remove the informal application of coercive pressure and interrogation that didn't really generate official documentation. The difference between formal abolition and practical abolition was real and substantial, setting the pattern for every subsequent abolition in history that follows. The official record changes before the practice does, and the practice is more durable than the record. Now, as for Spain, their abolition would come later. The Spanish Inquisition was not formally suppressed until 1834, though it had been repeatedly suppressed and restored in the turbulence of the Napoleonic and post-Napoleonic period. It was, kind of replaced with a formal legislative prohibition on judicial torture in ordinary criminal proceedings in 1812. And then that was pretty much, things just fell apart from there. Portugal followed similar timelines. The Ottoman Empire and Russia maintained judicial torture well into the 19th century, with significant gaps between formal prohibition and actual practice in both cases. The wave of abolition was real. It was genuinely transformative of the formal legal landscape, and it left substantial areas of the actual practice of coercive interrogation completely untouched. Why? Because the areas it left untouched were precisely the ones where the official record was never created in the first place. And if there's no record, well, who's gonna find out? Now, what about the French Revolution? Well, that event's relationship to the history of torture is a bit of a paradox. The movement that most thoroughly implemented the Enlightenment principles about human dignity, things like due process, the rights of the accused simultaneously produced, within months of the founding a judicial system that abandoned due process entirely, a prison system of extraordinary brutality and methods of mass killing that made the old regime's cruelties look relatively restrained by comparison. Funny how that works, The Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen, adopted in August of 1789, articulated principles of criminal procedure: the presumption of innocence, right to legal defense, and prohibition of arbitrary detention. These were genuinely among the most advanced in the world at that moment. The revolutionary tribunal that convicted Marie Antoinette in October of 1783 gave her 9 hours to prepare her defense after months of imprisonment, and her trial lasted 2 days. Then they dragged her out kicking and screaming to have her head removed in the middle of the town square. Some enlightenment, huh? Well, the terror of 1793 to 94, during which the, quote, Committee of Public Safety, end quote, rather ironic, presided over the execution of approximately 17,000 people through judicial verdicts and at least 10,000 more through extrajudicial killing, was not a repudiation of the revolution's stated principles so much as a demonstration of what those principles meant in practice when applied to people who believed that the survival of the revolution required the elimination of its enemies. And of course, as always, that is by any means necessary. The revolutionary tribunals that produced the terrorist verdicts were not really using judicial torture, I suppose. I mean, confession had ceased to be the queen of proofs in the new system, but they were also applying a standard of proof that was so low and so flexible, with the speed of proceedings so extreme, and with an acquittal rate so negligible, that the functional result was indistinguishable from a system designed to convict anyway. So once again, all roads lead to Rome kind of situation. The accused who appeared before the Revolutionary Tribunal in year 2, which was 1793 to 94, they had been counting the years from the Revolution, had approximately a 10% chance of acquittal. A real roll of the dice. And the trials that produced the other 90% took on average less than an hour before the verdict was done. God, I bet that was a slow hour. Good Lord. Well, the specific methods by which the revolution's victims died, that's what we need to talk about next. First up, you had the guillotine, the machine proposed by Dr. Joseph Ignace Guillotin and first used in April of 1792. It was presented explicitly as a reform measure, a device that would apply a swift, certain, painless death to all condemned persons regardless of their social class, replacing the rack of methods that the old regime had applied differently by status. The guillotine was Enlightenment technology applied to killing. It was rational, mechanical, egalitarian, and efficient. And hey, at least it was quick. Better than being broken on the wheel, that's for sure. The public debate about whether the severed head retained consciousness for a period after separation represented another characteristic application of empirical investigation to a question that the old regime had not bothered to ask, mainly because the old regime had not claimed to be concerned about minimizing the suffering of those it executed. Now, the next one, the Noyades at Nantes, the mass drownings organized by the representative on mission Jean-Baptiste Carrière in the winter of 1793–94. They are the revolution's specific contribution to the history of mass torture and killing, and they show the specifically modern form that organized mass cruelty takes when the perpetrators have access to modern administrative and logistical capacity. Carrière had several thousand Vendean rebels and suspected counter-revolutionaries loaded onto boats on the Loire. The boats were scuttled, and the prisoners were drowned. The numbers are estimated at between 2,000 and 4,000, killed over several months. Some accounts describe the prisoners being tied together in pairs before being loaded onto the boats. Now, the contemporary term for this was Republican marriages, which is quite grim. Carrière was eventually arrested and executed by guillotine himself in December of 1794, one of the terror's own casualties in the post-Thermidor reaction. The Noyades were not judicial torture in a technical sense, really. They were more like a kind of extrajudicial mass killing, which is what organized state cruelty looks like when it's been dispensed with the procedural apparatus of a legal system entirely. This is the direction in which the subsequent history of torture would move. Like we said, it's not over yet. I suppose the guillotine is one of those symbols that's so recognizable, really. One as a philosophical object, but as well as a practical instrument of execution. And I remember when I was in Vietnam, went to the old French prison, and I remember walking in, and this is a little bit off topic, but I remember walking into the old Hola prison, right, where the French colonial administration would put the undesirables, and to them there was plenty of them. And as soon as you walk in past all the cells, there's a big guillotine that goes about, I think it was about 9 or 10 feet high, massive thing. And I remember being told that they used to walk the prisoners through there on purpose, just to show them, this is where you'll end up if you don't behave yourself. Certainly sends a message. Now, the proposal that the inventor of the guillotine, also named guillotine, made to the National Assembly in December of 1789 was this: executions should be performed by a mechanical decapitation device that would be both swift and uniform in its application. And this had its own explicit motivation. It was motivated by the desire to eliminate the arbitrary cruelties of the old regime's execution methods. And like I said, it was quick. You don't get much quicker than a guillotine. Arguments aside about how long the head survives, but you'd be in shock anyway. The hanging that could be botched, i.e. the rope too long, the neck not broken, the condemned struggling for minutes, the breaking on the wheel that could last for hours, the burning whose duration depended on the quality of the wood and the direction of the wind. All of these were to be replaced by a fancy new machine that applied the same force in the same way to every condemned person, producing death in a fraction of a second, regardless of the victim's physical constitution. The executioner's skill, or the available technology of the particular jurisdiction, these would come into account too. But generally you'd get the same result every time with a guillotine. You just had to let the rope go. The egalitarianism was genuine, though. The guillotine killed aristocrats, rich, the peasants, everyone, all with the same blade, without the social distinctions in method of execution that the old regime had maintained for so long. But there is a specific question, and we mentioned it, the one about the head. There's a bit of argument about it. Now, the German physiologist, Samuel Thomas von Sommering, argued in 1795 that the nervous system of the severed head retained the capacity for sensation and potentially for experience for some seconds after decapitation, making guillotine death considerably less instantaneous than its advocates claimed. He proposed, on these grounds, that the guillotine was in fact a cruel rather than a humane execution method, because the head experienced the full subjective horror of its separation from the body. But other physicians didn't really agree with that. They argued that the cessation of blood supply to the brain produced unconsciousness within a fraction of a second of the blade's impact. Well, the debate was conducted through a series of experiments. There's only one way to find out, right? Some physicians reported apparent responses to stimulation in severed heads. Others reported nothing. In any case, it's an interesting science project. They're not going to be having that in the high school science class, that's for sure. The debate itself was what mattered in philosophical terms. You see, for the first time in the history of judicial execution, the question of what the condemned person's subjective experience of dying was, and whether that experience was humane or not, was being asked and actually investigated empirically. The Enlightenment had extended its empirical method to the execution chamber, basically. Now, the guillotine's subsequent career, 12,000 odd executions during the Revolution alone, continuing in France until, get this, 1977. Yes, you heard that right. They were using the guillotine up until 1977. Good Lord, old habits die hard, don't they? It is a reflection of the specific way that the Enlightenment's humanization of execution worked in practice. It made execution more efficient, more egalitarian, and more procedurally regular, while making it no less final, no less permanent, and no less available as a tool of political violence when the political will was present. The machine that was designed to make execution more humane became a symbol of true terror, used at a rate of 30 to 40 executions per day at its peak in 1794. The guy who invented it was probably making good money off the patent, but that's besides the point. Imagine that. Imagine telling everybody that your dad invented the guillotine. What does your dad do? Oh, mine's a builder, mine's a baker. Oh, mine invented the machine that cuts people's heads off. Everyone's going to make a living, I suppose, but yeah. I suppose the lesson in this is not that the guillotine was specifically wrong, or that the guillotine's proposal was cynically motivated. Just think about it in a different way. The lesson is this, that humanizing the method of execution doesn't really address the question of whether the state should be executing people or not, or whom, or at what rate. and that a more efficient and egalitarian killing machine is, well, available for whatever purposes the state wants to apply it to. We don't know if that's better or not. And here's the other thing. If you have a more efficient and a killing machine that's seen as more humane, well, perhaps those making the decision would be far more likely to put someone up for execution. Think about it. Before, you have the horrifying things of the breaking wheel and all the others, getting stretched out on a rack and all the rest, drawn and quartered. Well, I think most people would definitely be reserving them for the most grimmest of criminals, the criminals, as I call them. But when you've got something that's so quick, it's just a quick gone, well, maybe people would be a little bit more cavalier about saying, yeah, chuck him on the guillotine. That'll fix the problem. Anyway, just my theory. But I suppose that leads into the limits of reform, doesn't it? You see, the formal abolition of judicial torture across most of Europe by 1800 was a genuine and important achievement. And, well, the significance shouldn't really be diminished by the growing pains and complications that followed. The systematic legal apparatus of the Quaestio, the formally authorized, regulated, and documented procedure for extracting confessions, was dismantled. The specific machine of the strapado, the toca, the Spanish boot, and the rack operated in judicial proceedings was removed from the official toolkit of European criminal courts. The specific theory that confession was the queen of proofs, and that physical coercion was a legitimate method of obtaining confession, that was also repudiated too. Real changes, real consequences, for people who would have otherwise been subjected to the formal judicial torture procedure. And that abolition was not merely cosmetic, but it left a few things intact, and that's more important for the story of understanding the subsequent history of organized suffering. Corporal punishment, the flogging of soldiers in military contexts, the beating of prisoners, the physical punishment of workers in certain labor relations, all of that survived. You didn't get tortured before, but you could be convicted and then sent off for torture. And of course, the word torture, we talk about it in the context of the Inquisition. Torture isn't just being stretched out on the rack or having, bamboo shoved up your fingernails or something. Sorry to everyone, I know that that's a bit of a grim image. But hey, we're on topic, right? It's also when the Inquisition won't let you sleep for days. It's also psychological stuff. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and different people are going to react different ways. Now, the logic that physical punishment for disciplinary purposes was compatible with human dignity, that coexisted with the logic that physical coercion for evidential purposes was not, with anyone feeling required to explain why the distinction held, not really raising their voices, at least not yet. Military flogging survived in Britain till 1881, and in some colonial contexts a hell of a lot longer than that. Naval flogging persisted in the British Royal Navy until 1879. The birch survived as a corporal punishment in British schools until 1987, caning those kids who won't sit properly. But I tell you what, the teenagers of these days need a bit of a... I shouldn't say that. You know what I mean. They're running wild out there. Well, the formal abolition of judicial torture was paired with a sustained tolerance for institutional punishment in every other physical context in which institutions held power over bodies, a tolerance that the Enlightenment reformers had not consistently challenged. The colonial world was the most significant gap in the abolition's coverage. The same European states that were abolishing torture in their metropolitan legal systems were at the same time operating colonial regimes in which the physical coercion of enslaved people, indentured workers, and conquered indigenous populations was systematic, legal, and integral to the colonial economy. Now, the Code Noir, the French regulatory framework for the treatment of enslaved people in the Caribbean, first enacted in 1685 and revised multiple times, authorized the physical punishment of enslaved people in terms that would have been illegal if applied to French citizens. The whipping, the branding, the mutilation of enslaved Africans in Saint Domingue, which is modern-day Haiti, Martinique, Guadeloupe. It was all contemporaneous with the Enlightenment critique of judicial torture in metropolitan France. Voltaire could campaign against the question prealable in Paris, while the colonial plantation system, whose sugar sweetened the Parisian coffee, operated on the bodies of enslaved people with a thoroughness that the medieval Inquisition had never even gotten near. The Saint Domingue cases, the French Caribbean colony becoming Haiti in 1804, showed the specific character of colonial torture with a completeness that no other case really provides. Saint Domingue in the 1780s, the decade in which Louis XVI was abolishing torture in France, was the most profitable colony in the world. It produced roughly 40% of Europe's sugar, more than half of its coffee. The enslaved population that produced its wealth was controlled through a system of coercion, whose methods included the four-post binding, the hamstringing of those who tried to run, the burning of slow-healing wounds with lard and hot ash to prevent the infection, which was also incidentally a method of prolonged pain. There was also the iron mask and the collar as confinement tools, and what the plantation managers called the novel punishments, improvised by individual overseers in response to particular forms of resistance. The legal framework for these practices was the aforementioned Code Noir, which authorized physical punishment of enslaved people while prohibiting a few extreme abuses. Now, the abolition of torture in metropolitan France in 1780 and 1788 occurred without any reform of the Code Noir. The French Revolution's Declaration of the Rights of Man occurred without any extension to those rights to the enslaved people of Saint Domingue growing the coffee and sugar. Funny how that works. The enslaved people of Saint Domingue resolved the contradiction themselves beginning in 1791 by, well, killing a lot of French people. Story for another time, I suppose. We did a video about the Haitian Revolution, I think 6 months ago. Go and have a look at that if you want some good old-fashioned payback, I suppose. Hell of a story, quite barbaric, I will say, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, the most consequential gap in the abolition's coverage was least visible, the survival of torture as an informal practice. When judicial torture was formally authorized, it generated documentation. The notary was present, the procedure recorded, confessions attested. Or when it was formally abolished, all the documentation disappeared, but the practice did not. It just went underground. Police interrogators, military intelligence, colonial administrators, prison officials, when they wanted information, they were going to get it, and they get it by any means necessary. Once again, it's one of those situations where you can't do this, that's against the law. Well, who are you going to tell? No one's going to hear you scream down here in this little dungeon. It all just goes underground. Anyway, let's move on. So by 1800, Europe could tell itself that judicial torture had been abolished. Everyone could click glasses and celebrate and say, "We did it, boys. It's over." Well, the world's a lot bigger than Europe. The telling of this story was itself an important political act. Now, the narrative of the Enlightenment as the period in which reason triumphs over cruelty. And that story's not false. The abolition was real, and it was good. It didn't solve every problem, but, these things rarely get solved right away. There's no snap of the fingers. The intellectual achievement it represented was genuine, and it can't be discounted just because it wasn't perfect. Now, the philosophical legacy of the Enlightenment abolition is most durable. The arguments that Beccaria, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Thomasius assembled, well, they became the vocabulary of every subsequent argument against torture. And if it's good enough for the Europeans, why is it not good enough in Haiti, or India, or Egypt, or anywhere else? When the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was drafted in 1948, when the UN Convention Against Torture was negotiated in 1984, when the human rights organizations documented and publicized the torture practices of the 20th and 21st centuries, the conceptual framework they deployed was the one that the Enlightenment philosophers had already assembled for them. Now, the specific achievement was the creation of a vocabulary and framework of argument that made the defense of torture intellectually incoherent in terms of the values of Western civilization claimed to hold. And that vocabulary has proven to be more durable than any legal abolition. But it's not over yet. The 19th century that follows this episode, part 8, and the final part of our series, is a period in which the gap between the Enlightenment's formal achievements and its practical limitations becomes the most visible. The prison, which the reformers celebrated as the humane alternative to the scaffold, turns out to be a space of whose specific forms are less visible than the public's theatre, but no less terrible. The abolition of slavery, which would extend the abolition of torture's logic to the colonial world with a completeness that the Enlightenment had refused to achieve, would require another century of organized violence to accomplish, and would leave behind a racially inflected system of legal punishment that preserved many of the old regime's bodily hierarchies in new forms. But once again, this is, of course, if we take a Eurocentric form, slavery is still around in many parts of the world, and, well, we don't really talk about the Middle East and other countries, Asia, or that Africa, when we talk about slavery. So once again, we can't take that Eurocentric approach and say slavery was abolished, because it was abolished among Europeans and their colonies, but still kept going as strong as usual in other places of the world. America actually fought its first war over that with Barbary pirates to stop them from kidnapping Mediterranean Europeans and making them slaves, taking them back to the Islamic world. Story for another time. We'll do a video on that soon. Well, the totalitarian states of the 20th century would demonstrate with a thoroughness that the Enlightenment philosophers couldn't have imagined, that a state willing to dispense with the procedural forms of law entirely could produce suffering on a scale that made the medieval Inquisition and early modern witch trials look like a coffee and cake date on a Sunday afternoon, perhaps. The Enlightenment's abolition of judicial torture was the beginning of a longer story, not its end. And that story continues in part 8. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you are enjoying the series. Unpleasantries aside, thank you very much for liking, commenting, subscribing, telling all your friends, getting a plane to write the channel name in the sky, purchasing television advertising on our behalf. Well, one can dream, can't they? Anyway, as long as you enjoyed it, all good. I will see you on the final episode. Good night and sleep well. Hello, my dear friends. Here we are back again. And this is our 8th and final part of our history of torture. It's been a very long series for a very difficult topic, and it's good to see you all following along. So, before we begin, quick like, comment, and subscribe to help us out in the algorithm. And thank you to those supporting financially, keeping this channel ad and sponsor free, videos in description and pinned comment. Okay, that's enough. That was quick, wasn't it? Well, today, this final episode of the series, we're going to talk about what the 19th century actually did with organized suffering. Now, quick caveat, we are very much aware that the practice of torture has not ended. This has not been brought to a conclusion, and it probably never will. But there's only so far that we go into modern history with this channel. Anyway, we're talking today how the 19th century managed to gap between its formal abolition of judicial torture and the continued infliction of systematic pain on specific categories of people in different institutional contexts. And that is a story that runs several parallel tracks. First off, you've got the prison reform movement and its rather ambiguous legacy in hindsight. You also have the persistence of corporal punishment within nominally civilized nations, if we're going to use that terminology. The transportation and convict labor system that recreate punishment regimes under different names, and the slavery system of the American South as a torture apparatus of the first order. Then there was also the colonial world, where European empires had abolished torture at home, but, well, this situation on the ground in other countries were a little bit different. So that's what we're going to talk about. But we're also going to look at the parallel situation alongside all this, the emerging framework of international humanitarian law, the Geneva Conventions, the Red Cross, the Hague Conferences. All of these things represented a genuine and important attempt to extend the European Enlightenment's reform logic to the conduct of war and torture, prison reform. You know, you've got the different tracks running parallel to each other, as we said. So let's continue from where we went last time. Straight into it. Let's go. Now we start a little bit before the 19th century. In 1786, with Jeremy Bentham's Panopticon. It was designed and proposed as a series of letters to the British government in 1791. It's one of the most philosophically influential architectural designs ever produced, and its influence on the subsequent history of punishment deserves a bit more attention because it represents a genuine humanitarian advance and the specific form of a new and different kind of organized suffering. Now, you might have got it from the name, but the Panopticon is basically a circular prison building in which every single cell was visible from a central inspection tower, while the inspector could not be seen from the above cells. It was designed to maximize the surveillance of the prisoner's behavior at minimum cost. Seems pretty obvious in hindsight, but back then it was pretty revolutionary. The crucial insight was not the surveillance, however, but the uncertainty about the surveillance. Let me explain. If the prisoner could see the inspection tower, but could not see whether anyone was in it, the prisoner would be compelled to behave as if they were always being watched, whether or not any actual watching was taking place. And the result was a prisoner who began to self-discipline and self-regulate, one whose behavior was not governed by the threat of external punishment, but by the internalized uncertainty of potential observation. Well, Bentham called this the, quote, mill for grinding rogues honest, in a very 18th century mannerism, and he calculated the cost savings related to conventional prisons with the enthusiasm of a man who believed that he'd finally solved this major social problem. And fair enough, too, it was pretty clever. You got to give him that. The Panopticon's specific contribution to the history of punishment was to complete a shift that had been underway since the Enlightenment reformers began attacking the scaffold. From punishment of the body to discipline of the mind. The scaffold's logic was behavioral. Public pain and death deterred future crimes by making their consequences visibly catastrophic. The Panopticon's logic was psychological. Constant surveillance produced self-discipline by making the behavioral consequences of non-compliance perpetually available to consciousness. The shift was presented, and was genuinely understood, as a humanitarian improvement. The Panopticon did not physically harm its inmates, it just watched them, which is a little bit ominous. Michel Foucault's analysis of this shift in discipline and punish is the most influential account in the academic literature. Foucault argued that the move from the scaffold to the prison was not primarily a humanitarian reform, but this shift in the, the technology of power, from the spectacular production of suffering on the body to the continuous production of compliant subjectivity. Whether this is precisely right as an analysis of motivation, maybe that's up to you. It's a debate that'll keep on going. But there is something that's not debatable, and that's that this prison just created a new form of suffering. It created isolation, surveillance, the loss of autonomy, and this grinding routine of confinement that Bentham and his followers had not adequately reckoned with. But Dickens certainly recognized it immediately on his 1842 visit to Eastern State. Now, speaking of Eastern State, what it looked like in practice, as opposed to in the reformer's imagination, is documented most powerfully by Dickens' account, but also by the institutional records and by the psychological medical literature that accumulated around solitary confinement across the 19th century. The cells at Eastern State were individual stone rooms, each approximately 12 feet by 8, with a small skylight called the Eye of God that let in a thin column of light from above. It's a little bit ominous too, isn't it? They love giving them ominous names. Well, the prisoner worked in the cell, weaving, shoe cobbling, cigar making. They would eat in the cell, sleep in the cell, exercise in a tiny individual yard attached to the cell. When moved through the prisoner wore a hood to prevent observation of or by other prisoners. The guards wore cloth shoes to prevent the sound of footsteps from breaking the silence. The complete deprivation of human social contact that this regime enforced for months, years, even up to a full length of the sentence, produced in substantial proportion of inmates the psychological deterioration that modern psychiatry would classify as depressive disorders, anxiety, and psychotic episodes. Of course, back then they would just say, something's wrong with this one, he's behaving poorly. Dr. Francis Gray, a physician who observed the Pennsylvania system in the 1840s, documented cases of prisoners who had stopped speaking, who could not follow a conversation after release, who appeared to have lost the social cognitive functions that normal human beings' interaction requires, and that the extended period of isolation is going to atrophy. The reformers who designed the Eastern State had genuinely believed that they were doing something more humane than just flogging the prisoners. The prisoners who survived it were not always able to agree. Now here's the thing, we always say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't know if you watched the Insane Asylum series that we have in the playlist, but they kind of go the same thing. These sorts of tragedies, they always start with someone who thinks they have a good idea to lessen the suffering of someone. And then things just go out of hand. Now, in terms of the insane asylums, it was more due to overcrowding and underfunding, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the American penitentiary experiments of the early 19th century produced two competing models, whose advocates debated with the passion of people who believed the proper design of a prison was among the most important questions facing civilization. Basically, what do you do in a civilization to the people who do not want to be civilized? It's a good question, still a question that we're grappling with today. Well, the Pennsylvania system, exemplified by Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, placed prisoners in complete solitary confinement, each prisoner in their own cell, working, sleeping, eating, exercising with no contact with anyone, unless it was controlled contact with staff, of course. Then there was the Auburn system, developed in New York. It required silence and segregation at night, but permitted congregate labor during the day, prisoners working together in complete silence under threat of the lash. Well, European reformers came in delegations to observe both systems. Alexis de Tocqueville's 1831 report on American prisons is one of the most famous of these visits, establishing his reputation before Democracy in America, his work made it permanent. Most European observers found the Pennsylvania system more philosophically consistent and more scientifically designed. Dickens found it a bit more cruel. I suppose they're coming at it from different angles. The psychological literature that has been accumulated since the 19th century, documenting the effects of prolonged solitary confinement, the hallucinations, deterioration, and disintegration of the capacity for social interactions, along with the psychological damage, it seems to have vindicated Dickens' intuition completely. Solitary confinement is, by every measure available to modern psychology, a severe form of suffering, and by any stretch of the definition and imagination, certainly a form of torture. Of course, the formal abolition of judicial torture in European systems didn't really extend to the abolition of corporal punishment, and the persistence of the cat of nine tails, the birch, the whipping post, in the military, naval, prison, and educational systems of the most progressive nations is a direct demonstration of the limits of the Enlightenment's reform. The British Royal Navy continued to flog sailors for disciplinary offences throughout the first half of the 19th century. Flogging was not abolished in the British Army until 1881, and not formally prohibited in the Royal Navy until 1879 that is. The use of the birch as punishment in civilian prisons, as they say, life's a birch, reformatories and schools persisted in Britain till the 20th century, until 1948 in adult prisons and 1987 in schools. The whipping post was a standard feature of the American state punishment system throughout the 19th century, particularly in the southern states, with the Delaware whipping post, used publicly until 1952, being the most notorious surviving instance. The specific instrument of the British military and naval punishment was the cat of nine tails, a handle to which 9 knotted cords were attached, each cord tipped with a hard knot that would open the skin with each stroke. A sentence of 50 lashes with the cat of nine tails, not an extreme sentence by the standards of the Napoleonic era, by the way, would leave the back of the victim a mass of lacerations from which blood would run freely, the skin broken over most of the surface, the underlying muscle tissue visible in the deeper cuts. The accounts of flogging from sailors who experienced or witnessed it, the surgeon's log entries, the personal memoirs, the naval records, consistently described the specific quality of the pain and its aftermath. The screaming that the traditional requirement to take punishment without crying out loud was not always present. The salt water poured on the wounds as antiseptic, doubling as additional pain, of course. The days of recovery in which the victims could not wear clothing against the damaged back, well, that was all permanently scarring. Perhaps not just physically either. But the British Navy understood that it was causing severe physical suffering, that's for sure. The surgeon was present to advise when the flogging should stop if the victim's condition became medically critical, a provision identical in structure to the physician's role in the Inquisition's torture chamber. The presence of the physician performed the same function in both contexts. It gave the institution the formal apparatus of care while permitting the continuation of systematic physical harm. The justification for maintaining corporal punishment in military and institutional contexts after its abolition in legal proceedings was the disciplinary argument. Physical punishment was not torture, it was just correction, and discipline was essential to institutions that required the management of potentially dangerous populations without the luxury of conventional criminal proceedings. The soldier who refused an order had to be immediately corrected in the field without trial. The prisoner who attacked a guard had to be deterred from further violence before the slow machinery of criminal record could intervene. And then there was the schoolboy who disrupted a class. He had to be taught quickly, in ways whose impact was immediate and comprehensible to a developing mind. Do the wrong thing, you get hurt. That's basically it. These were not arguments for cruelty, but rather ones for practical necessities of a calibrated and restrained physical correction that produced immediate behavioral results. The distinction between disciplinary corporal punishment and judicial torture was a real one, very real in terms of formal procedure and stated purpose, and acknowledging it is necessary for historical precision. The distinction was less meaningful to the person receiving 50 lashes with the cat o' nine tails for the second time in a week, but hey, it is what it is. Then there was the British penal transportation system, which sent approximately 160,000 convicted criminals to Australia between 1788 and 1868. It's one of the 19th century's most consequential experiments in the management of convicted populations. Well, transportation was officially characterized as an opportunity for reform through labor and a new beginning in the new land. And that's what they called it, by the way. You would be sentenced to transportation. The liberal discourse around it emphasized its rehabilitative potential and its relative humanity compared to the executions and mutilations that it replaced. The reality of the convict's experience in Australia was considerably more brutal than this characterization suggested, and the specific forms of that brutality were no accident at all. The assignment system in New South Wales placed convicts as workers with free settlers, in a relationship of labor extraction whose terms were defined by the settler's whim and enforced with the magistrate's lash. A convict assigned to a settler, who worked them beyond endurance, who beat them beyond what was formally permitted, who subjected them to sexual violence or arbitrary deprivation, had minimal practical recourse. The magistrate was a settler. The local community was a settler community, and the convict's word against the settlers had predictable outcome. The specific punishments available to the magistrates in the convict system included flogging, the triangle, where the convict was bound to a frame and flogged by a professional flogger rather than a guard. How's that a professional flogger? What a career path. Then there was solitary confinement, extension of the sentence, the assignment to road gangs or the worst of the worst jobs. The treadmill at the secondary punishment stations was a device whose specific cruelty was its pointlessness. The prisoner walked a wheel that went nowhere for hours, day after day, producing no result except the exhaustion of the body. It's rather ironic that people go to the gym these days and literally go on the treadmill for hours. I don't know, cardio is torture for me anyway, so. The punishment of the treadmill in the old context was pure monotonous suffering, stripped of even productive functions that extractive labor provided. And then there was the French Bain system, the penal colonies in Guyana, and later New Caledonia, was the French equivalent of the British transportation system, and its name eventually became a word in French meaning hell or an unbearable situation, precisely because the lived experience of the Banyards was sufficiently horrifying enough to generate a vocabulary of despair. Guyana's specific geography, the equatorial jungle, insects, diseases, and isolation, added the natural environment's hostility to the human-made hostility of the penal system. The mortality rates in the early decades of the Guyana Bain were catastrophic. Between 1/3 and a half of transported convicts died within the first 5 years, primarily from tropical diseases, but also from the combination of malnutrition, brutal labor, and the specific violence of the penal system. Dreyfus, the most famous of the Guyana Banyards, was confined on Devil's Island from 1895 to 99 for crimes he did not commit, in conditions that constituted a form of slow destruction, even by the standards of a regime that had produced far worse outcomes for far more obscure victims. The French Republic that maintained the Guyana Bain was the same republic that had produced the Declaration of the Rights of Man, and the gap between the two was visible to anyone who could closely look at it. Well, the institution of chattel slavery in the American South, which persisted until the 13th Amendment's ratification in December 1865, was one of the most comprehensive torture systems in American history. Comprehensive in the sense that it encompassed the full range of methods that earlier traditions had developed and applied them systematically across a population of 4 million. Not to mention, this was sustained by a legal framework that defined human beings as property and placed their bodies at the complete disposal of their owners. It was not the only system of slavery in the world, and it ended in 1865, well, in the most part, on paper, while a lot of other systems persisted. But it is the one we're going to talk about today. Now, the whip was the central instrument of the plantation system, in ways that the historical record documents with painful specificity. The cowhide, the paddles, the cat of 9 tails, applied to the backs of the slaves for infractions either real or invented, for the failure to meet labor quotas or the appearance of resistance or insubordination, but sometimes for no reason other than the assertion of the owner's absolute authority over the slave. The documentary record, i.e. the plantation records, the WPA slave narratives collected in the 30s from elderly survivors, the abolitionist testimonies of escaped enslaved people, it preserves what was done with a completeness that makes the denial impossible for anyone who chooses to engage with the sources. Well, Frederick Douglass's narrative, first published in 1845 and revised and expanded in subsequent editions, is the most widely read and rhetorically powerful first-person account of slavery's torture system in the American literary tradition, and its specific descriptions of what slavery involved has lost none of their impact with repetition. Douglass describes the flogging of his Aunt Hester by the overseer Captain Anthony as the first act of violence he witnessed as a child. Hester stripped down to the waist, bound with her hands above her head, flogged until the blood ran freely down her back, while Anthony raged at her for a personal offense unrelated to any labor violation. Douglass writes that he hid in a closet, watching through the cracks, terrified and unable to intervene, understanding that in a moment what his condition could be. It could be just like her if he had ever tried to stop things. Well, of course, the scene is not exceptional in the literature of American slavery. It's rather quite typical. And what Douglass's account achieves, and what the abolitionist literature as a whole achieved, was to make the typical more visible, to insist that the specific physical reality of what slavery meant to the enslaved bodies be named, described, and confronted by readers who had the political luxury of looking the other way. The specific instruments of plantation slavery's torture system extended beyond the whip. The slave breaker, i.e. the specialist in breaking the physical and psychological resistance of enslaved people who had demonstrated any capacity for defiance, was a recognized professional in certain southern communities, hired out by owners whose enslaved workers had become a little too troublesome. The most famous account of the slave breaker's work in American literature is Douglas's description of his year with Edward Covey, a farmer who specialized in the service, during which Douglas was beaten regularly and comprehensively enough to produce a state of psychological submission that he describes as a near total loss of self. The iron collar with projecting spikes worn continuously prevented sleep and caused constant pain, while making any form of hiding in vegetation impossible. The auction block, where enslaved people were examined, displayed, sold, families separated at the buyer's preference and the seller's financial need, that was a form of organized suffering whose psychological dimensions were as devastating as its physical ones. And then there was the sexual violence against enslaved women, so systematically practiced and structurally embedded, and so completely unaddressed by the legal framework. You see, enslaved women could not legally refuse any act by their owners. The assault of a woman was not a crime against her person, but at most it was a trespass against the owner's property. Well, the specific psychological technology of slavery's torture system, i.e. it's designed to break the will of the enslaved person, is most clearly visible in the slave breaker's function, which Douglas described and which the WPA narratives confirm from multiple perspectives. The slave breaker's objective was not to punish a specific offense, but to produce a fundamental alteration of the person's psychological state, to replace that capacity for resistance, assertion, and self-directed action with a habitual submission that required no ongoing external enforcement. Covey's treatment of Douglas over the years described in the narrative included flogging so regular and so apparently arbitrary that Douglas describes losing the ability to plan or think about the future, the constant anticipation of pain consuming all of his cognitive space that kind of planning would require. He describes the state that contemporary trauma literature would recognize as a form of chronic traumatic stress. It had all the hallmarks: hypervigilance, loss of future orientation, physical and psychological exhaustion, all the things that made normal cognitive function impossible. The slave breaker was producing, through systematic physical and psychological pressure, the psychological equivalent of what the Inquisition's prolonged confinement and torture had produced in the heretic who eventually confessed, a person who lacked the internal resources to maintain the self that resistance required. The method had changed, but the target was the same. The moral argument that the abolitionist movement built against slavery drew heavily on the testimony of physical suffering, and this tactical choice had consequences for both the success and limitations of the eventual abolitionist victory. By centering the argument on the specific bodily experience of enslaved people, the abolitionists made slavery's human cost viscerally comprehensible to an audience who could not otherwise imagine what the institution meant in lived terms. Henry Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, published in 1852, and selling 300,000 copies in its first year, was the most effective piece of abolitionist literature in American history, precisely because it made the physical suffering of slavery emotionally accessible to more northern readers who'd never really encountered an enslaved person before. Its effectiveness and the effectiveness of Douglas's narrative and similar testimonies that circulated the abolitionist movement showed something that the campaign against judicial torture had demonstrated before, and that is that The emotional arrangement generated by specific, humanely detailed accounts of suffering was more politically effective than an abstract philosophical argument, regardless of how correct and pointed that philosophical argument was. Well, the great colonial exception in the 19th century abolition was the most consequential and least discussed feature of the period's history of organized suffering. The European empires that had abolished judicial torture in their own metropolitan legal systems, that had cited Beccaria and Voltaire and declared human dignity a universal value, didn't really get the memo over in the colonial possessions, because, well, things just continued in much of the old manner. The specific legal mechanisms by which this double standard was maintained varied by empire and period. Sometimes the colonial populations were formally excluded from the protections of the metropolitan law. Sometimes the protections existed on paper, but were unenforceable in practice. And sometimes the practices were simply not reported to the metropolitan audiences, who would have been, no doubt, troubled by them. So what was the result? Well, in every case, it was pretty much the same. The formal abolition of torture stopped at the borders of Europe. The rest of the world just kept on torturing. So do remember that while this is somewhat of a Eurocentric take, remember that the Europeans were really the only ones who were stopping this. Now, sure, they had blood on their hands too, but, they were the reformers. Same with slavery. They were the ones who were stopping slavery. They wanted to stop it earlier than most of the other parts of the world. Not running defense for anybody, I just think it's important to put these things into context. Anyway, British India provides one of the most extensively documented cases of colonial torture practices applied to a subject population, while the metropolitan government maintained formal commitment to the rule of law. The judicial flogging of Indian subjects for offences that would not have been punished physically if committed by British subjects was standard practice throughout most of the 19th century. It was just one rule for one and one rule for the other. The collective punishment of villagers suspected of harbouring or supporting resistance movements that was applied regularly in the various frontier wars and suppression operations that punctuated British India's history. Things like the burning of crops, destroying houses, and physical punishment of village herdmen. The suppression of the 1857 rebellion produced some of the most extreme documented instances of torture and execution. Rebels and suspected rebels were blown from the muzzles of cannons, a method that was specifically chosen for its desecrating quality, since it prevented the Hindu ritual preparation of the body for cremation, and also the Muslim ritual of preparation for burial, simultaneously killing someone and denying their religious dignity in death. The British officers who ordered and conducted these executions wrote about them in personal correspondence, and it has this matter-of-factness that reflects the specific quality of the colonial psychology in this period. What would have been a moral catastrophe if applied to British suspects was, when applied to Indian rebels, just a military expedient. I think one of the things that really demonstrates this is the Black Hole of Calcutta incident. When news of that got back home, everybody was, quite rightly angry about it. It was terrible what happened. All these people locked up in that tiny room, most of them suffocating to death in the hot summer night. It was in Bengal. Yeah, the Nawab of Bengal locked them all up. So, yeah, but if this was happening to Indians and all that, well, I don't think the Parliament would have been so up in arms. Anyway, French Algeria presents a particularly well-documented case because it's one of the most notorious episodes. The Enfumades of 1845, in which French troops lit fires at the entrances of caves in the Dara region, where several hundred Algerians had taken refuge and got asphyxiated. This was reported back to France in terms that generated a parliamentary debate about the colonial methods. The officer responsible, Colonel Pellissier, was censured. The method was, however, not prohibited. The debate itself is historically significant, precisely because it demonstrates the metropolitan French knew what was happening in Algeria. They chose to debate it rather than suppress it completely, and ultimately they decided that the military necessity of pacification programs outweighed the humanitarian concerns raised by these specific instances of extreme cruelty. The quote, military necessity exception to the prohibition of torture, i.e., the argument that extraordinary operational conditions justify the methods, would recur in every subsequent colonial context, and would eventually migrate from the colonial to the domestic sphere in the 20th and 21st centuries. Its genealogy runs directly from the enfumades of 1845 to the enhanced interrogation debates of the early 2000s. When we say interrogation debates, well, you know what we mean. The Dutch East Indies and the German colonial territories in Africa add another dimension to the picture. The Dutch use of forced labor in Java, the cultivation system, which required Javanese peasants to dedicate 20% of their agricultural land, or 60 days of labor a year, to the colonial government, was a form of economic extraction sustained by the threat and reality of physical conversion against those who failed to meet the quotas. But hang on, 60 days of labor per year. Work that out. How much tax are you paying, my friend? Think about that. If it's 25% of tax, well, 25% of your working year is going to be, well, coerced labor for the government. We're not going to go down a big libertarian path here, but think about it like that. Think about how many days per year you have to work for free. Now that's a bit of an exercise, isn't it? Anyway, let's not go there. Let's not go there anyway. Now, the German colonial administration in southwest Africa, responding to the Herero and Nama uprisings of 1904 and 08, conducted what modern historians and international legal bodies have recognized as, well, a genocide. The systematic killing of approximately 80% of the Herero population and 50% of the Nama through a combination of direct military killing, forced marches into the Omaheke Desert, and concentration camps, where death from starvation, disease, and mistreatment was the deliberate or foreseeable result. The concentration camps that the German colonial administration maintained in southwest Africa, they have been identified by historians as a structural precedent for the later camps of the following century under the Nazi regime, a kind of rehearsal at the far edge of European attention, where there was few witnesses and the victims' humanity was not recognized by the perpetrators. Now you knew I was going to get to it at some point. I've got to talk about the rather humorously named Congo Free State, which the reality is anything but humorous, but kind of like the Democratic Republic of Korea sort of thing. Well, the Congo Free State, King Leopold II of Belgium's private little colonial possession from 1885 to 1908, that represents the most thoroughly documented colonial torture system of the 19th century, and its documentation owes much to a remarkable combination of missionary reporting, investigative journalism, and the work of the Congo Reform Association, which is, by the way, the first major international human rights campaign in the modern sense, organized to expose and end systematic atrocity. We've done a full hour-long video on the Congo, if you want to watch that. But for now, we'll just go over it briefly as a 10-minute section here. Leopold had presented the Congo Free State to the Berlin Conference of 1884–85, the gathering of European powers that partitioned Africa among themselves as a humanitarian enterprise. His purpose was to bring civilization and free trade to the Congo basin, to suppress the Arab slave trade, which was really kicking off. Well, basically, it had been going for the past 1,300 years, but yeah. And also to develop the region's resources for the benefit of its population. But the problem was, what he actually built was a forced labor extraction system of extraordinary brutality, operated through a network of concessionary companies with authority to compel Congolese villagers to gather rubber and ivory under threat of violence. And the violence was real. The rubber quota system's enforcement mechanism was the chicotte, a whip made from raw hippopotamus hide cut into a spiral strip, which dried into a hard, sharp implement capable of laceration with each stroke. The chicotte was applied for the failure to meet rubber quotas, for real or perceived resistance, and for the administrative convenience of officers who found it to be a reliable instrument of behavioral correction. But the chicotte was only one element of the Congo's systematic torture apparatus. The worst thing was the amputation of hands. That's right. Cut from living people as punishment for the failure to meet quotas. Cut from the dead as proof to supervisors that the ammunition issued for the enforcements had not been wasted. This became the practice most associated with Leopold's Congo in the international reporting that eventually brought the system to the world's attention. Photographs of Congolese men, women, and children missing one hand or both hands, taken by missionaries and reformers, were circulated in the international press and became the visual shorthand for the Congo atrocity, in the same way that later war survivors would have their photos shared around in the First World War, the Second World War, the Armenian genocide, everything in between. The specific individuals whose testimony built the Congo Reform campaign, deserve acknowledgement because they demonstrate again the specific mechanism by which the documentation of individual suffering translates, rather slowly at least, into institutional change. E.D. Morel had worked as a shipping clerk for a company with Congo contracts, and noticed, through the cargo manifests, that ships leaving Europe for the Congo carried weapons and ammunition, while ships returning from the Congo carried rubber and ivory. No trade goods, only extraction products. And what does that mean? Well, it basically means that the rubber was being obtained through coercion rather than purchase. They needed as much guns and bullets as they could get, and they took as much rubber and ivory as they could get. This observation, made by a man with no particular humanitarian agenda and no access to academic or political networks, became the seed of the Congo Reform Association. Roger Casement, the British consul in the Congo, conducted his investigation in 1903 by traveling to the rubber-producing regions and interviewing Congolese people about what was actually happening. His report to the Foreign Office contained specific testimonies from specific individuals about different events. He had the names of villagers, the names of their agents, specific numbers of hands collected, cases of women and children held hostage to compel men to meet the quotas, things like that. Not really any uplifting stories between all of them. Now, the specificity was essential. It prevented the dismissal of the report as general humanitarian concern and required specific institutional responses to documented practices. Casement would later be executed by the British government for his role in the Irish Easter Rising of 1916, in a judicial process that used his homosexuality as a tool for discrediting him. One had less creditable episodes in the history of a government that had used its earlier work to present itself as a defender of human rights certainly throw you under the bus when you get out of line, don't they? Well, the scale of the Congo atrocity is really difficult to establish with precision because the record was systematically destroyed by Leopold's administration as the reform campaign intensified. But the demographic estimates produced by historians, including Adam Hochschild, suggest a death toll of between 5 and 10 million people between 1855 and 1908. Now, this isn't all from direct killing. Some of it's from starvation, resulting from forced labor diverting food production. Then there's the disease, the specific population collapse that occurred in communities subject to the rubber system's full violence. It's a complicated picture. There's no one-size-fits-all. There rarely is. E.D. Morel, the shipping clerk who became the Congo Reform Association's primary organizer, and Roger Casement, the British consul whose 1904 report to the Foreign Office documented the practices in the language of a skilled diplomatic observer, built the campaign that eventually forced Leopold to transfer the Congo to the Belgian state in 1908. The campaign succeeded by doing exactly what Voltaire had done with the Calas affair, using specific, humanly detailed and morally unambiguous cases to generate emotional engagement in an audience that would have otherwise remained quite comfortable in its ignorance. The thing is, the photographs of the severed hands and the testimonies of the survivors, the careful documentation of specific episodes of extreme violence, they were the real instruments of reform, and their effectiveness show again the specific power of testimony about physical suffering to move political opinion in ways that abstract argument really can't do. Well, let's get back to the New World, America. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, ratified in December of 1865, abolished chattel slavery. But it included a provision, seemingly innocuous and, in retrospect, quite consequential. A provision that excluded from the prohibition on involuntary servitude persons convicted of a crime. Quote, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. End quote. Now, the exception was in the original text and was exploited within the years of the amendment's ratification with a thoroughness that made the convict leasing system one of the most devastating post-emancipation developments for Americans in the southern states. The specific mechanism was pretty straightforward. States could convict people of crimes and lease their labor to private parties, who were then responsible for feeding and housing the convicts in exchange for the right to work them in conditions that were entirely outside the oversight of the legal system that convicted them in the first place. Since the conviction was the legal mechanism that created the labor relationship, the incentive to convict was substantial, and the vagrancy laws, the black codes, and other racially inflected criminal statutes of the Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction South created a massive pipeline of convictions that fed the leasing system with labor. The conditions in the convict lease camps were documented by investigators and journalists throughout the late 19th century and early 20th, and the documentation consistently describes conditions that had no legal distinction from the plantation slavery that they just abolished. You had all the old hallmarks, the whipping of workers who didn't meet the quotas, the chaining of workers to stop them escaping, the use of torture as a behavioral management tool by lease camp overseers. The staggering mortality rates were another feature, too. The only incentive was to extract maximum labor. Their welfare was no one's responsibility but their own, I suppose. A plantation owner who worked his enslaved workers to death was destroying his own property. A lease camp operator who worked convicts to death could simply request more convicts from the state, kind of like saying, this one's gone by its use-by date, I need a new one. And there was plenty of them. The specific perversity of the convict lease system relative to chattel slavery was that it removed the financial protection that property ownership had provided to enslaved people, however minimal and however contaminated by its moral obscenity, while replacing it with a system in which the workers' lives had no economic value to the people managing them. The epidemic of lynching that devastated black communities in the South and to a lesser extent in the Midwest from the 1870s to the 50s was a parallel form of organized violence whose specific characteristics make it one of the most significant institutions of extrajudicial suffering in American history. Between 1882 and 1968, approximately 4,450 black Americans were documented as killed by lynching, with the actual number probably higher given underreporting. The lynchings were not simple murders. They were often announced in advance, attended by crowds who could number in the hundreds or thousands. They were photographed and in some cases made the subject of postcards that were sold and mailed as souvenirs, believe it or not. Well, the torture that preceded the killing was elaborate and deliberate. There was burning, mutilation, castration. The removal of body parts as trophies were also documented in the reports of Ida B. Wells and the NAACP, who built a campaign for anti-lynching legislation on the same evidentiary strategy that Douglas and Stowe had used for the abolitionist campaign. The detailed, specific, humanely grounded account of what had actually been done to specific people. Well, the people who wanted to stop it made sure that that was spread far and wide. Well, against the background of the colonial torture system, the convict lease apparatus and the plantation's aftermath, and not to mention the persistence of corporal punishment in many parts of the world, the development of international humanitarian law in the second half of the 19th century shows a genuine moral advance, whose limitations were embedded in its founding conditions. The First Geneva Convention of 1864, negotiated under the influence of Henry Dunant's account of the Battle of Solferino, and establishing basic protection for wounded soldiers and medical personnel, was the first multilateral international agreement specifically designed to limit the suffering of human beings in war. The subsequent development of the Geneva Framework represented a sustained and serious attempt by European powers to put some limits on what could be done to people in the context of armed conflict. For the first time ever. Before then it was like, well, you go to war, you suffer, and you bloody well die, don't you? But I suppose people were sick of doing that, so time for a change. But it wasn't really a fix. The limitations of the emerging humanitarian law framework were structural rather than incidental, and they were visible from the beginning to anyone who chose to look at them. The protections applied to soldiers, specifically to the soldiers of the European powers who were negotiating the agreements, and in principle soldiers of states that acceded to the conventions. They did not apply to the populations of colonial territories where European powers were simultaneously conducting the pacification campaigns, the rubber extraction systems, and the suppressions that we've been talking about in the last hour. The laws of war that European powers negotiated with each other for the application of conflicts between themselves were explicitly not applied to colonial wars, which were governed by laws of civilization versus barbarism rather than by laws of nations. The Geneva Convention protected the wounded French soldier. It didn't protect the Algerian civilian or the Herero prisoner in the camp. Now, this double standard was not a failure on the humanitarian law project. It was built into the project from its founding, as the explicit institutional expression of the 19th century's consistent conviction that certain populations were within the protections of civilization and certain ones were not. But the 19th century's greatest achievement in the history of organized suffering was the permanent legal abolition of judicial torture across most of Europe and the United States, the formal, documented institutional end of the specific apparatus of the Quaestio, the Strappado, Toga, Potro, as authorized instruments of evidence extraction. This was a real achievement, and it deserves real recognition. The formal abolition meant the specific bureaucratic machinery of torture was dismantled. People who had otherwise been subject to the Strappado were not subject to it, and the achievement was genuine. The 19th century's greatest failure was the confident, widely shared, entirely sincere conviction that the abolition of torture meant that civilization had moved beyond systematic organized suffering. This conviction was maintained by a set of cognitive and institutional mechanisms whose names, once named, are recognizable as persistent features of how societies manage the gap between their stated values and their actual practices. The first was geographic displacement. The worst practices happened at sufficiently remote places, removed from metropolitan centers, that metropolitan citizens did not seek out the information, were not confronted with it. The second was taxonomic displacement. The suffering that continued was categorized as something other than torture. It could be discipline, it could be punishment, pacification, necessary extraction, all in a series of definitional moves that preserved the formal claim of abolition while emptying it of its practical content. And the third was a racial and colonial hierarchy. The populations subjected to continuing suffering were defined as outside the circle of persons to whom the protections applied, whether through formal legal exclusion or through the informal operation of hierarchy of humanity that colonial ideology maintained. Now each of these mechanisms would survive in the 19th century and carry into the 20th. The geographic displacement that made the Congo's horrors visible to most Europeans would be reproduced in the Second World War, in the camps whose operations were initially visible only to those who were inside them or adjacent to them. The taxonomic displacement that allowed torture to continue under different names would be reproduced in the enhanced interrogation programs of the 21st century. And the racial and colonial hierarchy that excluded the colonial populations from humanitarian law protection would be reproduced in, well, the Japanese empire systems that we saw in the 30s and 40s, experimentation on the Chinese, the Japanese perhaps being a rather latecomer to the colonial scene, but in my opinion, the most horrifying. I could do a full series on Japanese colonialism, I'm afraid. They tend to get off easy when we talk about colonial empires, but they really shouldn't. Anyway, this is not to say as well that, and I keep hammering this point home, that this is not always a European story. We end at the colonial era, but we didn't really start there. Remember, no one really has a monopoly on suffering. And, in many places in the world, these things are still happening. Look at Saudi Arabia, they're still beheading people in the street, journalists and all the rest. People getting hanged for being homosexual, this kind of thing. It's still going on. But us of the Anglosphere and European countries, we're quite lucky. More than quite. We're extremely lucky. Anyway, we are going to do more videos on torture, because it seems that people are interested in that. But we are going to do torture in, let's say, China, or torture in the Middle East, in Africa, this kind of thing. Different parts of the world. And that's what we're going to plan out later on, but perhaps we'll take a bit of a break from the macabre topics, because I know not everyone likes them. But hey, human nature is macabre. In any case, we've had a good time, I think. Somewhat of a grim time, but we've been learning all about this topic. And I think it's interesting, it's important to learn about the capabilities of the human condition. I think that a medieval inquisitor, a torturer, someone like that, would be quite unrecognizable to us as modern humans. How would we relate to this kind of person? Think about that. How would you have a conversation with somebody who puts someone through a drowning ordeal, or someone who says, well, my job is to build the pyre to burn people to death. My job is to draw and quarter people. How on earth would you sit across a table with that person and reconcile that you're made out of the same flesh and blood that he is? Maybe that's a question to think about. Anyway, that is the end of our series. It's a pleasure that you've joined me all the way to the end. I hope you have. I hope you've learned a lot and come out of this with a different perspective. Anyway, like and subscribe. Good night, everybody. See you next time.